Alright. Hey there, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, today is Tuesday, so still like a little bit low energy as well. It's kind of hard on a day like today. So I'm just gonna go and just try to vibe with the visual novel. Even though I know that Anthrofest is pretty much over in Steam, but still, I promised myself that I would at least do, a visual novel of the sorts, at least on a day like today, because it's hard to actually find the time of day, especially, or even any day, if I have to say it. So, I mean, for most people that actually follow me, they know that I can pretty much only stream or dedicate myself to a stream on a Sunday, but I put it just on whichever game I'm getting focused on, then I get very little variety. The only other day that I can actually enjoy myself is actually on a Tuesday, but the thing is, there's always something that I have to do. Like, I have to go buy groceries, I have to go to a doctor, or maybe some things, are actually open and far better. How can I say, to actually do them on a weekday? Because if you try to do them on any other day of the week, or even on holidays, it's going to be it's too crowded, or it's gonna be too packed, or there's not gonna be anything reserved for you. So it's gonna be like, how can I say, that sort of experience that you cannot actually enjoy it very well. So at the very least, the best thing I can do, is actually just try it on a day like today. Well, we're going to continue with Komore. Hopefully we're going to see a little bit more, especially more of the stuff that I've done way past the demo, as I was actually that I was doing way back then. Okay. Looks like everything is going out all right, so all right, let me just at least start the game and move on so we can keep going. Shouldn't he say viewer discretion is advice? Well, let's start with these. I think so far I can actually, if I had to say I have to romance somebody, it would be Isaac. I mean, I can see these two, but I will say these guys are a little bit, how can I say, borderline. Plays, I don't know. The prospect of actually, having to romance someone who's actually a superstar or something like that, I don't know. I don't think I want that sort of attention. Or even just dating the real Clays from our world, I would say, ugh. That's a little too much, but I'm pretty sure he's already taken. Or they already taken. Alright. Let's see how this is gonna go. Clays holds a deck of cards, but not the kind you expect. It's a card game made for a night of drinking, with peculiar questions. Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Hold on. Why is it still saying connecting to chat? Did I just lost something? Interesting. According to everything that's going on Twitch, it's like I can't, it's still trying to connect to chat. Let me just try it out a little bit. Something's up. And I don't like this. The Twitch got borked? Oh no, wait, it's... There we go. Maybe something did happen, but hopefully Twitch has not been borked. Alright then. There we go. So at least I was able to put something. Now then, let's continue. Nothing held back. Talk about going off the deep end for our first impression.
Looks like this one's for Taylor. At least, I think it suits him the best.
Yeah? What is it?
Let's see here. What's the pettiest thing you've ever done?
Oh!
Oh, easy. You mean today or... Stalling rule! Objection sustained. You can't answer a question with another question. That defeats the entire purpose of the game, Taylor. Why did we make you the judge again? Just be thankful you didn't make me the executioner, man. Either way, stalling rule dictates that we get to ask another question. And not only that, but it doesn't have to be from a card. We can make it up.
Ow!
Oh, and if I refuse to answer?
Question with another question?
Shot. Oh, what a terrible punishment. Not like I've been doing that all day anyway. Can I just take 2 shots and avoid this altogether? No. Objection sustained. Let's take it from the top. What's the pettiest thing you've ever done?
Hey, Azure. Hope you're here to enjoy some boys getting some drunken action, probably. Taylor places his head into his hands and sighs.
You're all really out here trying to ruin me. Just promise you won't repeat this. It's embarrassing.
Remember, sworn to secrecy.
All right. Well, I was dating this guy. He was cool, I guess. We'd hang out and watch TV shows all day. It got to the point where I enjoyed the TV shows more than him. And you know my motto, don't spend money if you don't have to. I ended up dating him for a year before actually calling it off. Gave me time to watch what I wanted. No subscriptions.
We all exchanged glances, a little shocked.
That's foul, man.
Hey now, we all do stupid things when we're young.
Let me guess, that was just last year?
Young? This was just last month. But come on, you saw the new season of Insomnia Cafe. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same. It was so good.
Petty.
A man-child. We're in the company of a literal man-child.
What are you? You're the most and what are you? An elder grandpa?
Like your answers would be any better. I have dirt on all of you. Keep that in mind.
Oh, you've made a big mistake now. Trash talking when we get to ask whatever we want.
In that case, I'm gonna go with Delta. I know you wouldn't put me on the spot too bad. And my liver hurts, so I'd prefer a question I can answer.
Okay.
Can he do that?
Yeah, reversal rule. He either elects someone or we spin a bottle. Gives him a chance to minimize his embarrassment.
Delta, don't minimize anything. Throw him under the bus just like he does to us. We'll finally give him a taste of his own snarky medicine.
I'm gonna have to say, with that smile of yours, well then, everybody looks at me. I guess I have to decide on what we ask Taylor. A bunch of questions flood in the forefront of my mind and I focus. Thankfully, I've been gathering my thoughts. I'm ready for this. Let's see. What? Oh, yes, I remember this. And I know that I chose the first one because that one is... ooh, embarrassing. But I mean, who do you currently have a crush on? He's just gonna go and tell us who's his celebrity. He's just gonna go with like anybody would go for. It's like a celebrity crush. Too bad that's just... how can I say, way too cliche. What's your biggest regret? Oh boy. If someone were to ask me, boy, do I have a story for you, but thankfully I am not. This is actually public streaming, and most importantly, I am definitely not taking enough drinks to actually get loose for it. Who's the most attractive person here? Oh, Jesus. Oh boy, that... I would say that's I got no contest, because literally everybody is in this room too attractive. Have you ever had cheated on a significant other? What's cheating on a significant other? I never had a significant other. Okay. So let's go and actually do this one. The one that I know that will destroy Taylor. What are the last 10 pages in your browser history?
No, absolutely not. At least let a man die with some dignity.
He shakes his head and takes the shot, and the rest in front of him. They were lined up like ammo. Bullets would endure for hiding the truth. I had a feeling that would fluster him. It could do the same to almost anybody. Yep. Would anybody actually be able to reveal what are the 10 last pages of their browser history? I'm pretty sure no.
Look at that, you stumped him. Honestly, I don't know what I like more, watching him take shots or watching him get all flustered.
From where I stand, they're both pretty entertaining. But I imagine you'd like to learn more about us, right? Let's try to minimize the shots from here on out.
We'll exchange glasses, unsure what happens next. The double question really threw a wrench in the momentum. For continuing, Place coughs to get all of our attention.
I went last, so that means Delta's next. But no more freedom. Gotta stick to what's in your hand. And Taylor isn't allowed to be questioned until after his next turn.
I nod, and I look down at the cards in my hand. It does seem like each one would fit a specific person. Place targeted Taylor, so I'll try the same with my next move. Let's see. Ooh. So if I were to ask Clays, what the fact about you steal your heart from others? I don't think that I would know him that much for him to actually say that. Isaac, if your life was a sitcom, who would get the most laughs? I'm pretty sure that it would be Dante who would get the most laughs. Because he would be extremely loud. Although I feel like if I were to ask Dante, describe the most attractive part of everyone present, I feel like that will... I feel like, okay, Dante, let's see you unhinged and unfiltered. Let's go.
Wait, seriously? Way to put me on the spot, Delta.
See? Now that's the kind of question I've been waiting for. Always a good idea to throw praise at your friends.
Throw praise at my friends? I am... Oh boy, I'm gonna have to actually say... I'd be more embarrassed. I mean, I don't know... How can I actually say that in front of some people? I'm way too shy for it.
And I finally get to hear what Dante likes about me. I've asked him for years, but he always acts ignorant. Ugh, that shot is getting more and more tempting. But fine, just don't get mad at me if it's not what you want to hear, okay?
Hey, everyone has their own taste. Wouldn't be fair to hold that against you.
Yeah, don't worry. We'd never do that. As long as you get the answer right, of course.
Dante sighs, realizing it may be impossible to please everybody at the table. A moment later, in rapid fire fashion, he speaks his mind. Almost like he rehearsed it.
Clace, the voice. Isaac, the ambition. Taylor, the confidence. And Delta, the willingness to take risks.
He smiles until he finishes, like he's proud of his answers.
Oh, that was honestly great.
You admire my ambition?
Yeah. Someday I'll have a work ethic like you. I spend more times looking at memes than writing.
Same. That's one of my favorite things to do. I'll say I'm gonna sleep, but I'll just stay on my phone all night.
A connoisseur, I see.
Only the best. And if you're nice, maybe I'll share.
He smirks, before continuing the game.
Looks like Taylor is next. That means your immunity is worn off, too.
Oh, sweet. It's time to get my revenge.
Bring it on, dude. I'm sure I'll never recover.
Taylor inspects his cards, and then whines audibly.
Not fair. All of these are so wholesome. Can I just swap cards with somebody else? No. It won't kill you to be wholesome for once. It really might.
Hey, make your move before I call the stalling rule.
Fine. Let's see here. Tell us about an embarrassing fact or experience. At least this one has potential to be juicy.
Hey, Kiwi. How's it going? Time for us to enjoy some visual novels yesterday.
That one seems like revenge to me, man. Clace, no need to answer if you don't want to.
Oh, it's fine. I just don't know my answer yet. I'm no stranger to scandals, so this casts a pretty wide net.
A wide net, yep. An embarrassing fact or experience. It's more like I'm trying to remember if I ever had... I mean, I know I had embarrassing, moments. But it's not like I can actually, remember it at the top of my head at this point.
Go ahead. Take your time.
But not too much. Remember, the rules apply to you too. Are you sure you don't want help with this one? I know you had some pictures and videos leaked.
Oh.
Taylor!
Oh, yeah, but I killed it in those. Not embarrassing at all.
You want me to start a timer?
Oh, no need. Just let me figure out how to word it.
Strikes a thinking pose before starting to speak.
I guess this one is just an embarrassing fact about myself. But I'm pretty sure I owe my entire career to a fluke.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, it goes a bit deeper than that. I had my first vision when I was about to turn 13. Just like we all did. No real difference.
I decided not to say anything. The odds of meeting someone without a vision are so low. Can't blame him. There's no real reason to assume that someone at the table of 5 didn't experience Komore.
But in my vision, I'm older, with a lot more experience. I had a lot of albums out and a lot of songs to pick from.
Ah, nice. Can't necessarily say that I'm that attracted to the Pokeballs. I mean, I feel like, while I prefer yes, I do eat, raw sushi, raw fish and sushi, but I don't know. They don't simply strike my appetite at this point. I almost feel like when someone say Pokeballs, at the very least, the way how they look, I would say it's almost like a fruit salad. I don't know, for some reason. It's warm and Snap was working in the garden, smoked salmon. That's good. When was the last time I actually had, smoked salmon myself? I mean, I sometimes buy it sometimes, and I do remember that there was a time in which I actually started to buy, what was it called? No, we actually were given a gift of, how can I say, smoked rainbow trout. Actually, that was extremely good.
No way.
Yeah, totally. I got started by stealing songs from my future self. I mean, I guess it's not really stealing since I still wrote them. But I entered the school's talent show that year with an arsenal. I got scouted right away, and I've been working ever since.
Oh, they made you do all that since you were 13?
Well, they adjusted my courses to incorporate singing and dancing. I wasn't doing more work. The work was just tailored a bit better.
Only if it was like that in all of our times. But still, it seems like if they find that you have talent even at an early age, the problem is that they'll probably work you even more to the bone, even more than an adult. They'll just use what's it called? The fact that you're a kid as a, how could I say, as an excuse to say that you have to basically look up to your future, but you also have to make sure that you work towards it. Can't just simply a kid just enjoy themselves.
Interesting. I figured you went off to an idol academy or something.
I did, but that came a little later. And you're all milking 10 questions out of 1 here. Maybe you should be sticking to the rules you were enforcing.
Fair enough. It's just an interesting story.
But a bit embarrassing, so I just keep it to myself. If I told everybody, then the bad press would start flowing. I'd hate to feel like I have to defend myself all the time.
Oh, didn't think of it like that.
He stopped to think, like he's choosing his next words
If
carefully.
standing up for yourself was bad press, my reputation would be ruined. Don't let people walk all over you. Others will see the prince and follow suit.
That does happen, sadly. It almost feels like, just standing up for yourself, and people make you look bad, you know? Dante leans forward, a little shocked.
Taylor gave good advice? This really is a special day.
We all laugh as the game continues. I had my doubts at first, but Dante was actually right. This night is proving to be as special as it will be memorable. Oh, there we go. What my friend Smoke used to say, it's the robot farts. I lay on one of the couches and stare up at the ceiling. Dante and Taylor do the same, while Clace and Isaac lie on the floor. It was basically unspoken, but we all decided to take a quick breather.
Hey, how'd you two meet anyway? This must have taken a lot of coordination.
Not really.
Yeah, we met on Taylor's stream. Nothing crazy. He mentioned he was taking a break from work, so I invited him over.
Seriously? I keep a pretty good eye on who's watching my stream. Even if they don't chat, I can still check out the user list. Can't say I ever noticed your name pop up there.
Really, Taylor? Really, Taylor? You have to understand that any sort of, what's it called? Especially those people that are known to be really good superstars, they would never, ever actually, show themselves up in public like that. Obviously, they will all use nothing more but, what's it called? An alias or something. Heck, if someone else was, if there was actually some sort of a superstar actually watching me over, even my brain would actually fry and my heart will stop. Or at least somebody that I would know. Somebody that at least, hey, someone that I actually enjoy watching their art, or someone that I love listening to their music, or even a game dev from a game that or even like a game dev, or even like an anime, or even some series. Wouldn't anybody be, almost feeling like you're gonna get yourself choked up?
Oh, I don't use that name online. Or my legal name. The agency gave me a spare account so I could be anonymous. Isaac didn't even know who I really was until around a week ago.
Touché.
Yeah, it's basically a burner account that influential people get. If he went around posting as himself, he'd never have peace of mind. The account basically vanishes if his identity is compromised.
Touché. And hey, Big Bro. Really miss you. Hope you're actually having a good rest, because I know that by now it should be your sleep time. Or waking time.
Sounds like a spy novel. Is that even fair? A license to do whatever you want online?
Well, I'm still subject to changes in my score, so it's not like I use it for evil or anything. It's just an extra layer of security.
I think that's pretty cool. Good to know they care about your safety.
Yeah, totally. They pitched it as a digital security guard. It keeps people at arm's length, but it's not always good. Because then I have to deceive people like Isaac. I was worried he'd hate me when I told him the truth. Any way you look at it, I lied to him for ages.
But it's not like you wanted to. He didn't have any ulterior motives either.
True, but I still feel a little guilty. So buying out the bar was more like a peace offering. I'd like to get things off to a good start. No secrets between friends.
Hey, Jindal. And happy lurking.
No place for those here. Yeah, not if we plan to be friends forever.
Forever?
Until death, in Isaac's words. We were getting a bit sappy earlier.
Death? Sappy?
Yeah, we're a quirky bunch. And I don't plan on dying anytime soon. So I hope you're good with being friends for a long while.
Yeah, of course.
Lace laughs, but I can tell he's a little weirded out.
You know, I don't feel like I'm an outsider anymore. That card game really helped me get to know all of you. Before you came upstairs, I was worried you'd hate me.
Nah, Isaac is a pretty good judge of character. When he vouched for you, I knew we were in for a good time. He was just being shady about everything until the last minute.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that one. I hope you can understand why we needed some privacy.
He looks to the side, like he's shy about what he'll say next.
I'd also like to request that you offer me more during my stay.
Of course. So, just to get things straight, you're on a small hiatus from your music career.
Yeah, just wrapped up my tour, so it seemed fitting. And I don't need to start a new album for a while yet. Combine both of those facts, and boom, freedom.
We're gonna make the most of it, too. Don't want you looking back on this with any regrets.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Isaac. For everything.
While they talk, I get off the couch and slowly walk away. All I did now, I'm just taking a quick breather. It's been a wild night. As I continue to walk, I hear their laughs slowly dissipate, replaced by music. I look off the railing and down to the first floor. Everyone seems to be having the time of their life tonight. Makes me wonder if any of them knew what was going on up here. Chaos would probably ensue if they knew that Clays was merely feet away. I don't know much about him, but I know he could easily draw a crowd. It's probably the most important quality for someone in his line of work.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Clace 1.
Fine, there we go. Let's get to know this Clace. Stand in front of the railing, watching the activity on the dance floor. It's been too long since I arrived, but I'm starting to feel a sense of home. There's just something about this place. And these people, I feel at ease. Even I'm able to establish a rapport with people I've never met. It's like the way that hindered me back home was completely eliminated. This could be a honeymoon period, of course. But I'm going to enjoy every second. I mean, it's not entirely untrue. There are things that, you feel like you can't do while you're technically at home. Literally at your family's, beck and mercy. Or on their leash, if I have to put it in this way. Yeah. But then when you're doing things on your own and you don't have that with you, somehow a few things start opening up. Please approach me, startling out of my reverie.
Hey, how are you holding up? This is the first time I've seen you away from the rest of the group. We're all having a blast, you know. I hope you feel the same way.
Of course, I just needed a breather before I continued.
Oh, good. I was starting to worry. Things were getting a little intense, I'll give you that. But I'm glad you're not tapping out. We're just getting started.
He just saw a smile before taking another sip of his drink. Thank you for coming over and check on me. And I expect him to leave. Much to my surprise, however, he stays beside me, enjoying my company. We watch the dance floor together. I'm a little flattered. Someone to his status choosing to spend time with me? That thought consumes my mind. I can't help but ask him.
Status? And what status do you mean exactly? People say that all the time, but they have no idea what this industry is like. I can guarantee that you'd outrank me tenfold if we compared our scores. People like me, artists are known for having awful scores. Art has always been about challenging the status quo, at least to me. The system hates that, and every new song is a nosedive for my score.
I tell him I'm not talking about the system. I'm talking about his fame and fortune as a pop star. However, I'm a bit surprised that his score is low.
Oh, jeez. Now I'm embarrassed for going off on a tangent. Whenever somebody mentions status, I always think about the system. We're just numbers in a computer. Fame and fortune will always come second to that.
Takes another sip of his drink.
It goes against my values to treat one group of people better than another, too. So this status that you're talking about, It's from the outside looking in. When I watch you and your friends, I'm actually pretty jealous.
He's envious of us? I asked him to elaborate.
At this point, I think the alcohol is elaborating, not me. But everybody dancing down there, I bet they wish they could be up here. They'd probably even abandon their friends and family for a life of luxury.
Oop. Thank you, sorry butt. Apparently there was a spam coming in.
And by the time they regret it, it'd already be too late. Once you get into a world like this, there's no getting out. You're just there, watching them, and wanting to go back.
Somehow, I can can't say that I can relate, but I can empathize with him.
You know, I could tell that you and your friends were worried. It was clear. You didn't really know if you'd fit in with me or not, but honestly, I was terrified that I wouldn't fit in with you.
He scoffs.
I said I wanted to have a good time, and now I'm bringing you down. Let's make a deal, alright? Drop the whole status thing between us. That's not something I can ask of them, but I know I can ask it of you.
He motions down towards the dance floor, and I understand what he means. Especially now that people are starting to recognize his face. They look up from the dance floor, taking pictures of us.
Just like they want to be up here, I want to be down there. That velvet rope keeps me in just as much as it keeps them out. For my safety, they always say. Like I can't take care of myself. But I hope that you and your friends can change that. I don't have to be up here alone anymore. I can be with all of you. Hold on. Let me get this over with. It's rude to keep an audience hanging.
He leans over the railing a little bit and blowing a kiss to the crowd. With a smile and a little pose for the photos, seems like his work is done. They cheer, but it's peculiar, like his personality changed just for the crowd.
Well then, let's get away from all those prying eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you owe me a few facts about yourself.
I nod, and I follow him back to the core area of the VIP deck. We sit across from each other, and he leans back, stretching. Dante, Taylor, and Isaac are still hanging out. Their distance provides us with privacy. He rests his empty glass on the table between us and then stares at me. Still, he's trying to get a read on me, like he can tell just from sight. There's a quick shrug. I rest the back of my chair and I wait for him to speak.
There's something different about you. Maybe it's because we're both fish out of water here. Lost and clueless, but lost and clueless together, right?
Hey, Silver. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the lurk. Another smile I give him one in return. Bonding over a shared struggle makes sense to me. It's not easy moving to a place you know almost nothing about.
So, why did you move exactly? I know your friends are here, and Isaac offered you a room, but yeah. Running away from something? Looking for something new?
It's only that it's a mix of both, honestly. Home, I felt held back. Needed a big change and more freedom. I also don't know what I want in my life. So I guess it's an excuse to find myself.
Find yourself? I've been there, and it's not really what you'd think. Sometimes, finding yourself just means realizing how lost you really are. In the face of something like that, blissful ignorance almost seems preferable.
Well, I know that was part of the, what's it called? What was in the beginning of this novel. Sometimes finding yourself, just realizing just how lost you really are. And thank you, Clays, for saying that. And I mean to both visual novel Clays and real Clays. Might just be the alcohol, but that sounded rather profound. Clays immediately leans forward, giggling at what he said.
I am so putting that in my next song. Look, we just met and you're already inspiring me. let's have another drink, alright? I like where this is going.
He quickly scurries to the bar and prepares 2 glasses of wine. Carefully walking back, he tries his best not to spill anything. Sitting down with a smile, places the drinks on the table.
Thanks for opening up to me, by the way. It's enough to know your reasoning. I shouldn't pry for specifics. If I keep making you talk about your past, you'll never move on from it. So, let's have a drink to the future, alright? And not the Komore, but the future we make for ourselves. No need to base our lives on all of that metaphysical nonsense.
I raise my glass, and we drink in sync with one another. However, when we put our glasses down, I have to come clean. This is when I let him know that I've never experienced Komore.
Oh, really? Well, even better. From what I've seen, people like you live happier lives. I've never understood all that counselor nonsense.
Totally agree. And I thank him for his point of view. If anything, it seems like the remnants of a dead system. People our age have long since come to terms with Komore. But while we're in the subject, I had to ask him, what did he see in his vision? Did he see his fame and fortune? I know he had song in his head, but what else he gleaned? Merely looks back and his ears perk up. He looks worried and blushes softly as he adjusts his scarf. Such a mixed reaction. I can't tell if I did something bad or not.
That's a third date kind of conversation, you know? But I doubt this is the last time we'll be hanging out together. Just put that one on the back burner. At least for now. Please?
Of course, but until you're ready.
Thanks. You're really considerate. I don't see that too often. Before my hiatus, they wouldn't let me make friends or even date anybody. They said that a single guy gets more attention, and I should focus on my career.
That's harsh. Like I said, I cannot necessarily envy the lifestyle of those that are actually, like in the celebrity status, whether they are, big pop star, music or acting. Or even those, like, for example, those that actually do art and other stuff, like voice acting. Wait, the industry controls his personal life? That doesn't sound good. Well, that explains why his social skills are rough around the edges. Is this really his first group of friends? I'm glad to be part of it.
Although...
He smirks.
I keep forgetting that I'm not bound by their rules during this hiatus. Like, I know I am, but it hasn't really registered in my head yet. They gave me this little break in order to seal a deal in the making.
A deal?
Yeah. After this break, I owe them 5 albums over 10 years. My last contract ran its course, so I actually had ground to negotiate. I'm giving them so much of my life. I guess I just wanted some of it back in return.
There's something about that seems so depressing. He's able to say that with a smile, however. Like it's normal to him.
But I know that during this break, I'll make bonds that last a lifetime. The next 10 years will be nothing if I have all of you by my side. I was worried, but now I have some much-needed backup.
We both smile at each other, and he blushes once more. I couldn't pin my finger on it, but it seemed like the perfect end to our talk. Both standing up at the same time, it was almost like that feeling was mutual. Seems like we're both in sync. Like you said before, fish out of water. Holding out his glass, he simply repeats the earlier saying.
Remember, lost and clueless.
But lost and clueless together. As I said that, I tapped my glass against his. With a quick smile, he returns to the rest of the group. Everyone seems to be getting along, so I head back to the group. Clay slowly sips on his glass of wine, and everybody mingles with each other. The breeder definitely helped. Can't party as hard as everybody else, it seems.
Welcome back! Was starting to worry you'd ditch us. Not everybody can handle a night like this. No hard feelings if that's the case, of course. Oh, there'd definitely be hard feelings. Isaac planned this night just for you, remember?
Pressure.
That's not even true. He planned the night around Clace, too. Makes me feel a little inadequate. I never got a party like this when I joined the group.
Yeah, I save it for the people who are worth it.
Ow!
Mean. Justified, actually.
Bang! Place finishes his glass of wine and places it down, emitting a loud noise. This gets our attention, and the bickering quickly stops.
What do you think we should do next? There's still a few hours before last call.
Ah, good question.
We all exchange glances and unsure what to do. No one mentions anything, so Place changes the subject.
I may have blown my cover a little earlier, by the way. We should probably sneak out the back entrance when we leave.
That's fine with me. I warned everybody that we might attract some attention. What should we do if everyone starts crowding you?
I don't think it'll be an issue, but just stay by my side. I can keep you safe if anything escalates.
Actually, I figured we'd be the ones protecting you.
Yeah, right. The crowd would eat you alive. I'm used to this, so if it comes down to it, just follow my lead. It doesn't happen too often, though. Not with the new point penalties.
The new what? No?
Yeah, public scene, big uproar, obstructing paths. If they notice us, they'll probably just watch from a distance. Pestering a public figure can net you like 10 different penalties.
Really? And that's been set in stone. That's not just one of the glitches happening lately.
Convenient excuse, don't you think? Crack down harder and blame it on a glitch?
Oh, is it tinfoil hat time? Trust me, I've heard every possible theory about Argus. The world was dealt a bad hand and they just wanted to help. That's all.
You should hear what some of the people say to me at work. They have no problem trash-talking the company they're giving money to.
Well, I mean, we're not just giving them money. We're giving them the freedom to control our lives. I know it's for the greater good, but it's still strict.
You can still do whatever you want, though. You're not tied down. At the end of the day, you're still in control of your score.
Yeah, but there's a lot of incentive to be an obedient drone. A bad score can literally destroy your life and your social status.
Well, not always.
What do you mean?
My score is pretty awful, especially with all the partying I do on tour.
That is so not fair. Tank your score and they still let you buy out a bar? If any normal person tried that, they'd just be laughed away. So the scores aren't as absolute as we think. I mean, as far as theories go, that's pretty common.
But you can't say that's part of Argus's game. Notable people have always been given special treatment. It's not like that's a new addition to our society. Nothing changed.
Shouldn't it, though? That's a bit too deep for me. No sense wasting time on something you can't change. It's just wishful thinking, like trying to defy your vision. That doesn't mean you should just sit back and give up. As long as you believe in your cause, a losing battle can still be worth fighting.
In a sense, that is true.
You guys flip-flop way too much on whether or not you believe your visions.
Us and the rest of the world, Isaac. We weren't all given a bright one like you were.
Everybody looks shocked and exchanges glances. I know Uncle wants to play, but Dante just made a big mistake. Revealing facts about another person's vision? Really bad move. I didn't have a vision, but I knew that they were super intimate. Sharing your vision with someone else is an expression of trust. To have them speak about it to others, it's a bit of a betrayal.
You may think it's bright from what I told you, but unless you're all there beside me, it'll feel hollow. When things get tough, the hope that I can change it keeps me going.
Dante shakes his head upon realizing his mistake.
I'm sorry, Isaac. I didn't mean to speak for you.
It's fine. I'm among friends. I would trust all of you with this stuff. Just not now.
That's fair. Anyway, let's go back to Taylor. You've heard every theory? What are some of the worst? Aliens? Excuse me, people actually believe that? Oh, totally. I see it everywhere. Whenever something weird happens, people on the internet will say aliens. And I do have to admit, Komore is pretty high up there on the weird scale.
You're not wrong. Let's blame it on aliens for other space. Although, even in Dr. Stone, like for example, why would aliens, petrify swallows and then human beings? I mean, one of those particular theories was maybe they're aliens. But then again, why would they I mean, first of all, they will first petrify just swallows, and then humans, and then nothing else happened to the planet? There's I feel like, well, it's not impossible, as, what Sherlock Holmes would say, when you eliminated the impossible, no matter how improbable, whatever remains must be the truth. So, the alien theory is technically on the, how can I say, not impossible.
Yeah, but aliens? Hey, I never said I believed it. I think the deterrent theory is way better.
The what?
Oh, I know about that one actually. Right before the first visions, world tensions were high. Everyone thought we were moments away from all-out war. Then, all of a sudden, Komore steps in. We don't care about fighting each other anymore. We have a new common enemy, the future.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's not something you can take, like a nation, and it's not something you can force, like an ideal. It brought about peace. Whether random or created, that's still the case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can buy the theory that someone created Komore. It would be impossible to manufacture something like that, right?
I don't know about that one. There's always a scientist that tries to play God, you know? Like I said, I'm more inclined to believe that theory. Doesn't mean I believe it.
True.
That's fair. I did hear about some crazy experiments in Switzerland.
Yeah, they're always up to something over there. I know they were obsessed with contacting another universe for a while.
Did that ever go anywhere?
I don't think we were worthy of a response. Like Taylor joked about, this is probably just the darkest timeline. They take one look at what we have to put up with and run the other way.
That's so depressing.
I have a cure for that.
Uh-oh. Taylor holds up a bottle of booze, implying it's time to drink more.
Besides, it's a waste of time to focus on questions that have no answer. Like, why do scissors come in packages that require scissors to open? Like, I'm buying a pair. That obviously means that I don't have one to use.
Hey, he does make a particular good point. If you're trying to hide something, it makes sense, but to me, despite not watching the show, those crazy scientists wanting Earth resources to have a chance to recover it to prolong humanity's life on the planet. True.
Why don't you just use a kitchen knife to open it? What? We have like 10 knives in the kitchen drawer. You do know you don't need to use scissors, right? But there's a little picture of scissors next to the dotted line.
Yeah, it does make sense. You know, duh. Everybody stares at Taylor.
Is it okay if I just start drinking again? I mean, we're here to have fun, not rip into Taylor.
You know what? You're right. But I do appreciate talking about more real issues. Even if we'll never know the truth, it's still healthy to talk about.
Hey, I'll drink to that one. It can't be all fun and games, even if we want it to be. Honestly, this is one of the best nights I've ever had.
You must not have much freedom when you're on tour.
Nah. I'm always at arm's length for one person or another. But I told them I wanted to be left alone while I'm on this hiatus. At least it'll give me the chance to prove that I can care for myself.
And even if you couldn't, we'd be there for you. How about we grab some bottles and head back to my place?
Sounds good to me. Just remember what I said about taking the back door.
Touche. Even I would say, yeah, it's better that we just go through the back.
Didn't know you guys had that kind of relationship.
Hello.
He meant the nightclub, you absolute idiot.
Taylor smirks without saying another word. A moment later, we all scurry towards the bar, grab a few bottles of whatever stands out to me, like a kid in the candy store. It's a pretty apt expression, especially for Taylor, who seems overwhelmed by the possibilities. He keeps taking a bottle, putting it back, and then taking another one. He didn't want to leave him behind. We waited for him to choose before we're leaving. Free was certainly the best price of all. Like I said, I really don't actually drink, and I haven't drunk any sort of alcoholic drinks. I tasted them, but I cannot say that I've actually drunk before. Not necessarily, how can I say... I mean, I've definitely been curious about the feeling, but definitely, let's just say my conscience is also telling me I would not be up for, actually, wasting myself like that. It's like, how can I say? Yeah, you want to have, just for one moment, just enjoy the high. But honestly, why would I want to experience also the hangover after that? And the implications to my liver. I cannot say it would be nice every once in a while, but honestly, it's why I simply have chosen not to do it. Among them. Last time you drank was 3 years ago, since you're always getting sicker after alcohols. Okay, fair enough. But like I said, I never actually drank before. The only thing that I could easily say is that I would never say I could actually experience, being uninhibited. And actually having a substance to actually help with that. And we're out. We scurried down the streets, carrying more alcohol than we could ever drink. But it was all paid for, so there was no point in letting it go to waste. Actually, it'd be entirely stocked for our New Year's Eve party.
Damn, they're really watching us, huh? Kinda embarrassing. They're gonna think we're alcoholics.
They are alcoholics.
Well, if you're not, you sure fooled me.
I look at the other side of the street, people watching from a distance. Flash of their cameras is annoying. Not too overwhelming. Place was right. They won't approach us due to the system.
How do you operate under this much pressure, Clace? There's so many eyes on me, I can't help but feel violated.
Oof. I would too.
Yeah, you get used to it. The number one thing is remembering that they like you. They watch out of respect and admiration, not to judge.
Typically, I'd assume you're right, but I imagine you don't walk down the street like this too often. I mean, we look like we just robbed a dozen liquor stores.
We kinda did. I was just joking about buying it out.
What?
I tried to make a joke.
Dude, don't do that. You're almost giving me a heart attack.
And it was a good joke.
Nah, I'd never do that. It'd be way too boring without you.
I keep looking at the other side of the street. The crowd grows. Isaac was right after all. We definitely got some attention. Thankfully, I made sure to dress nice and act confident.
Really? Good to know I made a nice first...
Before he can finish, we hear a bottle of booze hit the ground. It shatters, and I feel some drops splash against my ankles. Turn around, and Dante stares at us. Clearly his fault.
We will never mention this again.
The crowd was watching us and laughs, like a studio audience. So weird. Like, they can't cross the divide between us. The system is keeping us apart despite our desires.
I'd agree, but I know you'll just end up dropping more. You're next level clumsy, and now it's embarrassing me.
Nothing wrong with getting embarrassed. It'll help keep your ego in check.
Me? Ego?
It's undeniable.
Dante struggles to rearrange the bottle in his hands. We stand by and wait for him, but we don't clean up the glass. One of the automated drones would be done to fix it in minutes for sure.
Hey, you need some help?
We all shocked to attention and look at the other side of the road. Someone walks over, but not just anybody. We know this guy.
I figured they weren't gonna jump in and lend a hand. Looks like they're scared of getting in trouble. Well, intimidated even.
Intimidated? Why?
No idea. I'm just the messenger. But I saw a friend in need and ran to help. Guess the system doesn't like good Samaritans.
Well, it's not that. Our friend here is kind of famous, so they want pictures. The system is actually protecting us from a stampede.
Oh, famous? Really? Been here for a day and I'm already making connections? I'd be super jealous back at home, you know, if we cared about that kind of stuff.
He kneels down beside the broken glass, running a couple of fingers through the pool of booze, and he tastes it. They'll look at each other confused and a bit concerned about health risks.
Oh, you drink this stuff?
Yeah.
Tastes disgusting.
Yeah, but it makes us happy.
Is this Argus's doing? Make you happy with drinks so you don't fight back?
What?
Just some food for thought. Or drinks for thought, I guess. Here, let me have some of that.
He motions towards Dante and holds out a hand. Dante looks a little less confused before giving Zero some bottles. Carrying some of them with relative ease, he shrugs, unsure what to do next.
Where are we going?
Home.
Well, I don't want to intrude on anything. I'll just help you carry your bottles and then go on my way. Let's call it even for the food you've been giving me.
Sounds fair. Are you sure we won't get in trouble?
No. It doesn't matter anyway. Look at all the people taking photos of us. Any chance that we wouldn't get caught is long gone.
Is it actually a crime to talk to a Zero?
Well, it's a crime for them to sneak into the city. I imagine it's against the rules by association. If we get docked points, let's just contest it.
Fair.
The system really keeps you all apart, huh?
Tilts his head toward the people on the other side of the street.
Looks like both sides are worried about their score. Common sense tells me you could coexist just fine.
Common sense? Not a lot of city folk have that. But thanks for the help. I appreciate it.
Well, you could show your appreciation by actually talking to me. Every person I meet, it's always score this and points that. I don't care about those. Let me make that crystal clear.
Well, you could tell us about yourself. We have a bit of a walk ahead of us. At least an hour.
I want to hear about the famous dude first. What did he do? Suck up to Argus the most?
Hey.
Not really. My score is terrible. But I like to sing and dance, and people like to listen and watch. I'm on a break now, but I usually just travel the world and perform.
That sounds stressful.
You have no idea. I'd suggest easing up on the Argus hate, though. There's no need to draw attention to yourself.
Yeah. You want to fit in as much as possible.
It's hard to do that when I can't enter any buildings. I'm supposed to have a phone with a special chip in it. I don't even have any money. How am I supposed to fit in?
Aren't you here with your friends to fight that, though? You know, so you can have access and stuff?
No, they're here to fight it. I'm here to see the sights and learn about this city. There's a lot less green around here. Super depressing.
Currently, I remember the pamphlets I was shown earlier today. A good time to get more information from Zero. Something told me that we wouldn't make a habit of hanging out. I said to ask him in an effort to make a productive conversation. The perspective of an outsider is always good. Challenges our views. He seems to dislike Arcus, but does he really believe the things that I read?
Pamphlets? Wait, which ones are you talking about?
I let him know what I heard. They believe Argus is responsible for Komore. Not only that, but they believe Komore disproves free will.
That's ridiculous. Argus must have planted those to make us look bad. We did bring some reading material, but none as stupid as that.
What did you bring exactly?
You know, just stuff about the impending land crisis. We grow in numbers while your cities grow in size. Less food and more people. A pretty bad combination.
I didn't know it was so severe.
It's definitely going down that route, yeah. But it's best to take care of it before it becomes a problem, you know? We just have foresight. Figured you'd all be used to that by now. Though I guess everyone focuses on potential futures. Kinda stupid when there's a real one right in front of your noses. One look at a zero colony and you'd be on my side, I guarantee it.
Huh. I see. Well, thanks for helping. And I hope you enjoy your time in the city.
Of course. It's nice to have a change of pace. And if you want to help in return, just tell people we aren't that bad. If they believe Argus that much, we'll have no chance. Especially if they're starting to fall for those fake pamphlets. Whoever made them, it's clearly just an attempt to undermine.
Honestly, that's the best way to ruin somebody. Attack their credibility until it doesn't even matter if they speak the truth. Remove our willingness to hear so we don't care what you have to say.
That is exactly what's been going on, yeah.
Exactly, but like I said, it feels like a losing battle. Maybe you should share some of that happy juice with me.
He lets out a soft laugh. And we're uncertain if he's serious or not. But since we walked the entire time, we've lost the crowd. The return to privacy and anonymity was a welcome one, to say the least.
How much farther is it?
Maybe 5 more minutes?
Alright. This is turning into quite the workout. I'm thankful that I got to make some new friends, though.
Likewise. And you're moving in with Isaac, right? Guess I'll have to come and visit more often.
Oh, that'd be awesome. But I can come to your place for that stream we talked about. I think a lot of people would be interested in watching it.
You're telling me. Just be warned that I say a lot of stupid stuff. You kinda have to turn off your filter to fill dead air.
I watch you all the time. Trust me, I know. Let's settle on a date and time, and I'll get them to make a press release. The more hype we can build leading up to it, the better. Sound good?
More than good.
I never watched Taylor, but this has me interested.
Yeah, you never watch. You just leech off of my viewers.
It's a good life.
We laugh as we continue walk home. Zero's rather quiet, though. He's probably not sure where he fits in, but we appreciate the help. By the time that we make it back home, he barely says another word. Are we just gonna refer him to just Zero? That's kind of like when we enter, Zero stays outside. He rests the booze he carried on the ground and we move it inside. Takes a couple of trips outside the transporter, but we eventually get the job done.
Hey, it doesn't look like he's leaving.
Taylor peeks through the window. It's a bit odd on both Taylor and the Zero's part.
Well, that's a little odd. I'll go talk to him for a few minutes. You can all relax. I won't be gone long.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty sleepy over here.
There we go. I think that would be considered, what's it called? The boost knockout?
Fair enough. I'll try to hurry. You should mingle for a bit. There's no more prying eyes around. I'll show you your room as soon as I get back.
I'll start the timer.
As Isaac steps outside, the rest of us gather together. We sit down on the couch in unison and lets out a loud sigh.
I'm getting old.
Getting?
Funny.
Dude, you're 23. You're not old, you're just dramatic.
Speaking of dramatic, you sure know how to draw a crowd, Clays. I was worried they'd cave and start swarming us.
Nah, they usually behave. Even without the system, I'm sure they'd still respect me. The relationship I have with my fans is certainly, unique.
Sure seems that way. Watching them stare at us felt so surreal. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Well, even if it does, you get used to it. But I'd be down to go somewhere more private next weekend. And it might be a good idea to avoid that Zero if we can.
Why not hit up the Wayfarer? It's pretty dead in there, and I love the Atmo.
What's that?
A pub, and a pretty good one. Cheap drinks, and they don't mind pouring extra.
Sounds good to me. Honestly, a nightclub may not have been the best first choice. I hope you can forgive me for what happened after we left.
Don't worry about it, Clays. And I heard you suggest the Wayfarer? Whew, I'm so down. After tonight, I could definitely use a more relaxed outing.
Just like Isaac is back and kept the word not being gone for too long. He sits down on the couch with the rest of us and yawns.
I'm just going to die here now. I think I've used up my social energy. It's all over for me.
You still have to show me to my room.
All over.
I can show you if you'd like. We cleaned that room together, and now I know why. But I'm curious, where's all your luggage at?
Oh, someone's gonna bring it over tomorrow. They'll take care of everything, so don't worry. Are we just gonna let Isaac pass out there?
No way! This is my couch. Even if I have to carry him to his room.
Oh.
So romantic. Why not just take his bed?
I'll never do that again. Oh, my back is still recovering.
Well, everybody's bed, it seems like, well, that's just exactly why. And then people are telling, and then it's like, you know, the older generations. Yeah, people that are older than me are saying that, why is it that couples are sleeping in different beds? They should be always together, you know? Nah. Everybody's got even like, you know, everybody needs like their own private space as well. And yes, Kiwi, mattresses can be so different. And not every mattress is for, and not like a single mattress is good for just anybody. Everybody loves their own comfort zone, you know? Exactly, Jindal. Yeah. Whoa, you got a king size? I only got a queen size. At best, I'll get a full. But yeah. My queen size bed is, I could say, just good enough, at the very least. Honestly, it just gives me enough room for me to just, flop back and forth. But honestly, it's like, I know that it's not always going to be the case. But as long as it's comfy enough for me, that's all I can take.
Wait, you've slept in his bed before?
Uh-oh. Upon hearing that, Isaac immediately jumps out of his seat.
All right, it's time. If you're showing Clace to his room, I'll stick with Delta. There's something I wanted to talk about anyways.
Works for me. Then Taylor gets the couch. And just to set this in stone, we're going to the Wayfarer next weekend?
Sounds good to me. Does Friday work for all of you?
Yep, I'm wide open. Also, I'll make us all breakfast. I assume your kitchen is fully stocked?
With all the essentials, yeah. But you don't have to do that.
Of course I don't. I'm just choosing to. This all means a lot to me, so I want to help out. It was great to finally meet you too. Well, all of you.
He looks at me and gives me a soft smile.
I guess that's our cue. See you all in the morning?
Sure thing. Taylor, if you need more blankets or anything...
Me glanced over at Taylor and he's fast asleep on the couch. I guess he wasn't exaggerating when he said how tired he was. As much as I wanted this light to last forever, it was time to go to sleep.
Oh, guess we have to keep it down now. He gets really angry if he loses his beauty sleep. Come on, Delta. Let's go somewhere more private.
We have a king size plus 2 meters wide. Both you and Masquerade have our own mattresses. Admittedly, we have the same ones. Oof. You like it a bit on the harder side. For me, I cannot say if I have like a particular number for. Let's just say I like it to be like the base to be sturdy, but then I also like to have like some cushioning. This is why I put like something on top of my mattress, just so then, I mean, hey, at least it just feels nice and soft at the very least, you know, when I go on it. And it's, of course, and I try to look for those materials that actually help it keep it cool, at the very least. Funnily enough, it's like, I mean, once I wrap around in my blankets, it's like, I feel in control of how hot or how cold I am. But I definitely need to have a comforter on top of me somehow. I almost feel even more, even if I sleep naked-ish, I feel even more naked if I'm just sleeping with only nothing more but a bed sheet. I nod and I start to walk towards my room. I'm not sure what he wants to talk about, but it can't be anything bad. It's probably related to the night he planned. I enjoy it, like, and stuff like that. Honestly, I like the atmosphere of this room. They did quite a good job in actually the decorations. Honestly, I see why it's actually also pretty good, because it also has like a very nice door and probably a balcony outside. Or maybe not a real balcony, it's more like, you know, it's more like a very big window that you can open up and you can just, you know, stretch a little bit outside. As soon as we get to my room, I sit down on the bed. Isaac follows suit, sitting down beside me, but also keeping his distance. He adds a sense of familiarity to his otherwise bland and lifeless room. I didn't have enough space to bring everything with me. A lot of stuff like my computer and bed had to stay behind. I guess it's not a first start if you don't shed a little bit.
So, did you have fun? What did you think of the plans I made?
It was amazing, everything I could ask for.
Oh, I know, right? Can you believe it only took me a few weeks to plan? The whole Clace part just happened to fit what was already in motion. Simple serendipity, that's all. But I think it made for one of the best nights I've had in a while. It's a shame that it has to end. And on such a weird note, too.
He rubs back on his head a little bit, like he's nervous.
I hope we don't get docked too many points for what happened tonight. Community service wasn't how I planned to spend the rest of my year. We didn't even do anything wrong, so why do I feel so guilty?
Shaking his head, he lets out a dramatic sigh.
Oh, everyone keeps inheriting such flawed ideals these days. Our minds are sewn shut before we even have the chance to open them. Makes us scared of change. Scared of things that are good. The world was never reinvented by people who thought inside the box, Delta. But try as hard as I can, the envelope always pushes back. Rules, guidelines, scores, they just foil progress.
I nod, unsure where he's going with this. But I imagine that his score means more to him than others. He works for Argus, after all. People who govern everything. Getting on their bad side would probably cause endless worry. Yet, here he sits, with a look of realization on his face, rather than fear. It looks like the look of a man who just realized that we just realized what needed to be done.
I think we'll need to have a proper conversation about all that nonsense. Especially with everything that's been going on the last few days. That Zero seems to like us, but I can't blame him.
He gives you a thumbs up and a wide smirk.
We're just the coolest.
And we both laugh, and then he inches a little bit closer.
For real though, people get in trouble for this kind of thing. But if we do, I want to fight it. And I want your help to do that too. Talking to a Zero shouldn't have to damage our lives.
I agree. He approached us, and the intention was harmless. As long as no harm was done, I don't think we should get in trouble. Of course, letting one thing slide can easily turn into an avalanche.
In fact, I'm willing to fight for a world where no one cares about that stuff. And if Argus just uses that to make an example out of me, well, at least I tried. Everyone else just accepts their punishment without asking questions.
It's true. People can easily become blind to the status quo. Jump through enough hoops, and eventually you just get used to it. That's what Argus did. taught us all to jump without asking why.
Anyway, I'd hate to end this night on a sour note. I'm just drunk venting, and there's no need to do that right now. I came in here to thank you for tonight, and let you know that I'm here. I know things are getting off to a great start, but I'm still here. If you're ever lonely, scared, or thinking of home, just let me know. I haven't been this motivated in years, and it's all thanks to your arrival.
He smiles, his face tinted red.
I've got your back. I guess I just want to make that clear. At the end of the day, this give and take is all we really have.
I thank him for having my back. It means the world to me. Especially with how uncertain things would be for me right now. The genuine care he has for everyone around him is admirable.
But remember, it's not just me. You have Dante, Taylor, and Clace, too. Things are better here than where you came from. Don't forget that. Alright?
For saying that, I just want to give him a big hug. He stands up as if our conversation has reached to a natural end. Certainly has, in my opinion. Things are definitely better for me here. Nice home, a caring group of friends. I could get used to this for sure.
Enjoy your new life, Delta. And here's to a better tomorrow.
He leaves the room, happier than he'd been all night. It's been a relief that things went off smoothly without a hitch. I plug in my phone, lay in bed, stare up at the ceiling. It's almost been a week, but this doesn't feel like my bed. I wonder when will that change? And what might spark that change? The fact that we can make anywhere feel like home is rather peculiar. Just might take some more time. My eyelids feel heavy, and I soon succumb to fatigue. The very same fatigue that I fought off on Isaac's car when I first arrived. I feel this time, I can let it get the better of me. I deserve it after all. I sleep, despite my worry that the tomorrow I greet may not be better. Because vision or not, we're all united in our fear of what will come next. And then they were hungover. Uh-oh. Okay. So, I know that this is I think that was the point where the demo actually stopped because I never got to see what happened the next day. That was a very comedic transition. It went from very deep, emotional, and all of a sudden, something tells me that it's going to smell awful in this entire house. As soon as I wake up, I saunter over to the living room. I say saunter, since I'm not sure if there's a word for hangover walk. My slow, labored strides carry me towards the promise of a hot breakfast. But when I make to my destination, I'm immediately let down. There's nobody in the kitchen, and Clace is half asleep on the living room couch. I'm about to call his name, but Isaac beats me to it, entering behind me.
Hey, Clace. You forgetting something?
He moves slightly and speaks nonsense. Like he's caught halfway between dream and reality.
Dude, get up!
Suddenly, Clay jumps out of the couch, adjusts his scarves, and looks embarrassed. I suppose I'd be embarrassed too if I promised everyone a meal and messed up. But I'm sure we can still eat, even if it's just a bit later than initially planned.
Sorry. Just the hangover. I didn't expect the party so hard last night.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. You're just a lightweight.
You rang?
Taylor walks into a room looking like a zombie. He seems like the hits some of us harder than others.
Can't imagine partying like that too often. Maybe one day I'll be on your level.
I've been saying that for years, but you just can't beat Isaac and Taylor.
Dante enters the room with cup of coffee in hand. I swear that thing is glued to him. Come morning time.
Good to know I party harder than a pop star. I always knew I was special, but this just seals it.
That, and you don't let us down when you promise a hot breakfast. Sorry, Clace, but you're not gonna live this one down anytime soon.
It was an honest mistake. I'll handle myself better at the tavern.
Yeah, you were fine. You were definitely fine at the nightclub. Definitely enjoy our one-on-one time. His ears perk up, and a bright blush appears on his face. It's almost like, until this exact second, he forgot about our heart-to-heart.
Oh no.
He covers his face with his hands.
Oh no. Delta, forget everything I said. I was just drunk venting, I swear. I didn't even mean it.
Ooh, gossip time.
Well, I could go for some gossip.
Even Isaac leans in, curious about what happened.
You're all awful people.
He laughs and gets up from the couch and stumbles slightly.
And that's why you fit right in.
Oh, come here. I gotcha.
Isaac wraps an arm around Clay and helps him stay upright. Maybe he's not just hungover. He could still be kinda drunk too.
Thanks, man. I'll get you back one day.
Yeah, if I ever need it. I'm not quite the shot taker you are.
We look at one another trying to figure out what we should do. In his current state, Clay would certainly not be making us breakfast.
Wanna just hit up the Triple R?
You mean the hangover breakfast place?
I see you've already been told. That sound good to everyone else?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I not. Going to the Triple R is almost become a regular occurrence for me now.
I, actually have something important to talk about. And just so you know, yes, it is related to that zero.
Oh man, I almost forgot.
I was expecting a few hits to my score when I woke up this morning. Gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised. Looks like we're in the clear.
We all look at each other, then back at Isaac, as he wears a wide smirk.
What did you do?
Uh-oh. His smile simply widens even more.
Let's wait until we're eating, then I'll talk. Promise.
He reaches up and snaps a finger in an almost dramatic fashion.
Scene change.
Did he just simply... Did he just simply broke the fourth wall like that? We just simply... Let's change the scene.
Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
How did you do that?
Don't even worry about it. And look, breakfast is served.
We all look down to find our full plates before us. Clay whimpers as he rests his head on the table.
Did you need to do that while I'm this hungover?
Almost definitely.
Everything is spinning enough already.
He shakes his head and attempts sitting upright.
And I don't even remember ordering this. How much is it gonna set me back?
He turns his head towards the sign at the back of the diner. After seeing the price, he groans, but so do the rest of us. It's more expensive than normal. They changed the price.
What? That's no fair. They should have told us.
And give us the chance to say no? Doesn't seem very lucrative to me.
I guess the third R stands for robbery.
Or maybe Isaac's magic trick messed something up.
We all look at him a little confused.
Magic trick? What do you mean?
Yeah, right. Very funny.
This time, instead of looking at Clay's, we exchange glances with one another.
What's he talking about?
I haven't the foggiest. Anyway, Isaac, what's up?
Huh?
You said you wanted to talk to us about something zero related?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's just been a long night. Although, I did find a way to keep us out of trouble.
Really? How? Not gonna lie, I've been kinda worried.
Yeah, same. I've been checking my phone all morning. Figured it was only a matter of time before my score went down.
I bet you're all surprised that it hasn't changed.
Actually, yeah. And now you're starting to worry me. You did something, didn't you, Isaac?
Absolutely. In fact, I worked so hard I didn't get any sleep. And I did it all in the name of protecting my friends.
And yourself, of course.
Mostly myself.
How altruistic.
Yeah, I'm basically a hero.
And you tell me to keep my ego in check.
Wait. In order to stave off my increasingly growing paranoia, you didn't make another one of your mods, did you?
Promise to let me explain before you freak out?
That's definitely a yes, Dante. Oh, we're gonna get locked up for real now.
Let's give him a chance to explain before I start screaming.
Wait, why are we screaming? And what do you mean another one of his mods?
Did Isaac not tell you?
You're starting to worry me here.
He just likes to tinker with Argus tech. It's no big deal. That's why you won't be hearing any system notifications at home.
No big deal. You bug me about it like every day. It's been a couple years already. We're not getting in trouble, man.
True. Argus usually cracks down on that stuff right away. If you didn't get in trouble the first time, you probably won't at all.
I guess I'm just a ball of paranoia then.
Yep, that's what you are.
Likely.
Let's hear him out. I'm actually kinda curious what he did. Just please don't make us worry more than we already are. Every time you do something new, you just make us panic.
Look, that's not my fault, remember? I have a flawless track record. It's your trust in me that needs polishing.
So, even though you basically break the law, it's still our fault.
Good to know we're on the same page.
You better have a good explanation this time then.
Oh, I do. This one's a game changer. Ready to see the latest innovation from the House of Isaac?
Only if you never say it like that again.
I'm gonna second that.
30.
Wow, you too, Delta?
I shrug.
I'm gonna need your help with this one, though. Remember when you came to visit me at work?
Of course, if you ever need help again, just let me know. Even our first date, how could I forget? Oh yeah, I forgot you to charge that other day. Yeah, your bad memory threw me off that day. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go for this one. You mean our first date? How could I forget?
A date, huh? Well then, color me jealous. Didn't realize you two got off to a running start.
Dante, come on, now's not the time. I'm trying to tell you something important.
Right. Sorry. Sass is just my default.
Sass. Sass and sin. Cynical. Isaac shrugs and disregard what happened.
Alright, so, I've been making lots of big sales at work lately. However, earlier last week, I lost commission on a lot of them.
That has got to be painful.
Exactly.
It was, but there was a silver lining. A big one, too. Turns out, the people that bought them were up to no good. This is the part that Delta can vouch for, by the way.
Yeah, he told me when he applied that discount to my identity.
Knew I could count on you. Anyway, I decided to look into it, and I found something big. The purchases were made by an anti-Argus organization.
I think I've seen them in the news lately. Weren't they called Cypher or something?
Yeah, exactly. They helped the Zeros sneak into the city. But that was only half of their plan. They, kinda slipped up.
What was the other half?
Hooking up the Zeros with phones and identities. You know, basically starting a revolution.
Oh.
What? You can do that?
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
Isaac leans forward, clearly invested in what he's about to say.
Actually, it's not impossible. There was just no reliable way to test it out. Remember, this is the first wave of Zeros to enter any city. Everything until now was just practice, with no action.
And how does this help us?
Well, they had no way of knowing whether they'd fail or not. Sometimes you just don't know until you finally flick that switch. However, in slipping up, they left behind a perfect blueprint.
Oh? Here. He takes a phone out of his pocket and places it on the table.
Isaac.
You didn't.
I did.
He smiles and he slides the phone across the table towards Taylor, and Dante.
I made this for our new friend. He should be able to live in the city just like the rest of us. So, as far as everything goes, we're totally off the hook.
That sounds highly illegal.
Yeah, but it's not like we'll get caught. Though his new score did take a bit of a hit, for pestering a public figure and stuff.
I find this exceptionally hard to believe. You found a way to cheat the system overnight?
Not really, no. That Cypher group put in years of work. They basically left behind a test that was 99% complete.
And you knew the final answers.
Bingo! So, I'm gonna give this to that 0, and we can move on. We won't get in trouble for anything we've done. I guarantee it.
How can you possibly guarantee that?
I guess you'll just have to work on trusting me.
He always asks for the impossible.
I feel like we should have talked about this first. Maybe.
I couldn't just sit back and let you get in trouble. We hung out with that 0 and gave him city goods. At least now we don't have to worry about our scores.
Yeah, a ticking time bomb like this is way less stressful.
Come on, I'm just trying to help.
Is this why you went back outside to talk to him last night?
Yeah, I already kinda made up my mind.
Suddenly, his drunk venting last night made a lot more sense.
Can you at least give me a more technical explanation? You don't have to explain it like we're children.
Sure. You almost done eating? He's supposed to meet us outside a few minutes from now.
Upon hearing that, we all start devouring our meals.
Oh, and just so you know, he has a name now.
A name now? Why would he just simply... He just simply should be called just what he is. After furiously eating our meals, we leave the diner. Dante wasted no time getting back on topic exactly as we exited.
Well, what?
Aren't you going to tell us how you pulled this off?
Oh, right. Just didn't want to do it inside. Even if we're safe, it's still good to be cautious.
He looks around, ensuring that we have privacy. The streets are relatively empty today, so I think we're good.
Well, Cypher was actually pretty successful. They just slipped up in the end. They had no problem creating new identities to place on blank phones. Their logic was sound, and their internal testing went perfectly. But things always change when you put plans into action. Once the phones connected to Argus's database, they triggered alarms. The phones were flawless, but the identities didn't have a match.
So it was just pushing past an extra layer of security.
Well, I think that's certainly downplaying my ability. And if you want to get technical, it was like 10,000 layers. The moment those phones connected to Argus, Cypher was compromised. But I got to see exactly how they lost, and how to avoid it. It's something only a higher-up at Argus could accomplish.
You work retail.
Hey, I'm still pretty high up there. My security clearance goes a lot higher than you'd think. I even have right access to the pupil system.
Wait, seriously? I didn't know you were, successful.
I know what you're trying to say, so I won't take it as a shot. But yeah, that's why I'm aiming for that promotion next year. It'll actually put me closer to my true role inside of Argus.
So what, you can just create matching identities in the database?
Among other things, yeah. Remember, it's complicated. I'm trying to keep it easy so everyone understands.
It makes sense to me. but isn't that gonna look suspicious? I mean, a random guy just popping into existence last night?
Funny that you're the one to ask, Clace. Isn't your burner account basically the same thing?
Isaac is right. Technically, Place technically has a second identity. It's for his safety and anonymity as a pop idol, but it's still similar.
Oh, right.
So, it's definitely possible to create a new identity without issue. In fact, it's actually done every day, thanks to the VP system.
Now you're just throwing out random letters. VP? What are you talking about?
And that exact second, the Zero approaches us.
I didn't want to intrude, so I circled the block a few times. Then I came back and you were still talking, so I circled again. Honestly, this time I'm just showing up so I can ask you to stop.
He smirks at us.
So I am pretty curious about this pupil and VP thing. You said I'd be the first Zero in history to do all this, right?
Maybe keep that part down.
Oh, sorry. Forgot that was kind of a no-no word around here. Though I gotta say, I am grateful for the opportunity, Isaac. And don't think I forgot about the rest of you either.
He looks at me and gives you another smirk.
Glad to see they let the cool one tag along.
Isaac scoffs.
Hey, I'm totally cool! Especially after what I did for you!
Alright, prove it then. Tell me about this pupil and VP stuff.
Isaac looks around and it seems more people are outside now.
Maybe we should take this somewhere more private?
Yeah, good idea. I don't think we should bring him home, though. We should wait until we're really feeling safe.
Don't worry, I have an idea.
Oh, yeah?
My talent agency has a branch in almost every major city. There's lots of air travel, especially when an idol's on tour. There should be a small airfield nearby we can make use of.
Oh?
Airfield? Isn't that a little extra?
Well, if you want to make it as an idol, you have to be a little extra. Besides, those private jets are super secure. I hide in them all the time.
Hide? From what?
Just stupid stuff. You know, like responsibilities.
Of course. You know, when the kid actually knows where to actually hide from mom and dad for a long time after they know that they actually really screwed up.
And you keep becoming more and more relatable. I'm down, though. Hanging in a private jet sounds pretty awesome.
I like the sound of that, actually. And Clace's entry scan won't tip anybody off either. Especially if he hides in those things as often as he says.
And you'll tell me more about all this technical stuff?
Yeah, in style, too.
Guess I picked the right people to bug that day, then. Whatever you say goes, Isaac. I'm totally in your debt.
Uh-oh. Looks like my chair is falling apart. Yeah, definitely falling apart. If these office chairs weren't exactly so damn expensive, I would probably try to actually get, try to save for one. And definitely, I don't actually have enough. And I don't consider myself like so much of a public, I'm gonna say a stream celebrity. So actually, even ask people, to have me do a fundraiser. So I am definitely not gonna do them. So I'm definitely not gonna go that way. Alright. Eventually we make it to the airfield, and I started to look around. It was probably best to keep our plans quiet, so we chose to be cautious. The airfield is huge. Clay starts leading us to whatever plane he prefers. We ended up choosing a plane that was at the far back of the field. One that didn't look like it'd been used for a while, or would be used anytime soon. Well, the moment we enter, Clay closes the door behind us, leaving us in complete darkness.
You ready for the big reveal?
Oh?
Please, I can wait no longer.
I've never been in a private jet before, so I don't know what to expect. Since Clace is hyping it up, though, my expectations are shooting sky high. A moment later, he turns on the lights, and those expectations are exceeded.
And here we are, a real home away from home.
I quickly scan the room, taking in the beautiful sight before me. There's no windows, just one big screen, set to a scene of the sky. Without even lifting off, it already feels like we're soaring through the heavens.
Whoa.
He is... Yeah, we officially... Okay, it's time to celebrate. Clace has officially impressed Dante.
Incredible. What do you think, Taylor?
Moment passes, no response.
Taylor?
We look over in Taylor's direction and he's covering his face with his hands. Upon hearing us call his name, he spreads his fingers and looks at us. As he realizes the lights are on, he uncovers his face and remains silent.
So much for thriving in the dark.
Meanie.
Oh, I didn't realize you were afraid of...
It's because I'm not.
Oh, I see.
Before this king went any further, the Zero steps forward. I have to say, it's a bit peculiar that Taylor is afraid of the dark.
Damn, you weren't lying when you said this guy's famous. And rich enough to call a jet his home away from home, too? Maybe you can just pay off Argus if we ever get in trouble.
Bribe the authorities? Yeah, that would go over so well.
Probably not, and that's not why I call this place a home away from home either. The real reason is, well, I guess it's kind of complicated.
I'll take your word for it.
Or we could be real friends and let him explain. This place clearly means a lot to him, right?
Clace looks both excited and happy as Taylor defends it. Without wasting any moment, he jumps right into his explanation.
Well, you know how your home makes you feel, right? Safe, secure, and happy? It's familiar, so it has a lot of meaning.
Yeah, I feel that. Coming home after a long day at work. Couldn't think of a better feeling if I tried.
Well, I'm always traveling, so I don't really have a place like that. These jets all share the same internal design, so it's the closest thing I had. No matter where I was in the world, I could always come to a place like this. And for some reason, that gave me comfort.
We all look at one another before Dante jumps in with some trademark snark.
Depressing, but it makes sense.
Yeah, that basically sums up the life of an idol. But during my visit, I hope Isaac's home can feel special too. Never really had the chance to live in a normal house.
And Zero, that is why we let our friends speak. Look at all that info you were just about to shut down.
Sorry, the cold shoulder kind of became my go-to. In the city, it's best not to risk exposing my identity. Though I guess now that won't be an issue.
He tilts his head towards Isaac.
You want to get this show on the road?
Upon seeing the jet and hearing Clace's story, I guess we got a bit derailed. But the Zero was right. We had important business to take care of.
Right. Sorry. Where was I?
I heard something about the pupil system and VP. No clue what they are, but apparently they helped you cheat Argus.
Right. You ready? I think it's time we all take a seat.
We all sit down. Isaac looks lost in thought. I guess it wouldn't be easy to explain how he cheated Argus. It was a world first, after all. If it was easy to do, it would have been done by now.
Please kill me. I can't take the suspense anymore.
Oh? You want us to beat Argus to it?
Not funny, Dante.
It was actually kind of funny.
The serious marks as Isaac finally breaks free from his train of thought.
Right. So, the pupil system is basically a database of everybody. It's probably where the eyes of Argus find themselves the most. When we signed up, that's actually where we put all our info in. I have write access, which means I can create identities. When someone needs to sign up at my store, I can help them do it. Argus just trusts me not to do anything more than that, I guess.
You really have that much power?
I've worked for them ever since I was old enough to work. If there's anybody they trust with this clearance, it's me. There is a bit more to it, however. Like Clay said, he has a second account. A fake name and a fake identity in the name of his security. There's already a precedent for this sort of thing. I just had to look into it. Fake accounts and identities are mostly made for two groups of people. Celebrities, like our pop star friend, and those who make use of the VP program. Believe it or not, fake identities are created almost every day for it.
Okay, but what is it?
The Vision Protection Program.
That can't be real.
Oh, it is. People don't always have the best visions. In situations like that, Argus can give them a new lease on life. If you're a victim, or even commit a crime in your vision, they can relocate you. It's mostly a precautionary measure to stop crimes from occurring. At least, in theory, they want to stop bad visions from coming to pass. If you wanted to create an identity without suspicion, that'd be how.
He scoffs and shakes his head.
I'm actually kind of surprised, Isaac. Now that you explained it, I think I believe you.
Yeah, it was pretty simple at the end of the day. At least for somebody in my position.
Don't get cocky now.
Yeah, I only beat the system that governs our lives. Totally not a big deal, all things considered.
You need to work on your sarcasm, Isaac.
Well, I'm learning from the best.
We laugh, and the tissue of the room seems to disappear. I can understand Isaac's explanation at least a little bit. There's a lot of pieces falling into place at once. Places like an account, the VP system, and the pupil system, and Isaac's rank. Even those sales he lost at work, they all combined to let him pull this off. This feels like a culmination of everything I've experienced thus far.
So basically, you walked a digital tightrope, and now it's up to me to follow your footsteps?
A bit of a bad metaphor, if you ask me. I walked that rope, but turned it into a road for you. All the risky business is already taken care of, I promise.
If you say so.
I do.
So, let me get this straight. Cypher taught you how to put fake identities on phones, and your position at Argus lets you verify those fake identities.
More or less.
And you set it up like he were in the VP program, so it's technically the same as Clace's burner account?
Well, I didn't want to snoop on him in the pupil system. But from what I gathered while studying, they're essentially the same. And how many times has Clace gotten in trouble for using that account?
Honestly, never.
Exactly. Things are gonna be fine. As far as Argus is concerned, all of us are the same now. So what do you say? Ready for your new life, Zero?
Yeah, I think I am.
Isaac smiles and takes out the phone once again. Places it down in front of Zero, who quickly picks it up. I can tell he's confused, but he also looks incredibly happy.
Welcome to the system, Chiron.
Well, there you go.
Chiron? Is that my name?
Yep, picked it out myself. What do you think?
It's perfect. So I can use this just like anybody else.
You sure can. And don't forget about the tavern this weekend. From now on, you'll never drink booze off the streets again.
That was not my proudest moment.
What about this one?
It's definitely up there. I don't know how to repay you, Isaac.
Maybe less of that cold shoulder?
I'll work on it for sure.
He smiles, probably the first genuine I've seen one from him. I take the city life for granted. This made me realize it. What was normal for me was life-changing for Chiron.
Wait, he's gonna come to the tavern with us? Is that really a good idea?
I'll go scope it out, but I don't see why not. Want to meet back here in a few days and talk it through?
Sure, sounds good to me.
Oh, is this gonna be our new HQ?
I won't be leaving anytime soon, but that's just because I don't have anywhere else to go.
Make yourself at home. The couches probably beat the street. And yeah, we can meet again here when we need the talk. Like I said, these things are really safe and secure.
So, like Taylor said then, new HQ?
Yeah, new HQ.
He smiles, and for some reason, everything feels weird. It's like we're at a turning point in our own history, and the history of society. Chiron would always and forever be the first serial to integrate the system. Maybe there was hope for everyone else, after all. Uh-oh, we're back here. Sit in the chair with my face in my hands. The counselor immediately notices my fatigue and tilts his head. Looks like I was still recovering for our nightclub outing. Well, it's not like a bunch of other stuff didn't happen, but yeah. I guess everything was just starting to take its toll on me. Moving it's a big deal, but there's all this extra stuff. Of course, I had to keep a lot of it secret from my counselor. One person who's supposed to help me organize my head, ironic. He waits for me to speak, but I don't. Eventually he decides to get things started.
Things must have been rather hectic. It's not like you to be late, Delta.
I tell him there's a lot going on. I'm only half truthful. I say that our nightclub outing was intense, and I'm still catching up on sleep. Based on his understanding of my life, it's clearly enough to sate him.
Well, that makes sense to me. It was your first big outing. I'm sure you saw your friends in a new light, too.
Definitely.
Hopefully you like what you're starting to see. That may change if they feel like they've won you over. At that point, a lot of people feel like they can stop trying. It's not a bad thing, and it's something we all do. Enjoy this as a honeymoon phase, though, not the standard. You may start to notice their courtesies and time slowly fade away. But on the bright side, at least you won't be tired like this all the time. I'm assuming it was a one-of-a-kind welcoming celebration? If not, I may be kind of concerned for your friends.
He lets out a soft chuckle, like he was attempting to make a joke. I tell him that they were like a good time, but this was definitely over the top.
Sounds exciting. But I have to ask, is alcohol commonplace in your group?
Why not? Common, but not a focus. A genuine concern, but I tell him we're just enjoying my arrival.
Very well. Just make sure you're drinking for the right reasons. Sometimes people ask how much instead of why. Think about that if you ever want to self-evaluate.
It seems like a good time to tell him about the bar. Alcohol might be prominent for a while, especially on New Year's Eve. Oh, and I also slipped the fact that a delivery brought the booze to move in.
I see. So you weren't the only one moving in with Isaac. Interesting. Just make sure this celebrity doesn't pressure you into anything. A lifestyle like that can be just as dangerous as it is glamorous.
I shake my head. It wouldn't be a problem. Place seems really nice. But he also experienced Komore, so I'm still the odd one out. That's why I take these sessions, so I feel the need to tell him.
At this point, it's pretty unlikely that you'll run into anybody without Komore. Except for me, of course. The odds are just against people like us. But I have to ask, did he happen to tell you about his vision?
Honestly, he would... I don't know why he would... I don't know what this became an option. Honestly, I would say, yes, he told me about his vision, but I wouldn't say what.
Interesting. You know, you see a lot of people do that. Artists with visions always seem more established in the future. The temptation to steal an idea or two is more common than you think.
He fiddles with his paper before resting them on the table beside him.
Have you ever heard of the stolen Renaissance? It's a bit of an older term, but it's still used quite widely.
I shake my head. Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Well, right when the vision started, things were chaotic. They permanently threw society and technology down a different path. Some would even argue that it sabotaged a lot of positive change. This is hard to prove, but artists are a pretty good example. A lot of people ended up seeing futures where they created masterpieces. In their haste to recreate them, they fell short and ruined their careers.
That would be rather crushing.
Now, think about all the great pieces of art in our history. There's so many, and their influence on things is incredibly clear. But can you think of any since the day Komore began? There seems to be a rather peculiar halt, doesn't there? A lot of our greats taken away. A renaissance stolen. At least that's one of the more believable effects.
More believable? It reminds you of our group at the nightclub. talk more about theories of Komore, even absurd ones involving aliens. It was cool to hear how visions affect the society on a deeper level, though.
You don't really stop to think about these things until they're brought up. But I deal with a lot of patients and every friend group as an artist. It looks like your new acquaintance just got lucky. That's rare. Some artists are open about stealing from their future selves. In fact, recreating something you saw in a vision is like another form of art. A new skill to be mastered, completely separate from the base medium.
Never stopped to think about it like that. But then again, I've never had a vision. It's doubtful that you'd be able to remember every single detail of something you've made. Perhaps they just took the most important pieces and filled in the blank. Curious. I guess he's right. That'd be a measure of an entirely different skill. It's doubtful that you'd be able to remember every single detail of something you made. Still think it's weird that we borrow from the future, like it's a resource.
But then we have to talk about the more sinister theories. You know, like if somebody is responsible for Komore and all the visions. Imagine that. Having society's growth and art all in the palm of your hand.
That would be catastrophic. We're in the wrong hands. Other theories flood the forefront of my mind that Argus is responsible. If they could control visions and make us see what they wanted, wow. Part of me doesn't even want to think about that. The counselor did mention it in one of our previous sessions. Visions could be a trick to lure people down a certain path. Spend the rest of our sessions sitting in near silence, almost terrified. Then the stolen Renaissance? Then what else was taken from us? Maybe I truly am lucky not to be bound by a vision. Sudden word for my friends started to rise within me. Komore always was a force that nobody could compete with. But if it also happened to be created and could be managed, well then whoever was in charge would literally rule the world. And if it were Argus, then we may already be on their bad side. Part 2. First in all of history. Okay, so now...
Welcome to the second of 4 fragment maps. This will act the same as the first one, so no further guidance will be offered. Remember to read Delta's diary entries between pivotal fragments, and enjoy your journey.
Alright. Aw. Guess I can't romance him just yet. Well then, let's do it. I'm gonna go... Basically, gonna be kind of like... 1, okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try something else in a certain order. Certainly, even though I'm supposed to be looking them in a... Even though it's not supposed to have a particular chronological order, but I feel like there is.
Experience pivotal fragment. Grounded, yet free.
If you can make them love you, would you still love yourself? Wow, that's deep. Just as planned, the gang meets up in the private jet. Everything was a bit more clear, but far from being set in stone. Especially if we were planning to bring Kaigon into the Wayfarer with us. Just by default, places that already had an above average security. But if Isaac did pull this off, then I guess there wouldn't be any issues. Paranoia that others felt is slowly finding its place inside of me. Kyron and Clays are sitting at one of the couches in the back. They either beat us here or they've been here all along. For some reason, I'm surprised that they hit it off. They exchange smiles as they look down at Chiron's phone. Place must be showing what he can do with this new device. I bet he feels like a whole new world just opened up for him.
Hey, what are the lovebirds up to?
But me? And him?
Wow, when you say it like that, I'm offended.
No, I just meant...
Don't worry, Chiron, he's joking. Taylor's the king of putting people on the spot.
Yeah, but the crown is just way too heavy, so I leave it at home. Maybe you can come visit and take a look sometime.
He's also the king of flirting at the worst possible time.
Whatever. We're bonding over crimes. Isn't that the best way to do it?
Definitely not.
And suddenly the gravity of the situation sets in. No matter what, we're still aiding and abetting the Zero. Would that really make your bond stronger? For some reason, I doubt it. I really hope this has something to do with why they aren't in touch with their visions.
What were you two up to anyway? I hope we didn't intrude on anything.
He was just showing me some cool things I can do on my phone. Why do you ask? Is that a hint of jealousy I sense?
No, I can do cool stuff on my phone too. Just didn't picture you two as compatible.
He's pretty cool, actually. He even plays guitar. I'm letting him listen to some of my music.
It's really aggressive. Not a fan of music made on a computer, I guess. There's just something about the feel of those strings, you know?
As the conversation continues, we all move to seats of our own. Chiron really is just like one of us. I just can't understand the logic of Argus. Like, Chiron chose to be born on a colony. It was forced upon him. For example, if I left the city, I'd never be allowed to return. And if I had children on the colony, they'd be stuck there too. The choice to separate from Argus condemns your entire bloodline. That seems far from fair.
Well, more power to you two then. Maybe you'll get to feature on his next album.
And put an even bigger target on myself? Yeah, no thanks. I feel scared to even leave this plane. I'm working on it, though.
I hope you are, because I did some recon. Looks like you'll be joining us at the tavern for sure.
Oh? The sleuthing went well?
Far from sleuthing, but yeah. Just have a couple hoops to jump through.
All of a sudden, I'm curious about what Isaac has to say. Finalizing our tavern plans was the whole reason we came here, after all. But now he said Chiron can come too. I feel a bit more invigorated. And it makes sense to me now, how him and Clay's were able to bond. He was scared to leave the plane, and Clay's likes to hide away in here. Both things seem to add up perfectly to the psych place for me.
Hoops? What happened?
Just another thing for the pile, I guess.
Guys, it's not bad, I promise. But we'll have to sneak Chiron in the back door.
What? Why?
Yeah, I'm confused too. I thought the whole point of this was for him to be equal. Now we're sneaking him in like he doesn't even have an identity?
Basically.
Wanna tell us why?
I will, but you have to stop cutting me off every single time. I get that you're worried and confused, but you need to let me explain.
Fair enough. Without a word, everybody simply nods.
Well, it turns out the Wayfarer is running on outdated software. I can only guarantee that my fix works if the place is up to date. We could try, but honestly, it'd be pretty risky.
I guess that makes sense. But don't you have experience with out-of-date tech?
That's true. His car was far from current.
I feel like they'd notice if a random guy just pops up. Wouldn't we risk getting caught no matter what we do?
Not really.
Isaac smirks like he has everything figured out.
You know how sometimes they ID you a second time when you order drinks? Those handheld scanners are always up to date, maintained by Argus. So, if we arouse any suspicion, Chiron should pass that check just fine.
That's true. This also doubles as a method of payment. Dante held his phone up against one at the nightclub when he ordered tequila.
Kinda makes sense when I think about it. Didn't realize a version mismatch was that big of a deal.
It might not seem like it, but Yeah, what we have right now is basically a key. I can't guarantee it'll work if they change the lock.
Everyone is silent, following through on their promise to let him speak.
We cool?
It all makes sense. Bypass the outdated tech and get them to use a hand scanner. I looked up on the pictures of the Wayfarer, and outdated does seem to fit.
I'm cool with all this if you are, but what happens if the handheld scan doesn't work?
Oh, that's when we run.
Beautiful.
Kyra smirks and lets off a soft laugh. He scans the plane with his eyes, looking content.
Well, at least I know exactly where to run to. Thanks again, Isaac, for everything you've done.
No problem. Hopefully this is just the start of a new age. Did you see the latest headlines? About Hermes?
Who?
The leader of Cypher. No one knows who they are, though. Just a code name that seemed to stick.
Can't say I have.
They threatened Argus. Said they won't back down. Apparently, they still want to get phones to all your friends. They said it'd either be done by them or by Argus.
An ultimatum to Argus. That's certainly bold, but if you can pull this off, I'm sure they can too. No offense, but I'd wager Hermes is smarter.
Well, I don't think it matters if they can or not. If Argus doesn't step in, all the Zeros will starve and die. Remember, due to our rules, this is a hunger strike too. And not only that, but Cypher would step in, publicly overpowering Argus. They have the chance to save lives and their own public image. All they have to do is make the right choice.
Let the Zeros live in the city, you mean?
I don't see any other option for the people in power. It seems like a total checkmate, doesn't it?
Lose to a mysterious rebel organization or let innocent people die? If I were Argus, I think I'd know exactly what to do. Pride isn't always worth the price.
Well, Argus is so mysterious, we have no idea what they're thinking. If this is when they show their true colors, I just hope we like what we see.
Yeah, those protests seem to be getting pretty heated. I'd hate if they escalated into violence and people got hurt. Do you think Argus might force them out of the city?
I doubt it. Remember, the spotlight is on them now. Every move they make will be scrutinized as much as possible. It really looks like we might be moving toward unity for once.
He looks over at Kyron and smirks.
And in that case, we didn't do anything wrong. We were just ahead of the curve.
I guess I'm not surprised. We could see the tensions mounting right in front of us. Let's just hope that Argus wants to negotiate and compromise.
Did Cypher issue a timeline for this?
Yep, right after New Year's. During the anime convention, too.
Looks like it'll be an interesting couple weeks then. Happy to be part of the gang and have front row seats. And if the world goes down, well, at least we all go down together.
Love the sound of that.
Of course he tunes in at the first mention of getting down.
Hey, what can I say?
Ideally nothing.
Yeah, a small laugh between friends and shoot. As everything seems a bit better. A bit scared since we seem to be on the verge of a big societal change. The uncertainty of what that change is starts to terrify me. I'd like to believe that Argus is good and they'll compromise with the Zeros. However, we hardly know anything about them. Just that they're kind of in charge. This is their chance to step in and show the world who they really are. And by extension, seal our own fates as well.
So, what's next then?
Well, we have our game plan for the weekend. Let's say we meet at the Wayfarer after supper on Friday.
It works for me. Kinda excited to see what this place is like. I'll meet you nearby, and we can work on sneaking me in.
And only a few days later, it's time for the Quantum Leap.
The what?
Oh yeah, they mentioned that the other day. I never did get an explanation on what it is.
It's just a tradition I'm starting. You know how midnight is the best part of New Year's Eve? Well, we rig a few clocks so we get to do it 4 times in one night.
Whoa, that sounds awesome. Will Chiron be able to come?
I'm not so sure about that right now. Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer.
I'm okay with that. Wouldn't want to be a thorn in anyone's side, but I do have one question. Could you take me to the Triple R?
We'll exchange glances before directing our eyes towards Isaac.
It's current. Shouldn't be a problem at all. How about we meet there tomorrow?
Yeah, sure thing. It'll be our first group outing. Let's just hope that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hope.
Taylor holds his hands up like he's raising an invisible shot of glass.
Here's to, living life on the edge?
Kyron smirks, raising his hand as well.
The best place to be.
View Journal Entry 1. View Journal Entry.
That's not. Alright, so let's see here.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment. Isaac 2.
I don't know, I feel like with Isaac, I kind of feel like a little bit more attractive for some reason. I enter the Triple R and find Isaac sitting at a nearby table. Again, it's weird how much I've been here lately. Home away from home. He'll order something light. Try to save the money for the wayfarer. Isaac waves me over with a big smile on his face. I'm happy to be here after planning this last time we talked. It's always felt good to make plans that people follow through on.
Hey, Delta! Good timing! I was just looking over my invitation to Argus HQ. Something tells me this promotion is already mine.
Alright, he was up for promotion within Argus. I remember hearing about that a couple of times since I moved here. This time, there was some paranoia associated with it, due to current events.
A bit nervous to meet some of these higher-ups, though. Only ever seen their names and titles in mass emails, so it's almost like they're these figures from folklore. But I know that they're people just like me. And maybe one day I'll be the one sending those emails. Believe it or not, I've contributed a lot to the company during my service.
Tilts his head towards the window, turned to look outside.
See those drones buzzing about? I helped Argus optimize the code that they run on. Before my update, they definitely weren't as efficient. That's the cool thing about computers, though. They don't have to think before acting, they can just act. If the code is good enough, they can run purely on instinct. Or at least, whatever the machine equivalent of instinct is. After my update, the litter in the streets really tapered off. You'd think that'd satisfy me, but I keep reaching higher. That's why I'm so excited about this opportunity. But given the whole Chiron situation, I'm also scared. I tell myself that my actions are morally sound. It seems to help. It just reminds me of this old saying I used to hear. It's better to fall for your own beliefs than cave in the face of others. But we should change the subject anyways. Far too grim for me.
It kind of does make sense, yeah. Because at the end of the day, you're standing on for your own, what you believe on your own. And if you have to face, death or even something worse than that, it's, all you're doing is, in a way, the best way that I can say, how can I say? This is the best way that I'm trying to phrase it. At the end of the day, you can only kind of like confirm your own beliefs and your own experiences, so whatever you take to the grave, you take it with you. So ideally, you should never actually, fall, like he said, cave in the face of others. So it's like, you should not necessarily, fight for another set of beliefs that are forced upon you, especially when you don't believe in those things. But if you believe in your own things, completely from the very beginning, and it's more like it's not been forced upon you. It's more like you've been given alternatives to think, and you study them. You take upon them. Then it's better, like I said, it's better to fall for your own beliefs, and as it says. Yeah, it's getting a little too deep. I turn back to face him and he smiles at me. I didn't know he actually contributed that much to Argus. Maybe he really was held back by wasting his days in retail.
Here, look at this.
He looks down on his phone, but tilts his head towards the drones once more. As he starts to tap away at his device, they start to move back and forth. It's clear he was in control, making them some sort of dance.
Manual override, see? For testing optimal flight paths and observing the city. Or in this case, to make myself look extra cool.
That is pretty cool, actually. And asking he's allowed to do that as well. Showing off shouldn't have get him in trouble after all.
Yep, I'm allowed to play with them whenever I want. Of course, it's supposed to be in the name of optimization. Every month, I have to give Argus more effective flight paths. Yeah, you'd think after a while I couldn't optimize them anymore. But Argus doesn't believe in that. Everything could always be better. Helping them with stuff like this definitely got me in the running for my promotion.
All of a sudden, I hope he gets the job. His passion is unmatched. I just hope that it remains unaffected by our recent side endeavors. Losing your future in a battle for positive change was never a really good thing. He shrugs right after this exchange, unsure of what should happen next.
Well then, what should we talk about? Maybe our trip to the Wayfarer this weekend? In retrospect, it'll actually be the perfect night for me. Bomb my interview? I can drink to cope. Nail it? Then I'll drink to celebrate. And I'll be with my friends, too.
That'd be nice. Honestly, for me, I would love to just simply get together with a couple of friends for a good meal. Yeah, I know, I don't drink that much. I don't drink at all, but, you know, just sharing a good meal with people that you enjoy having sometime, even that is really good. And with all that, my stomach is starting to hurt. And yeah, starting to feel hungry. Just give me a moment, I'm just checking. Honestly, if I had a car, I would actually find a way to get to the Japanese supermarket and get myself some curry. Or even, you know, a couple of meals that I could actually buy myself. But I'm stuck at home. Honestly, I wish I could do without all the excessive fees that I get from ordering, you know, delivery. Also, some of the places that I would like to actually get some good meal from, they don't actually appear, especially on Grubhub. Hold on, just checking on a couple of things. Honestly, I would love to get some sort of a beef stew or something that I can actually get. But even I know, but damn, the prices are just keeps getting high and high. Can I just simply just get a good meal? Honestly, I mean, I'm not saying that things are a little too far, but a lot of the restaurants near me are literally up a hill. So it'll probably be quite a bit of a trek for me to go somewhere. Damn. Really that high, huh? Going all the way up to 21. Just for this particular location, it would be almost 20 so dollars just for one particular plate. Come on, really? Well, I like the fact that this one is particularly much affordable in a sense. Yeah, let me see. Where is this actually? Hmm. Interesting. What would this place be? Oh, figures. Really far. Yeah, way too far. Ooh, this sounds interesting. Though not as a meal. Yeah, I can definitely see that they don't actually have my favorite dish in this place. That's too bad. Yeah, looks like this is much more as a cafe rather than a restaurant itself. Sorry if I'm taking a little too long. I'm just trying to decide if what do I want to actually eat for lunch, possibly dinner. Yeah, the one that's closer to home is actually extremely expensive. I swear, this is why I feel like we're going down a spiral. If this was like my own place that I'd be living, I'd set up myself for a treat stream. But sadly, I don't want people to just simply randomly send me food whenever they want to, and then my family will be asking, what the hell are you doing? We got food or something, or all of a sudden somebody would say, you got a lot of money to be spending on that. Don't want to get into that sort of trouble. But the thing is now, the greatest dilemma. What should I buy? Actually, it's already, light bulb just started on me. Maybe I'll just get some, Chinese. Easy to go to. Maybe I should try to get something a little bit more than just simply my sesame chicken. Oh, then again, you know what? Let me just continue on. I know, I'm stalling and I'm gonna get even more hungry, but I get the feeling that I'm gonna need my money a little bit later. He shakes his head as he finally realizes he was rambling again.
Maybe you want to contribute to the conversation? I'm curious how things have been treating you, Delta. Especially when it comes to Dante, Taylor, and Clace.
Telling that thing has been going good, aside from the current paranoia. Getting to spend one-on-one with everybody definitely helped. In our group setting, sometimes sarcasm and snark got in the way.
Yeah, we do love to joke with one another. But more private things like this definitely help with bonding. I hang out with the others like this too. You should definitely keep it up.
I nod and I let him know that I plan to. I'm actually supposed to hang out with Taylor tomorrow. It'll be the first time I see his house. I'm actually kind of excited.
Oh, of course. An invitation to Taylor's house. I'm sure you can tell what he's expecting, right? He did the exact same thing to me when we first met.
Yeah, Taylor was definitely transparent about what he wanted. Dante hadn't really shown any interest in me that way, though.
Really? You should see the stuff he says in my DMs. Maybe he's just too shy to put the moves on you. But I think he wants to. Pretty bad, actually.
I would be probably like that. I'd be the sort of person that I'm oblivious. If you guys were actually really trying to hit on me, or any gals out there, I'd be pretty oblivious, or I'm more like, can we just simply not go to, let's just say, the third base already? I just want to actually just start out as good friends, you know? Dante has moves? I mean, maybe he's idly flirting with me? But I hardly feel him making advances like the others.
You'd be surprised. I know almost everything there is to know about these people. Well, except for Glace and Chiron. They're relatively new. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't turn into gossip, I'll answer. That's not really my style. Gotta stay in the lines.
As intrigued as I am, I didn't come here to talk about other people. I'm here to talk to him. I'm getting to know him better.
Oh, of course, you're right. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. Probably just nervous, you know? Well, I guess I'm an open book. Is there something you'd like to talk about? Better hand you the wheel before I steer off course again.
Actually, there has been a thing or two on my mind. Ever since I arrived, his vision has hinted a couple of times. Needs to be more and more relevant, but I think I want to know about it.
Wow, guess I should have expected that. There's one thing that I'd rather not talk about, and you pick it. Turns out I'm not as much of an open book as I thought. Sorry.
It's fine. I never force him to speak about his vision. That's why I told him I only talk about it if he's comfortable. Perhaps one day he'll open up about it, though. It's quite intriguing. A bright future and one that's linked to our current situation with Chiron? Part of me assumes that this all ends in our favor. But it really couldn't be that simple, could it?
I'd rather get to know each other better, if that's okay with you. You know, who we are here and now, and where we came from. A lot better than talking about a future that might not happen, right?
I guess that's fair. I decided to ask him about that jacket he's always wearing. Taylor picked on him for it. He seems to wear it at work. Everything implied he has some sort of deeper meaning to him.
Oh, yeah. I guess I do wear it a lot. Taylor only picks on me because he knows it's meaningful. But it was just given to me from someone special in the past. Fit them a lot better than it does me, though. That's why I keep saying I'll grow into it. I don't just mean it physically, you know?
It makes sense to me. It's kind of like filling someone else's shoes. Or perhaps feeling worthy enough to carry on someone's legacy.
Have you ever had something that makes you feel safe or comfortable? I guess it's kind of like that. A memento or a souvenir from the past. Dante has some old wallet, well, I have this jacket. Pretty simple.
True, Dante did have a wallet. Those things were pretty obsolete. Besides, like Memento was stylish, made him look good. I voiced that sentiment. He blushes almost immediately.
Glad to know I can pull it off. I thought I always came second to your sense of style. You didn't have to dress up for this, you know. It's pretty casual.
I always do my best to look good. Presentation is important. At least, that's what I was taught.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of what you were taught, I thought I'd ask you about your life back at home. Or your old home, I guess. If you're comfortable. Wow, really? I didn't know it was like that. Probably for the best that you left it behind then. I didn't mean to drum up any bad memories. I apologize.
What just happened? I didn't say anything, it just... something glitched. Tell him it's fine, and that it's important to open up from time to time. There's obviously a few things that he's been holding back on purpose, too. I'm in no rush to find out, but I tell him that we should never be afraid to talk to each other. I think my implication is pretty clear, that he can trust me with his vision.
Oh, trust me. I know. It just takes courage, that's all. But I think I'll have plenty of that on New Year's Eve. I plan to tap into it and make our bond even stronger.
It works for me. It actually makes me more excited. The Quantum Leap is starting to sound better and better. Taylor had a good idea. It should catch on and become a thing. Of course, that's just a hopeful part of me talking. It could easily just devolve into a night of drunken debauchery. And something tells me that Taylor wouldn't mind that at all. Isaac yawns and stretches before giving me another smile. I feel like I know him better, especially about work in his past. As vague as he was, I'm sure the gaps will be filled later on. He grabs the menu by the sides and opens up with a groan.
Just what do we order?
That was exactly me just a few minutes ago. It's like, what should I order? It's like, yeah, I want to have some, I would love to actually get, you know, I would like to get something that, you know, filling, yet not so harsh on the stomach either. Most importantly, I want to be able to, you know, just eat it and enjoy it. Anybody got like at least some sort of a good idea on, you know, what kind of food might be, you know, good to actually order at this point? I feel like I'm running out of ideas. Or at the very least, it's what I want, but I don't really want to actually break the bank just for doing it. Then again, you guys don't know where exactly I'm living, so it's gotta be really hard for you to actually pinpoint what sort of a restaurant it's good to order from here. Although this particular dish, that sounds pretty appetizing. May not exactly be my regular cuisine, but it's definitely, it piques my interest. Basically, meat, meat, and more meat. I know, I should be eating my veggies as well. Mm-hmm. What do I order? Sometimes I really just want to have like some sort of a beef stew or something, but I'm not seeing anything nearby. Yakitame, bento, and katsu? But the more I see these prices, I'm like, it's really getting expensive to just being existing. You know what? I'm biting the bullet. Although, let me see, how much do I got in my... Maybe I can do this. Just give me a moment, I'm still kind of ordering. Only you guys had to see exactly what I'm going through. Alright, hopefully this should be enough. Eesh. This is gonna hurt, but I'll do it. Looks good. Alright, gonna have to wait until my order comes in. I swear I'm probably gonna have to need to try to find a way to even make something to take to work tomorrow.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being secretive.
Alright, let's see the shenanigans that happened in group chat.
Hey, you all there?
Of course. What's up?
Well, I just want to thank you for letting me join the chat.
No problem. The pleasure is all mine.
Oddly enough, I actually feel like I'm part of the group now.
Let me guess, you didn't before?
Not really, but getting added to the chat kind of changed my perspective.
Yeah, it tends to do that.
What do you mean?
It's kind of like a paradox. You're not part of the group until you're part of the group.
I don't follow.
The same thing happened with Delta. By the time we added them, they were already moved in. It's like a rite of passage, making it official, you know?
I guess it makes sense.
Don't listen to them, Clays. Delta didn't even feel that way. It was just decided for them.
Yeah, and we're doing it again.
Please don't. You should let people tell you how they feel instead of choosing it for them.
I like that. Let's do that.
It's so much better when you control the narrative, though.
All right, yes, because you're the writer.
As the writer.
There we go.
Hey, don't be rude to Dante. His writing changed my life.
That's pretty dramatic.
But it's true. You're a genius, plain and simple.
This is flattery. Please continue.
Ooh.
Well, before we got into all that, I was about to suggest something. And if you're as smart as I think, there's no way you disagree.
Go on.
Well, you keep saying that I'm one of you now, but I definitely feel like the odd one out.
Because of the stardom?
I don't know. I just feel better if I could have a nickname in the chat. I wouldn't want people to find out I'm here and try to get to me through you.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're totally right.
Speaking of controlling the narrative,
Haha.
Hey, I'm not controlling anything. Great minds just think alike.
They definitely do.
They're hitting it off.
That's not the expression at all. It's more like stupid is as stupid does.
You calling us stupid?
If you don't know, then you're only proving my point.
hey, all of you, in the interest of conserving my rapidly declining IQ, what kind of nickname would you suggest?
Bubblegum. Or cotton candy.
Hello?
Cotton candy, huh? I dig it. Love the way it melts in my mouth.
Oh, you just had to go the lewd way.
All right, bubblegum it is.
Denied.
Shut down.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
Just so you know, and I mean this respectfully, I will absolutely mess up and use your name.
Well, I'll change my picture and name then. If you slip up and call me Clace, just censor it in any screenshots.
A fair compromise.
I was gonna try and put your mind at ease by telling you how secure this chat is, but I know Taylor posts screenshots of it every day on social media.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought this up. But I'm not gonna tell him to stop. It's your chat, not mine.
Hey, there's no need to do that. Back at the nightclub, we promised you privacy. Let me help you out here. It's not a big deal.
I'd really appreciate it. This vacation is supposed to be a blast. I wouldn't want it to turn into something stressful.
It's settled then. But you're appearing on Taylor's stream, right? It might be a bit harder to keep your presence low-key.
Nah, it's fine. None of my viewers know where I live. I'm a private guy too, so I can understand Clace's request.
Definitely. It's like, how many people would actually know where someone else actually is? None. Unless you're actually that sort of stupid and you actually say exactly and use your name, your real address, and everything else.
Oh, that's fair. Well, anyway, back to what we were saying earlier. We're happy to have you here, Clace. And you're safe with us.
Yeah, if anyone messes with you, I might just get angry.
I'd be willing to put up a moderate to severe fight.
See? Your own personal bodyguards.
Thanks, guys.
Experience pivotal fragment. Useful inconveniences.
You're always the last to realize, but you never wish to see. Okay. These sessions were quickly becoming a source of stress. The man was supposed to be the guide, and he seems to walk a different path. I could never tell him what we did to Argus. What we did to his bosses. As I try to give him vague answers, I hope he doesn't find me suspicious. His perception and ability to make me talk could easily incriminate all of us. My direct line to Argus is gonna become a liability rather than help.
Perhaps you should tell me more about this new friend of yours, Delta. Has he been a positive addition to the group? Are you scrutinizing him? Remember, you're not the only outsider anymore. You have a new perspective.
You shouldn't have actually said anything about it, About saying that you got a brand new friend of his, Because now it's actually something that you really brought up a little bit too much. It's true. Think back at one of our earlier sessions now. Gave me advice. Some of my friends would put me under a microscope. Since Clay's is the new blood now, the microscope kind of shifted to him. And now I'm looking through the lens. It wasn't bad. I like what I saw. And a microscope might be a bit hyperbolic. This was how Isaac and the others judged me, and it was fine.
Go ahead, take your time. I'm just curious to learn about your social life.
He's great, and it's cool to know somebody of note.
I can imagine it might have its benefits. But remember that he's more than just his fame. A lot of people in his life probably don't, Not that I know who he is. It's just an educated guess. Some of the patients that I counsel are people of note as well. They all share similar struggles. The lack of genuine connection.
I nod, and that makes perfect sense. Just treat him like a person. I do that by default. The fact that other people the fact that other people don't is just kind of depressing. I gotta smile for him before he starts scribbling more notes. Every time he does that, I start to get more and more paranoid. I could tell that he was hiding something. What was he writing?
Moving on, I actually wanted to ask you something. Did you watch that report last week on Komorebi's anniversary?
I didn't have much of a choice. Don't want to lose points.
Good to know that you care about your score. A lot of people just shut off their TV and take the hit. It's not a huge penalty, but it takes some time to recover.
There's no way Isaac would have allowed that. I didn't even want to watch it though, I'm perfectly honest. Remember Argus stroking their ego? It's something about nostalgia. I'm curious why he brought this up though, so I sit and listen.
They actually skipped over something pretty important. Do you know how Komorebi got its name?
Yeah, divisions leaked into our world like beams of light in a forest.
No, not the meaning of the word, Delta. I'm talking about how the world came up with it. How we all agreed that Komorebi was the right term.
Actually, don't know that story.
Odd of them to omit such a big detail, isn't it? Celebrate the history, but leave out some of the origins? It's not anything super interesting, but it's a story I like to share.
I nod. I'm actually curious why the Komore was chosen. It's not something I stopped to question. To me, it was just the nature of things.
When the visions first began, nobody knew what to call them. Everyone had ideas, but nobody could make a decision on behalf of the world. It had to be the other way around. The world needed to make this decision. Each country was allowed to take submissions from their citizens. Then the entire world would vote on which word or country would win. There was a huge summit where the votes were inspected and revealed.
It was like a contest? Interesting.
Japan and the submission of Komorebi won by a landslide. It was likely because of its relation to nature and beauty. We thought a term like that would make things less scary.
Fair enough.
Mitigating the fear that Komorebi created was very important. The contest helped people focus on a cause and unify once more. People argue that without it, society may have ended up collapsing.
Sounds pretty intense, but it also makes sense. Komore created chaos, and it's well documented how bad things were. Getting the entire world to band together for a friendly competition? Good idea.
We'll never know for sure, but it's interesting to think about. Anyway, I just think it's a nice story to share. But there's a little more. It leads into a lesson that I like to teach my patients.
So that's what he was doing. Story was actually just a setup for some advice. Seems very wise, though, so listen with my curiosity piqued.
Well, imagine yourself staring at the sun. A pretty foolish idea, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Now put some trees between you and the sun. The beams shine through, becoming something new and beautiful. What could once hurt you now becomes something you can't look away from. You can only fully appreciate it because something got in the way. Next time something obstructs you, just stop and think about that. A lot of people see these things as bad, but they're not. Is it truly an inconvenience? Or is it the chance to discover something new?
I can't help but relate to my current situation with Chiron. Feels like sheltering this zero is going to get in the way of my life. Or at least, the path that I expect my life to take when I arrive. I've been so quick to think, woe is me, and pity myself. Or perhaps I should take this metaphor to heart and change my thinking. What originally got in my way might just make my life more beautiful in the end.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. A brief reprieve.
Surrender is worse than defeat, as it comes with the loss of hope. Two big words, and I can very much relate to that. And I can already tell you guys because, well, when I pretty much thought that, there was something I could do to, let's just say, mend some friendships. But the moment that I realized that there was nothing I could do about it, that I already did everything that was within my own power, then it just simply realized that, I should just give up. Pretty much it was more for my sakes, but the more you think about it, surrender is indeed probably worse than defeat. I gave up on those friendships because technically we just lose hope that something else was actually there. Friendship for me, I just felt like I just had to just basically admit there was no friendship. There was no real bond. It was just wishful thinking. So, with that loss and hope, that's all I could ever do. And just keep moving. Alright, continuing on. We all sit around the kitchen table, much like when we did when we were pre-gaming. This part of the house became reserved for our more special plans. Starting a campaign in Rebels and Revels was certainly special. Not only that, everybody's also stoked up on those gummies. So we'd be role-playing under the influence. Pretty tall order. These games usually had us pretty complex systems to abide. But with Taylor as our GM, I'm sure he'd be pretty lax. I feel he'll make it more fun, even if my character sheet looked like a spreadsheet. There's something I knew is that nobody liked working with spreadsheets. I created my character and named it after myself. Delta, sword-wielding warrior. But that's all I knew. In this world, and my place in it, I have no clue. It's odd how that kind of mirror how I felt in real life. The game's set in a completely different world, and I can still relate. It's probably a good sign, though. I hate to play as someone I couldn't relate to.
Alright, well, I don't want to get started just yet. These things usually take a little while to kick in, you know? Maybe we should just chat and relax until I'm ready to go.
Oh? Nervous about being a GM?
Maybe a little, but it'll disappear. I usually end up locked to the couch when I have these things. If I start to doze off, I give you permission to write on my face.
Permission appreciated, and likely to be abused. Chiron, you got any special requests? I'll draw on your behalf.
We all turn our heads toward the table on the table. Slightly choppy video call with Kyron was already well in progress. It was too risky to have him over just yet, but he was happy to join in remotely.
Pretty sure all our minds went to the same place. Let's keep it a secret. I want to hear him scream when he looks in the mirror.
Pretty sure he does that every morning anyway.
Wow, rude. And I'm organizing this entire campaign for you. Figured you could show me a bit more respect.
Denied.
We will. Until you pass out, that is. And if you feel bad, just remember that you did this to yourself.
Exactly. Isaac waves permanent mark in the air as if it were a threatening gesture. It's true, at least. Taylor is the one who came up with the wager. And I feel the gummies kick in. I just hope I don't pass out either.
Anyway, Kyron, how are things going? Hopefully nobody's given you any trouble.
Oh, it's fine. Totally living a life of luxury. I could use some better food, though. The stuff on board is super stale.
Oh, that's no good. But definitely expected. It's actually part of why I chose that jet.
Wait, you chose the stale food on purpose? Heartless.
No, not the stale food. It was the rarely used jet. Any other one, and you might have woken up in the air.
That sounds like it'd be fun, though.
It'd be a great way of getting caught, though.
Fair. I've just been craving some adventure, I guess.
This campaign should definitely scratch that itch.
I've never really played Rebels and Revels before, but I'm sure it will. And if you really need to get out, we can always go back to the Triple R.
I'd rather come to Isaac's place, honestly, especially after hearing about the quantum leap.
That's still a bit too dangerous. But I'm hoping to know more soon.
Yeah, it's hard with all those Argus agents walking the streets. It's just making tensions rise across the board. Not a help at all.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Armed Argus agents watching the protests. It's probably just an intimidation tactic.
That's a pretty bad way to de-escalate conflict, though. The threat of retaliation, and even further escalation?
It's worked in the past.
Really?
Yeah. If you're set up to fail, then there's no point in striking. But it's really confusing in this situation. It's all been peaceful.
That's why a lot of people don't trust Argus. A lot of moves they make are equally good and bad. But behind the shroud of mystery, most people focus on the bad.
Mm-hmm.
Why hide something if there's nothing to hide, right? I think Argus's silence is their greatest weakness. Things could be so much better than they are.
Well, at least there's no agents around my plane. But I agree. Argus needs to step up and say something. All of this could be resolved with a single meeting.
Oh yeah, I heard that Cypher is calling for the leader of Argus. They've never appeared in public before, so nobody knows who they are. But things are currently at a stalemate, so they might actually show up.
Yeah, there's hopeful
I
wish.
can confirm that one, actually. Argus is kind of a mystery. The farther you go up the chain of command, the more secretive things are. I'd love to see the leader appear and negotiate, but I doubt it'll happen.
Well, if Argus does nothing, then we win anyway. Hermes is going to get phones to all those zeros regardless.
That's what Hermes said, at least. Nobody knows the true goals of either side here. But giving Argus time to act might end up backfiring.
How so?
Well, it's hard to get food in the city if you're a zero.
Right, the starvation thing.
That, and each second gives Argus more time to plan. If they had agents good at acting, they could even infiltrate the Zeros.
Or Cypher, for that matter. They could sneak in and tear it apart from the inside. People say Argus is just doing nothing, but I doubt it. It's more like we can't see what they're doing. But in their minds, I'm sure they've already planned it all. Whatever happens in the next week or two is likely by their design.
So if they let Cypher get phones to the Zeros?
It'd be a valid tactic. Let them break the law and then crack down. But I think we'll be seeing a move from Argus first.
What makes you so certain?
Well, if they don't do anything, Zeros could start dying. I can already see some of them on the streets looking famished.
Oh.
Hermes extended an olive branch, sure. Argus could end this immediately by embracing the Zeros. But the longer they don't, the worse everyone's condition is getting. I can't imagine what it's like to be Hermes right now. But if they're anything like me, they know where they messed up. If Argus doesn't comply, they really could get phones to all the zeros. So this whole you do it or I will thing actually makes sense. I just wish that Cypher would strike while the iron is hot. Waiting on Argus to act is just endangering lives.
What a complex situation. Seems like the Zeros would get phones regardless, though. And those phones will either come from Cypher or Argus. However, the longer both sides wait to act, the more lives are at stake. Not every Zero had a friend like Isaac to get into the system. If casualties become a factor, my heart will shatter. However, Argus is certainly losing some credibility. I even saw in a news poll that almost everybody wants to help the Zeros. The longer Argus takes, the more public opinion shifts to support Cypher. And if a Zero died on the streets of starvation, well, I imagine that shift will turn more into a landslide. But maybe that's part of Cypher's game, eroding Argus's public image. However, this Hermes was, or definitely a genius, holding the people that govern our world into a stalemate. Just wish that the pieces on where we're in actual lives.
Any chance we could get things moving? I know the world is depressing, so that's why I wanted to do this. The slumber party and this new campaign, it's more like an escape.
Fair enough. We'll all exchange glances and nod. This slumber party was supposed to be fun, not scary. Try as we might, I don't think we could affect what's happening outside. And so, we stay inside in an attempt to drown out the external drama. But as we're about to start a campaign, I can't help but to stare at the table. A board is placed down with figurines in various spots, ready to move. And Taylor, behind a cardboard partition, looks down at it. One person completely in charge, despite the will of the characters. One person guiding things down a specific path no matter what happens. In that moment, it was impossible to deny the parallels. I can only hope that Taylor's a merciful GM. And perhaps that Argus is a merciful corporation.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment. Dante 2.
Alright. Let's hear you out, Dante. My favorite cynical and sarcastic boyfriend here. I enter the Triple R and my hunger and thirst is immediately apparent. I had a distinct smell, but it's a good one. Definitely loosens up the wallet. Speaking of that old expression, I'd be meeting Dante for lunch today. He was the only person I knew that still carried around the wallet. A bit old-fashioned, especially when everything is forced onto our phones. But I guess it could be useful for something. Whatever that something could be. I eventually find him sitting at a table in the back corner. I mean, I kind of relate to that. I mean, I don't think I can ever go anywhere without my wallet. And right now, I'm actually invested myself on a coin pouch. Believe it or not, there will be places in which they will only accept cash. And trust me, carrying around big bills, it's downright, how can I say, stupid. I can still remember people just literally coming in to the Taco Bell where I was working for, and even though it says that we do not accept $100 bills, they still get angry and demand that we give them the exact change. But then it's like they come in with a $100 bill and all they do is just order just a $5 or even a $10 thing. And it's like, who carries around $100 bills? Honestly, in this day and age. Especially if you're not gonna go to a place to get on places that are not necessarily that expensive. That is just stupid. You're just carrying out a big bill, just expecting that you're gonna get just a bunch of change? Ugh. And again, it's stupid. I can't... People at the very... It's like you can actually just deposit it at a bank and, just... Or even just ask for, in those places, to get the proper change. But I guess not everybody's got that sort of common sense. It's not what I expected to see. You all usually have that... We all kind of have that a usual table. But I guess we weren't here as a group. So it was just me and him. My one-on-one time has been kind of limited so far, actually. It was nice to be able to see my friends outside of our group dynamic. If anything, stuff like this would only serve to make our group dynamic stronger. He notices me and waves me over. Things get off to a quick start. He's typing away at the laptop in front of me, but multitasking seems to be of no issue. Since I wonder about it moments ago, ask him why he has a wallet.
Most people tend to start with a greeting, Delta. But I guess I'm just too cool for people to follow the rules. And if you must know, it was a gift from my father.
Oh, that makes sense. It's just a relic for a simpler time.
Basically, he told me we should never forget where we came from. I don't really know how a hand-me-down wallet helps with that, though. It might be one of those things that only makes sense to old people.
He laughs before closing his laptop. I guess his worker's over now.
Sorry about that. You never know when a good idea might hit you. It's a total lifesaver carrying around something I can jot notes in. In fact, I owe a couple of my best-selling ideas to this thing.
Oh. Sounds like being a writer is tough. I hadn't considered the possibility of forgetting your own ideas. Actually, you'd be amazed. Like I said, I'm no writer, but I have done, how can I say, a lot of essays and even done, a lot of, for some people, I do not know how many are listening, but I have done, my own research paper myself. It's not the same thing as, writing, whether it's fiction, facts, or stuff like that, or even just stories. Art isn't exactly something that you can just, find it that necessarily easy, especially if it hits, whether it becomes a bestseller or an amazing work of art that it's worth displaying, who knows? Even like I said, even right now when I'm looking more deeper into, all these visual novels and stuff like that, hands down to Clay's and hands down to whoever is an excellent writer. I'm not very good about reading, especially, like novels and stuff like that. It kind of never hit me. I was always that's why I feel like, these interactive visual novels kind of get, or even, voice acted even, kind of give me like a much better way of, how can I say, experiencing the stories. But like I said, not everybody's got, it's like, not everybody's got the talent, to, or even, like that ability. Some people to actually sit down and read a good book or stuff like that. But there are also other people who can't even, for example, just look at a TV and look at something. They would rather just do the opposite. So again, hands down, and I appreciate what they're doing. Even I wish I actually had that sort of a talent to even bring my own fantasies and stories that I have in my mind, to life. But heck, I can't even get enough time to even doodle something. Oh, some career works really do feel like you're just basically put on a race and you always have to be running, kind of thing. Alright. But all of a sudden, I'm mad about the thought. I can imagine how much it would suck.
Though, nothing helps as much as this.
Oh, he reaches for a cup and takes a large swig of coffee.
My greatest ally. Weaponized caffeine.
More like greatest addiction.
Honestly, I used to hate the stuff. I wanted my day to start when I got out of bed, but all the work just made it harder and harder for me.
I can relate to that. Right now, I just cannot think of starting my day without coffee. At the very least, I don't take it, if anything else, I really cannot take it black. Just some, half and half and lots of sugar. That's all I do. Although, right now, all I can actually do is that, because I'm trying to, you know, curb my, my appetite for sugar and some greasy stuff, I try to limit it only just in the morning. Although there are times in which I actually do feel like I actually need that extra cup of coffee, you know, especially in the middle of work. So I would rather, you know, I wish I could actually have more of it at lunchtime. I think about a contest that turned him into an addict. Dante immediately blushes and looks away from me.
Gotta be honest, I was hoping you forgot that one. If Taylor is good at one thing, it's embarrassing me.
Who? I wanted to win contests too. Something embarrassing. Those companies could throw around life-changing amount of money.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This wasn't a contest for money. The prize was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Oh, interesting. Like a trip around the world?
I'd say that, yeah?
He's being extremely vague. So, why is this so embarrassing for him? I let him because I let him that he has something to worry about. I won't be judging him.
Fine, but I'm only doing this to beat Taylor to the punch. Something tells me he's just waiting to drop this one on you.
Oh? He rubs the back of his head. He lets out a nervous laugh.
It was Clace. I used to be a huge fan. Well, I guess I still am, but I really wanted to meet him. He had this brand of energy drink and used it to launch a contest. Find the winning can, and you get to go on tour with him. I guess I thought that traveling the world with a pop star would be inspiring. I didn't win, though. I just ended up with a crippling addiction to caffeine.
I can see how that would end up, but I can relate at times. You're not the first one that actually ends up, you know, making such things, you know, big decisions, and all of a sudden you end up becoming addicted to what exactly you ended up signing yourself up for. I didn't realize Clace had his own brand of energy drink. That was pretty extra, so the entirety of the contest, to be honest. But on the other hand, it drives sales, giving him more exposure.
Maybe not tell Clace, though. If he finds out, then he'll know I've been putting on an act. I tried to be all oblivious, like I didn't really know who he was.
Suddenly, a lot of the stuff last week made more sense. At the club, Dante was the first one to speak with Clace when he got upstairs. Not only that, but when we were pre-gaming, Dante suggested the music. We got ourselves a little secret fanboy. We got ourselves a little secret family, don't we? Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Thanks, Delta. I knew I could count on you.
Hey, I mean, he may be cynical and sarcastic, but he's pretty much... But I think that this is his own way. He never actually means to hurt anybody. He just knows how to rile people up.
But I think I saw people start to turn and look. Maybe we should change the subject?
Right. Clace requested that we offer him privacy while he was here. At least Dante got what he wanted at the end. Tends to meet someone he admired. Sit and wait, deciding to let him come up with whatever. Ah, there we go. I always forget just how loud my radar alert actually comes in. Hey, Keeps. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, Keeps, and thank you so much for bringing your community. My name is Ray. I am a variety furry streamer, and yes, I'm a feline. Hope, geez, hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to actually write this down. There we go. Hope Hi-Fi Rush got you the rush that you needed. Ah, and you're the cutest crocodile. And yes, I do say you're cute. And hopefully very comfy, because I would definitely love to be, you know, resting myself on top of your big belly. And I play the game with the longest speeches. Yes. I do. Because I'm just too much into stories. And I know that it may not actually be everybody's forte, but it's what I do. At the very least, I feel like it will give me a little bit like my voice, a little bit, some training. Especially if I actually wanted to actually do my tryout at being, being a voice actor. Or just simply be scouted out by some random person and just, hey, I like to have your voice just for this independent project. Yeah, I do me. Everybody does what they need to. So, had a lot of Alright, do you manage to get a little bit more on rhythm with the hi-fi rush? That'd be cool, yeah. But I got absolutely no clue about showbiz. And look at us. We're just doing random streams. And sometimes we don't even use and even though some of us even use the, we're doing everything right, and yet we are not even hitting the 1K viewers. Trying to get some C's for kids. Oh boy. Then let's hope you go from cakes to B's. Obviously, I'm not gonna say them out loud. And of course, thank you so much anyways for bringing your community to me. All right, let me also put this much in here. I'm also waiting for food to arrive. I decided to bite the bullet. Since I'm already up here, might as well just simply have somebody, just bring the food to me. Yes, beans. I'm definitely getting some of the local cuisine, some goat stew, and something that is kind of like a plantain, like, how can I say? Imagine just the fried plantains, but instead of being, being thin, they're thick, and they're thickened enough, in a way. Then they're all smushed up into this ball, and you just put cheese and pork rinds in it, or bacon sometimes. Yeah, you smush it around, just make a bowl out of it, and yes, and there you have it. You got something that is just good even for breakfast. Especially goes well with a good cup of coffee. Well, it's also really good at night if you want to go that far. According to this, it's arriving soon, but I'll see how it goes. All right, let's continue on with this heart-to-heart with our cynical pretty boy. I sit and wait, decided to let him come up with whatever we talk about next.
Well, last time we talked, I remember I was working on my book. You'd be happy to know that progress has quite literally exploded. I guess it was only a matter of time before the floodgates opened.
I bet, yeah. He was staring at literally a blank page. He had no ideas. And now, all of a sudden, that he said that he got a few ideas, and then the idea just rush. That's the sort of thing that you usually love when you're actually, when you're either writing or when you suddenly get, when you're an artist and all of a sudden it's like, you're in the zone, and not only that, you got extreme energy.
That's kind of how I operate, though. I could go months without working, and it'd be no big deal. But once that ball is rolling, I have no problem making up for the lost time.
Makes sense. Once you got the inspiration and you got the energy, all of a sudden it's like everything is just falling into place. But inspiration and stuff like that, they don't come just simply whenever you want it to. I'm pretty sure that's common for people who make their own hours. As long as he gets the job done, he's free to handle it however he wants.
Suddenly, that 12-month deadline doesn't seem too bad. In fact, I've even started thinking about what I want to do next. There's a whole world out there, and I've been locked in a room.
Oh? Think of traveling the world?
Maybe one day, but I gotta start small. I was actually thinking of reconnecting with some family. Believe it or not, my life doesn't fully revolve around Isaac.
Oh? Really? Really? You fooled me. He strikes a thinking pose for a few moments before speaking again.
Right, back on track. I remember telling you that I basically grew up in a library. Well, I meant that literally. The librarian let me stay there when I needed it, so when things got rough at home, I'd just go get lost in a good book.
Alright, sorry about that. My food is here. So just give me a moment while I do. Let me just finish up with this and then we'll go on a break.
But things at home kind of got worse as time went on, so before I knew it, the library became my entire life. They sheltered me while I learned to read and write. I can definitely look back and say it was worth it, but at the time, it definitely seemed like the worst thing ever. I wrote a bunch of woe-is-me stories to attempt self-pity. Eventually, some of them found their way into anthologies. That was the first step. People kept saying how good my stuff was. I got an agent to help me with all the publishing offers that came my way.
Yeah, I see. Thanks for sharing your community with me, Keeps. You also take a good break in the meantime.
But that's the thing. I've been working ever since. Haven't had much time to take care of Dante things. But after this next book, my whole life is wide open.
Growing up in a library sounds like it could be pretty awesome. Shit could have happened for him without the issues back home.
Bet you didn't expect me to be a runaway, huh? A lot of people don't. They act surprised or shower me in sympathy, but I don't need any of that. I think I'm doing really well for myself. Do you think that too, Delta? I mean, I feel like I've accomplished quite a bit, maybe enough for my family to let bygones be bygones.
I'm gonna say this is more like the one thing I would say. If they say they're counting down the days until he calls... I don't know. Sure to be happy to reconnect with you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just being paranoid. It's been so long. There's no way any of us still hold a grudge. I was just a dumb kid back then, when who thought he knew everything. Of course, I need to finish this book before I do anything major, unless any impatience gets the better of me, which it will. Either way, I just hope you'll have my back.
All the way. I'd always had his back, especially now that he's opening up to me. It's weird. I learned more about him in one sitting than I ever had before. A runaway novelist who grew up in the library, a fractured relationship with his family, and a renowned bibliography. I really need to do something with my life.
Well, I gotta say, thanks for the chat. I hope we can do this again, maybe on New Year's Eve? You have 4 midnights after all. If I don't get one, I'll be offended.
He smirks at me, and our time at the Triple R came to an end. He's right though, because of the quantum leave, I'll have 4 midnights. Not only that, but I have 4 new friends. Isaac, Taylor, Dante, and Clays. Things were definitely gonna be interesting on the 31st. Okay. Let me see if I can just put this... Ooh, that hit a little too hard. Let me see, just give me a moment. What was it? It's game capture, I think. Let me just go to this, put some music. So I can actually get something to eat in the meantime. I'll still be around.
Black-cap chickadee.
Alright, I'm back. To be precise, I never actually left. I was just enjoying my lunch. And a bit of a snack. Basically, having the, what's it called? The goat stew with rice. And then I had that, that particular, a bit of a big snack, but I took it a little bit, took a few bites. Basically, as I said, it's just, how can I say, like, half-fried plantain, and it's just literally smushed into pieces and then mixed up with some, cheese and some pork rinds. And then, how can I say, they probably put it in an oven afterwards, and then, ugh, it's just divine. Okay. I think it's a good time for us to continue. Hope you're all ready.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being serious.
Oh? Are we not serious already?
Is everything all right, Isaac? I mean, the whole Chiron thing.
Yeah, seems to be going just fine. No suspicion, no anything, really.
No heat?
We're as cold as ice.
Taylor, I know it's a bit hard, but we have to trust him. He can't be here to put our minds at ease all the time.
Wow. That's a 180 coming from him.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's just gloss over the part where you said it's hard to trust me, I guess.
Oh, we're glossing.
But we could use a bit of reassurance. Right, Clace? This could turn into a scandal.
I don't know. I've never had a reason to doubt Isaac. Why should this be any different?
See, Taylor? You're overreacting. If we were gonna get caught, it would have happened by now. And things are only gonna get better from here on out.
Better?
Don't poke the nest, Isaac. Remember, Argus isn't exactly on standby anymore.
What does that mean?
Well, Argus usually keeps to themselves, but with these protests, I hear they're sending out agents.
Yeah, and you wonder why I'm freaking out.
It's not like they're here for us, Taylor. They're gonna be dealing with the Zeros.
Yeah, this is the biggest security breach we've ever had. Compared to that, we're absolutely nothing. Think about perspective.
I'm thinking, but it's just not doing me any good. It's like I just can't shake this feeling.
That something bad will happen?
Or already has, and we're just not aware of it.
Let's see what Isaac has to say then. How exactly are you making things better?
Well, Chiron has a phone and identity, but it's pretty bare bones. So, while he's a valid citizen, I need to make it more believable.
And how do you plan to do that?
Well, I do have some high-level access, remember? So I've been giving him a life record, not just an identity. You know, family history, score history, social media.
Oh, really? And is he being a good citizen?
He has his ups and downs, but it looks realistic for sure. Had to be certain, just in case anyone ever decided to take a look. I know we're safe, but I figured this could put your mind at ease too.
You're allowed to do stuff like that?
I shouldn't, but yeah. And don't worry, it's untraceable. Been using all that knowledge I picked up.
This all feels so wrong. Can you at least promise me one thing?
I'll try my best.
If we ever are in trouble, please just tell us. I don't want to see this tough guy routine while the world takes us down. We deserve to know, Isaac.
Now there's something I can agree with.
Yeah. If something changes, please tell us.
Of course! Remember, this is all my doing. No matter what happens, you'll be safe. But I have to say, this does feel good. I mean, giving Chiron the life he wants to have. not the one that Argus or his parents chose for him.
Oh, I hate how that's illegal.
Maybe it won't be that way forever, right?
I don't know. But I'm curious about one thing. How can you adjust people's scores like that?
I'm kind of a prodigy.
Seriously, Isaac?
Fine. It's a mix of Argus's trust in me and my own abilities. Don't act like I haven't been doing it for a while either. Remember those discounts I gave all of you?
A rebel since day one.
Huh?
Yeah, but now I've got a cause.
Damn, our enemies better watch out.
So it doesn't look like Chiron just popped into existence anymore.
Kind of, but not really. I didn't add that much, just strengthened the core. The more edits I make, the more suspicious it'd look in the logs.
Quality over quantity, I assume.
Bingo.
Right, next one.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sincere.
I just had an awesome idea.
And why am I feeling a chill down my back?
Oh no.
I knew it!
I think you've had enough of those lately. At least make sure this one doesn't cause mass panic.
I'm hoping for the opposite, actually. Anime X is coming up. Figured we could take Clace and Delta.
It's happening again already? Feels like we just got back from last year's.
Wait, I think I heard about that. It's an anime convention, right?
Yep.
I'll go, but I'd feel like I'm out of the loop. Gotta be honest, don't think I've ever watched anime before.
Ooh, bold words to speak in front of Isaac.
I think he just sealed his own fate.
Huh?
I'm kind of a fan. A big fan. If you want, I can help you feel less left out.
Uh-oh. Fanboy is gonna go on the attack. Brace yourselves.
How can we do that?
Binge Fest.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, I guess I do have a lot of spare time. What would you recommend as my first show?
Good question. Let me think about that for a little bit.
And there we go. Yeah, that is basically, if you love anime and you're trying to ask, what would you watch first? Okay, especially a true fan will probably say, that's gonna be quite hard to pin because there are just too many to choose from. So, I get it.
Ooh, what about cosplay? We gonna dress up?
I think I'll just go as myself this year. Missed out on a lot of good photo ops last time.
That's no fun.
Well, what would you suggest?
Ooh, we could go as the Rebels and Revels characters we make.
No way we're making fantasy costumes in a week. But that is a good idea, especially if we want to LARP one day.
LARP?
Maybe I should actually dress up? I mean, I don't want people causing a scene around me.
Just say you're cosplaying as Clace.
There's no way that'd work.
Uh-huh, exactly.
Care to make it interesting?
Perhaps.
Feels kinda shallow betting on an actual person.
Can I get in on that actually?
I'll allow it.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I'll get recognized no matter what. How about, if I do, I win. If I don't, then you all win.
That's true. You'll get recognized immediately.
Ooh, what do we win? And how do we know you won't cheat?
You think I want to get recognized and bring a swarm to us?
Fair.
Trust me, I'll do my best to make sure you all win. It'll be fun. Like I'm an undercover agent or something.
That does sound pretty fun, actually. But the bet isn't made. We need to know the stakes.
Maybe put it on the back burner for now? I mean, we still have until next week.
Sounds good to me. Wanna start that binge in the meantime?
Sure.
Anime party?
Enemy party.
Sweet. Meet me in the living room. And just so you know, this is not a request.
That would be fun if I actually could get my friends to do a anime binge watch. and let's just say everybody brings, or at the very least, makes a suggestion of, everybody has a list. Everybody gets a turn of what to binge on from their number 1 and going down to 0, and everybody will go into, let's just say everybody gets a turn. Doesn't that sound kind of fair?
Experience supplemental fragment. Being selfish.
Let's see what this goes.
Hey,
What's up?
which one of you raided the fridge?
Don't look at me.
I don't even live there.
Thankfully.
Hey, I'm trying to help out here. Delta, what about you?
I exercise my right to remain silent. I exercise my right to remain silent. Don't look at me either.
Ugh, this could go on for hours. Whoever did it, just admit it so we can move on. Clays?
I think it was me.
You think?
Sometimes.
Wait a minute. This could be problematic.
No, I'm sorry. I was just hungry and then it all snowballed from there.
I was gonna say, you ate some of the stuff I was saving for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, the quantum leap.
The what?
We'll get into that another time. Right now, I just have to ask, did you eat those gummies?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, don't tell me it's those gummies. Oh boy, this is going to hit him hard.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean...
It does.
You're starting to freak me out.
There's the first symptom, paranoia.
Symptom of what?
Are you still eating right now?
Yeah.
And there's the second. Those, weren't regular candies, Clays.
You mean...
I do mean.
But I ate all of them.
It begins.
We get to witness his downfall in real time.
What's gonna happen to me? Am I in trouble?
Well, actually...
Taylor, stop. You're gonna be fine, Clays.
Really?
Yeah, you're just gonna be hungry. That, and you'll probably have the best sleep ever.
Maybe that's what it means to be high on CBD gummies. I don't know. I mean, I've taken CBD gummies before, but I don't know. I would have loved to actually be extremely hungry and extremely sleepy. Although, without the unnecessary fast metabolism.
Wait, for real?
If you handle it well, yeah. You could always pull a Taylor.
Hey, don't drag me into this! I want to sit back and watch for once!
Like you did the last time you ate gummies?
Wait, what did he do?
He called each of us like 50 times. It wouldn't stop. Wanted us to come watch some dumb film he rented.
Oh yeah, he went on and on. Kept saying it was the best movie ever.
In my defense, it was really good.
You were staring at a lava lamp.
It was riveting.
So nothing bad will happen then?
Probably not. But I still have some gummies of my own. Maybe I'll come over and spend the night with you.
Can you bring the lava lamp?
Sure thing, Bubblegum.
Oh no.
Oh, what
Now
a
I'm starting
big
to feel left out.
Taylor, you have enough for all of us?
Oh,
After you embarrass me in front of him? No way.
Fair. Rude, but fair. I'll just go buy some for me and Dante.
Yeah, we can see what this lava lamp is all about.
So it's lame when I do it, but when Clace does it, it's a party.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say that you lost your chance.
Fine, we'll just go buy a second lava lamp.
There's a sequel?
Hold on, I have an idea. Let's plan a slumber party. It'll be way better. Clays can ride this one out, and next time we can group up.
Fine, but I still want to spend the night with Clace. I say that because I'm already on my way over.
Let's see how he feels about that.
Clays?
Chad is silent for a few minutes.
He's passed out in a mountain of potato chips.
And thus, he's out.
What? I missed all the fun.
Good thing we planned the slumber party.
Yeah, Clay's just showed up early apparently. It's no big deal. More time to buy gummies anyway.
And a second lava lamp.
Fine, but I'll have to buy more food too. A lot more food.
More food?
More food. My guess, yeah. They were CBD gummies. Unless they were actually extremely high on CBD.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sarcastic.
Hey Dante, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Well, it's just, you're such a funny guy.
Thanks, but that's not a question.
I mean, I've read all of your books. Your sense of humor doesn't slip in there at all.
Oh, you want to know why?
Yeah, something like that. You're known for all the drama and tragedy. I kind of thought you'd be a different person.
More dark and mysterious?
Yeah, but there's definitely a mismatch.
I could say the same for you.
Huh?
You're a completely different person when you're performing. Those dance moves, that personality, it's just so extravagant.
It's all part of the job.
Then I guess my answer might be the same. It's just what sells and what I'm good at.
That's fair. But now I have another question.
What's up?
How am I different in person? Like, if you had to describe it.
Oh boy.
A lot more quiet. Definitely reserved. I don't feel like you're moments away from belting out a solo, but actually I think that's good. It's more like the real you.
The real me, huh?
Yeah. I think we all have our work personalities. Even Isaac is a different guy on the clock.
Different how?
Well, I mastered my retail voice for one. It's super important when you work in sales.
Retail voice?
Yeah, just speak a higher pitch with exaggerated enthusiasm.
Does that actually work?
I have some of the highest numbers in the district, so you tell me.
I'll take your word for it.
There you have it. We all act different when we're working, but to answer why, I guess I use my writing as an outlet. With all the dark stuff out of the way, I'm just left with what you get.
I bet you could write a good comedy, though.
Yeah, but then things would switch around. A funny book would mean a dull Dante.
As if you're not dull enough already.
And there's Taylor, like clockwork.
I can never pass when there's such a clear shot.
Wait, how is Taylor different when he works?
Good question.
Yeah, I actually don't know. And here I thought it was a universal rule.
Streaming is totally different, though. Your personality is the thing that sells you. Can't afford to cover that up or make a fake one.
True enough.
Not entirely true. Some people stream in character.
He's already enough of a character.
I'd take offense to that, but it's true. I have to tell them that I'm the same in real life.
If I didn't know you, I'd find that one hard to believe.
I'm actually a little nervous. I hope I don't kill the energy when I'm guesting. Knowing how wild you can get, I'm kind of intimidated.
It might be a good time to tap your stage personality then. Your fans will all be watching, remember? They expect to see you. Or, at the very least, the you they perceive you to be.
I guess so. But I kind of like being the real me. Haven't had much practice, but I'm enjoying this vacation.
Well, it's just for one night, Clace. As soon as it's over, you can go back to normal.
Really?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I'm glad I got to meet Isaac and everyone else, too. Definitely made this hiatus worth fighting for.
never underestimate the power of friendship. Dante and Isaac have helped me out more times than I can count. And when you need it, we'll be there to help you too.
You will?
Yeah, whenever you need it.
That sounds so sweet. It's kind of how I feel, especially for all of you, especially my friends, you know, online. Whether you guys are in or outside of the community. I definitely like to meet up a lot more people as well.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Taylor 2.
Ooh, is this his house? Oh, I'm gonna have to say that's quite extravagant, to be honest. It's a night and day difference when I compared it to Isaac's. You can tell that he's on the cutting edge. Or is he so modern? But I guess it had to be. I'd imagine a streamer needs to stay current. There's the old sort of trends in the field, just like any other. Whatever he was doing, though, he was doing it right. It's nice to be somewhere other than the Triple R's, though. All my other meetings and outings seem to revolve around that place. Here I was, in Taylor's home, just like we planned at the nightclub.
Well, what do you think, Delta? This is my castle, my pride and joy. And even better, I made it with no middleman.
This is incredible. I'm really happy for you, Taylor.
Glad to hear it. A lot of people think I went overboard, but I need a good set for all my streams, too. Believe it or not, I don't just game all the time. A lot of my streams take place around the house. Even did some archery in the backyard last week.
Oh? Smiles at me before quickly changing the subject. Pointing at the table, I noticed 2 plates of food. I was actually starving, so I appreciate it.
2 Taylor specials, an absolute classic. So, what do you say? Want to take a seat?
Did he just simply invite me to a date? I nod and we move to the couch. I look down to the plate and I'm not sure what I see. Whether a Taylor special was, it was certainly unique.
It's pretty simple, actually. Your favorite chicken sandwich smothered in honey dill sauce. And if you're so inclined, a slice of provolone to top it all off.
Chicken sandwich? Is that lore friendly?
To what lore, exactly?
I'm not sure how to respond. I stared at him with a blank expression and then shrugged.
Anyway, it's best if the bun is brioche, and the sauce is mayo, honey, and dried dill.
Oh, why is he listing the ingredients like I'm on some sort of a cooking show?
Well, you never know how many people are watching. Might as well let them know how to make it themselves, right?
He just set me up for something really not good. Watching? Is he streaming now?
Nope. Anyways, let's dig in.
He starts to eat almost comically fast, like a cartoon character. It seems extremely unhealthy, but also kind of delicious. This size, I doubt he eats like this too often. This must be special to him, so I decided to follow suit. And it's the best thing I tasted in my life. Sweet and savory sauce with a hint of dill. Sharp as the provolone, the crunch of the fried chicken. It's a symphony of flavors. Perfect harmony with one another. He's right. The brioche really brings the flavor all together.
Save this one for special occasions, Delta. You don't want to wear it out. Trust me.
I'm surprised that I never heard of this sauce before.
It's actually a well-kept secret from where I used to live. Remember how I said I used to move around all the time? Every province has its own thing, so I have a lot of fun recipes. But this one always takes the cake. I'm a little sad that I stopped moving around, actually. Discovering regional things like this was always so much fun.
Yeah, he did say he'd move around a lot. I ask if he's comfortable elaborating, and he smiles. It appears to be touching a subject, which is nice.
Well, I told you the system always kept me mobile, right? I was always in a foster home or a group home of some sort. Depressing stuff. Kept causing fights and getting into trouble, so they kept moving me around.
They always said it was about location. Like there was some magical place that had changed my life. Little did I know, it was Toronto. But not because of the city. It was my friends.
Taylor? Getting into fights and trouble? I guess it makes sense when I actually stop to think about it. I vaguely remember talk about how Taylor was a jerk for fun in the past. But the implications of foster homes and groups homes worries me. That one definitely seemed like a touchy subject, so I avoided. I'm just happy that he finally found his calling and a place in life. After we finish eating, he turns to face me while sitting down. This is saying while we share an awkward smile.
I'm sure you can understand. You've changed since you got here, too. We're better together than we ever were apart, and it's a beautiful thing. I can't believe I used to push people away instead of embracing them.
I guess I can relate to that feeling. Honestly, where I came from, I feel like I've been pushing a lot of people away, but then again, back then, I was a kid and a teenager, and, well, sadly, you don't get to have the best sort of experiences when you're growing up at times. Sometimes you're just a dumb kid and an even dumber teenager. And sometimes there are things that make you feel even worse. Like, for example, hey, it's like just being, right now I feel like, just being part of the LGBT plus A community just make me feel like I actually belong with them. But, I'm talking about the 90s, literally, so even that sort of thing was kind of taboo. So I can definitely feel like, I was even just much of a dumber person back then. Can't believe that I used to embrace such bad things back then, but now I rather just let them be because, a lot of my friends are, they are also within the community, or they're, just straight people, but they don't actually see, the LGBT community as something weird. Rather, they just invite them. They're accepted.
That would have made my vision come to pass for sure. Got a little tired of that thing having power over me. It wasn't really substantial, but it still kinda sucked.
His vision sucked? It's the first time he mentioned, if I recall it correctly. Well, not to elaborate unless he's comfortable enough to do so.
Oh, it's really nothing. In fact, it almost feels abstract. I can't see anything at all. It's almost like complete darkness. All I know is that I feel lost and alone, knowing there's no one that cares. And that's it. I just jolt back into consciousness. Pretty stupid vision, if you ask me. It's not useful at all. I beat it, too. I know that was the old me, not this version. If I kept pushing people away, then I'd end up alone for sure. But now I have the best friends in the world, and the best fans. I guess mine was kind of a wake-up call, but that's pretty normal. I'm far from the first guy who's made some changes due to their vision. Sometimes I wish there was a little more to it, Some grand destiny to seize, or some extravagant life.
I tell him that he already has that on his own. No vision required. He has one of the highest sub counts in the world, and kills every stream.
I guess it makes sense when you put it like that. From the outside looking in, I guess it must seem pretty impressive. But when you live it, every day is just like the last. It can lose some meaning.
That's true. Once things become routine, you always feel like everything just feels the same. Even myself when I'm at work. It's like I want to do a little bit more, but it also feels kind of stuck. And, sometimes you actually feel like you're not actually doing anything, to help others. I mean, I am a veterinary nurse. I should have been a veterinarian, but I mean, either way. I mean, for most people, they would say, but I'm helping a lot of people, taking care of their pets and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm doing that, but there's also a lot of, they don't even know, a lot of them, the kind of struggles that we go through. Like, even for everything that we go through, even though it's supposed to be, our career to be technically the same as those in our human counterparts, we actually get paid even less than that. Basically, for example, I've been, comparing, like a veterinarian just starting their own job, whether they're starting out, they make far less than a simple, pediatrician who also is starting out. So, and I'm basically what I did is comparing, let's say human doctor who's human doctor starting at the lowest, and a veterinarian who's literally, just beginning. It doesn't matter which kind of field they're going. Let's just simply say it's just general. A veterinarian, or even anybody in the veterinary field, we just started with even, much lower of a, let's just say we get paid even less as a wage. Almost, let's just say, compared to, the lowest, human doctor. I could easily say that we get paid like either like a third or even a fourth of what they would do in a year. And that's saying a lot.
Even people at the top of the world are chasing their next big thrill. The things we dream of having can just fade away in the face of our next big goal. It's why I like to keep my life fresh and exciting, so nothing gets boring over time.
I can understand that. For what he said, he's enjoyed having multiple sexual romantic partners. All of a sudden, that lifestyle seems like an act to defy his vision. If he was always with someone when the lights were out, then he'd never be by himself. The nervous smirks he gives me at that exact moment only enforces my thoughts. Always joking about how the whole group would date, I understand it even more. He just doesn't want to be alone.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get all introspective. I actually just invited you over for some fun. Like, fun. It probably sounds shallow, but it's been on my mind since we met. However, after getting to know you, I've changed my mind. So an arrangement like that isn't something I'd just jump into. I value your friendship, Delta. But I'm open to some benefits.
This is also so on brand for Taylor. That I'm not even surprised. This is the guy that flirted with me the second after meeting me. With everything he said, I figured he was after this all along. But I'm still getting a little ahead of myself. Should I still answer Taylor while he's staring at me? Friends with benefit, and maybe an option to do more?
What do you say, Delta? No strings attached. But rope? Now that's a different story.
Oh! I don't know. Jeez. I mean, I'm gonna say that it's something that even I personally would like to be looking forward to, but I'm gonna have to say it's almost a big turn-off to say, especially someone that can actually go too straight at me. It was gonna be fun, but I am not into him as the gay shows him. Yeah, even I'm not like that much.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. I wasn't trying to pressure you at all. It's part of why I invited you over here for a meal. More than anything else, I wanted you to know that I value our friendship, and I don't need to pursue more. It was tempting, and I thought I'd shoot my shot, but missing doesn't bother me. Might be hard to turn off my flirting, though. But it's all in good fun, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Gives yourself a smile, like he's more comfortable all of a sudden. I guess he was thinking of this since we first met. It's been on his mind a lot. But I agree with you, Kiwi.
I'm glad we could clear the air and figure out what's going on. How about we just relax now and enjoy each other's company? Ooh, I could show you some of my big career highlights too.
Smile at him, and I'd love to do that. It's important to learn about the content that my friends create. We support each other. If we all support each other, there's nothing we couldn't do. And because of that, I'm sure he'd find a future that's truly free from the darkness. I mean, there are different sort of people out there, because the more I think about it, there are people that just immediately they go with the flirting and try to invite you over, for getting just very deep with them, but some people just don't go with that. I mean, some people do, some people don't.
View which journal entry. View which journal.
Let's go over to this one.
Experience pivotal fragment. Crossing the threshold.
Why limit yourself to one instrument when you can conduct an orchestra? That's an interesting way of putting it. Oh look, it's Christmas Eve. I enter the Triple R and immediately wave over by my friends. Our usual table, at least, when we're planning for our group outings. Except this time something's new. Kyron is sitting with them. That's really a good sign. He got in without any issues. Suddenly a wave of relief washes over me, like a tidal wave. Weird how successfully doing the wrong thing could put me at ease. But I guess that's how things are when the lines are so blurred. Should there be any issues with Kyron living in the city like this? With the protests approaching their climax, I hope for equality. Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Delta! We were just about to get started. Arriving fashionably late as always.
Well, at the very least, I do it fashionably.
Yeah, I'd definitely say fashionable. Sick outfit, Delta. You're killing it.
I thank him and smile. I do always try to look my best. It was a special occasion, though. Occasion too, after all.
I'm not so up to date on fashion and stuff, but I do think you look nice, if that means anything.
Don't be hard on yourself. That outfit is pretty hot.
Yeah, I guess it does make me look good, but trust me, I look even better without it.
Ooh! He is turning on the heat.
Take note, Taylor. That's how you flirt.
Oh, come on. That was so basic.
I look over at Isaac and he simply smirks.
Glad to see you all getting along so well. I'm guessing you're less worried now that we're here?
Something like that, yeah. Until he walked through that door, it was all theory. Not that I didn't trust you, but seeing it certainly helps.
Seeing is believing, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I wanted to talk about a couple of things while we were here. I have an interview with Argus on Friday before the bar.
We know.
I'm telling Chiron. He's not in the group chat, remember?
Hey, can I join that, by the way?
Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer first. I'm a bit more worried when it comes to our chat room. They could monitor that, but not our real-life conversations.
Argus better not be monitoring our group chat.
Yeah, don't want them to see your poor taste in memes.
They're pretty good, actually. Always manage to make me laugh.
Hope things go well then. I want to see all the fun you have.
It's mostly just a place for them to bicker. But entertainment is entertainment after all.
Anyway, you were saying about this interview?
Right. Well, it's at their HQ. They kinda want me to move up the corporate ladder. When I'm there, I'll have access to some of their computers. I figured I'd take a deeper look into what's going on. You know, if there's any heat or suspicion on our group. At work, I can look pretty high up, but my sight is limited.
Well, we're sitting here right now. I figured if we failed, Argus would be here already. Do you really need to risk snooping around like that?
Not really, but I was doing it for everyone else. I'm certain that we're safe, but they were all paranoid.
Well, paranoia is the fear of something irrational. With everything going on, I think it's fair to be scared. Coming here helped, but I wouldn't mind a bit more safety.
That's why I figured I'd do it during my interview. Then I can let you all know before we hit up the Wayfarer. If it's not looking good, then we can stop this altogether.
I have a question, Isaac.
Sure, what's up?
Is all of this related to,
Huh?
that thing we talked about a few years ago? Back when I made you that promise?
Isaac looked surprised, like he completely forgot.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly like that. Honestly, I completely forgot.
Anyone want to fill me in here?
Back when we first became friends, we were really close. Isaac told me that one day he'd ask me for a promise, and even if my gut said no, I had to play along.
That's kind of sketchy. He could get you to do anything he wants.
He does that all the time anyway, but he has yet to cash in on the promise.
Until now?
Until now.
I'm extremely confused. Emphasis on extremely. But if my best friend asked me for a promise, I'd probably help them. Kind of using them as currency and cashing in on them, though.
You know, that's not so different from the colonies. We can give and take a lot more than money. I've traded a few promises in my day.
Really? That sounds stressful.
Not really. It's just something we're all used to. Especially when we have some special information. We're so tight-knit. A lot of our visions intertwine.
Trading information based on visions for favors. That's one way to drop your score as fast as possible.
We don't have to worry about that kind of stuff out there. The things you all fear are just second nature to us. But I'm gonna guess this has to do with Isaac's vision.
Don't look at Isaac.
Yes, but I'm not going to get into it any more than that. Dante promised, but I still need to win the rest of you over.
Well, I'd still appreciate you checking in at Argus HQ. Just because I promised doesn't mean I can't be scared.
Fair.
A few pieces start to connect in my mind, so I vocalized them. At the nightclub, Dante revealed that Isaac's vision was positive. Not only that, but it's tied to a promise that Dante made. They promised to play along and push through this whole ordeal. That must mean Isaac's vision is related to all this. The end result must be positive for all of us.
I'm not gonna comment on that. The vault is totally sealed.
Yeah, but all that lock takes is a few shots of vodka. Either way, you should have opened up with that, Isaac. If you know it ends well, why make us worry?
Because it might not actually end well.
Huh?
Notice Clays hasn't said it much. Seems pretty passive and shy. He has his diary with him again, though. Slowly flips through the pages like he's only half there.
Why wouldn't it end well?
You all seem so confident that you've beaten the system, but in my vision, I'm a lot older. And still stuck in a colony.
What?
So I figure it's only a matter of time until I get caught. And that means you'll probably all go down too.
Don't you think you could have told us this sooner?
Well, it's not like it came up until now. I've only been around you like 3 times.
And there goes the promise.
Wait, hold on. There's no reason to give up. Both visions can play along with each other.
But I haven't even told you mine.
Well, let's say this all works out. Equality for zeros, and none of us get in trouble. Wouldn't we all be free to leave and enter the city? Maybe you're just visiting friends who stayed behind.
That's a pretty big maybe.
But it's better than the alternative. So let's not write anything off just yet. We should trust Isaac and let him investigate.
But we might not know for years.
No, that's impossible. Look at the protests. I think things will be decided real soon, especially with the ultimatum from Hermes.
Right, starve or save. Kinda sick of feeling like my friends are pawns. It's not like any of us asked to be part of this game.
It's going pretty good, though, all things considered. And Cypher's phones weren't as secure as the one I made. If everyone got Cypher's version, they'd already be caught. But if Argus steps in to offer them, then it's a win-win. We just have to hope that it happens soon.
True. Maybe it's for the best that Cypher's plan was put to a stop. Gives them time to regroup and figure out what they did wrong. Either way, I think this will all be decided within a week or two.
Yeah, the anime convention isn't too far away.
Why choose an anime convention anyway?
Well, I doubt they chose it because of that. The schedule's probably just aligned.
I'm not sure that Hermes said it would be during the convention. It was a pretty vague timeline they offered. Something about the new year.
A lot of people will be downtown, though. Blending into the crowd might be a part of their plan.
I guess we just have to wait and see. But I definitely think we're gonna come out on top. Whether from Argus or from Cypher, those zeros are gonna get phones.
Yeah, I guess waiting is all we can do. Zero's protesting in the town square, actively starving. A mystery corporation and not stepping in to help out. A rebel organization threatening to help out for them. Argus doesn't have to negotiate with Zeros. Goes against their ethos. If Cypher takes her time with this ultimatum, then Zero will just start dying out on the streets. Yeah, he certainly picked the best time to start my new life.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sociable.
Hey, are you checking out Taylor's stream?
Oh, it's happening?
Yeah! Him and Clace are live right now. I've never seen his viewer count this high before. People are going wild on social media too. I think he's about to set some records.
A free celebrity endorsement. I'm not surprised. Wish I could get something like that for my next novel.
Well, it's not just for Taylor's benefit. Looks like Clace is blowing up as well.
A pop idol. Blowing up even more?
Well, there's not a lot of crossover between their two audiences. Equal opportunity for both of them to make a big splash.
Do you think Clace expected that to happen?
What, you mean like an ulterior motive?
He did say he'd talk to his publicist about it, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up being a business decision.
For some reason, I doubt that.
Dante is right, you know.
Whoa, he's watching.
Yep.
Always.
Shouldn't you be paying attention to the stream?
Just taking a quick beauty break. Don't normally have a camera on me like this.
Oh, you guys must be on some sort of delay. Want to elaborate while you're here at least?
Well, when I offered to stream with Taylor, I just thought it'd be fun. But when I told the label, they really went wild with it. Passion for me, profit for them.
You could have just done it without telling them. Isn't that why you wanted this hiatus to begin with?
I guess, but that would feel wrong. This kind of thing will definitely affect my public image. I promised that if anything major came up, they'd know right away.
Makes sense to me. I mean, look at the viewer count. It'd be hard to find a stadium you could fit that many people in. This is like one of your biggest concerts, and then some.
And nobody is expecting me to sing. Gotta say, I kinda like the lack of expectation.
I was actually reading an article about that. They say you're about to start a new trend.
Really?
Makes sense to me. You don't see many celebrities stream, but here you are, even more famous than you were before.
Yeah, I'm refreshing my feed and all I see is Clace and Taylor. People are saying you bridged a gap and made history.
Wow, keep putting the pressure on.
Oh, sorry.
We're just excited for you. Gotta say though, I'm feeling the need to brag.
I think I'll stay humble on this one.
Time passes as we watch the stream in our own rooms.
You know, Clace is actually pretty good at video games.
Either that or Taylor is letting him win.
I don't know if Taylor is capable of that. These things are a matter of pride, remember?
True. Unless he has a crush. Remember how bad he was at games when we first met?
Also true. But are you okay with that? I mean, do you want your man with Taylor?
For the last time, we're not dating. But even if we were, I wouldn't mind. Taylor's a good guy, all things considered.
That's a lot of things to consider, Isaac. Good to know you're open like that, though.
I guess Taylor's philosophy is rubbing off on me. It makes me happy to see all of you having a blast together. Before Clace arrived, I was worried our dynamic would suffer.
And here it is, doing better than ever, setting records, too. Gotta say, I'm glad you reminded me this was happening.
Working hard again?
You know it, but I deserve a little break. How long do you think they're gonna go for?
Looks like they've set a goal for an impromptu 12-hour stream, and it looks like they might hit it. Oh, wait, they definitely will. Oh, they just did.
Huh. And the little break becomes a big break. Hold on, I'll cast the stream to the living room TV. Wanna grab some junk food and meet me there?
Sure, on my way. Oh, and it's a race.
Everybody, just get to the living room. Isn't this how it would probably feel on Kiwi's house, you know, at night? Well, Kiwi's and Mastery's place? When they're about to put a stream on their TV? Oh, okay.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Clace 2.
I feel like this place is basically my second home. I've been here so much lately, and yet I keep coming back. Just like with Dante, this time was for a one-on-one meeting. Not just with anybody, but the newest addition to our group. He specifically requested it too. Somehow I found that kind of flattering. When I think about it, he approached me at the nightclub too. Maybe just like he said, lost and clueless, but together. With everything going on, that seems to fit my mindset more and more. So much is up in the air. Just wish a few things would start to land. Even if it didn't stick that landing, at least I could stop worrying. Make my way to the table Clace is sitting at. Looks very unassuming. A couple of heads turn in his direction, but I don't think people recognize him.
Hey, Delta. You know, this time I'm not actually hungover. Might be a good time to try something different.
He strikes a thinking pose as he goes over the menu.
Been having a lot of those gummies, too. When I have them, I eat everything in a 20-kilometer radius. It's both good and bad, though. Gotta watch that waistline.
Takes a big sipful of ice water in front of him.
Just one of the many things I'm contractually obligated to do. You know, the work never stops, even when you think it does. Hiatus? It's basically nothing more than a glorified formality.
Yeah, that's what it was. Seems like he actually got into an accident and he ate some gummies. A lot, probably a bag or two, and then he thought that they were just regular gummies. And unfortunately, when they were saying, "Oh, did you eat them all?" and he says, you know, everybody then just says, "Yes, they were those gummies." And basically, she was saying, "Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen. You're just gonna be extremely hungry, and you're probably gonna have the best sleep of your life." I mean, honestly, can't say because, I mean, I've tried a few gummies, but let's just say that I kept myself, you know, probably to one or two at a time. So, me, big hunger, never. Probably made it easier to go to sleep? Yeah, but I cannot say that I felt like anything like a buzz or like a feeling or something like that. Just made it easier to just sit down and sleep. I can only imagine me being extremely hungry and actually eating more than a medium pizza pie. I mean, if I'm ever going to actually eat a large pizza pie in a single sitting, I would have officially broken my record. I know the effects eating more than 200 grams causes more than just hunger spikes. It influences how you register temperature. Okay. Interesting. Hunger spikes could be something, but I don't think I would like to have, you know, those sort of temperature fluctuation feelings or even a panic attack. So the Interseed controls his body in addition to his personal life. Everything about what he's been telling me just seems off. Shakes his head like he's stopping an incoming rant.
Sorry. I invited you here because I wanted to apologize. I still feel really bad for that conversation we had at the nightclub. After a few drinks, I guess I just start to say whatever comes to mind.
I don't feel bad. I'd love to do it again sometime. So I turned to a guy who accidentally ate 400-gram one. 4 hours of anxiety, shaking, and being cold. Oh boy. I guess that is exactly why they and honestly, I would say you should probably never have to, you know, sell so many in a bag, in a way. So just keep only like, you know, a couple of them at a time. Which is one thing that I will keep doing. I mean, well, I haven't been to the CBD store that I used to buy it from. I'll probably just stop by again, you know, and just get probably a few extra, you know, a few gummies of the sort, but just for the sake of probably just getting a little, you know, a little extra sleep.
Wait, really? Well, you do owe me some info in return. Now that I think about it, I talked about myself an awful lot, but it actually felt like you were listening, so I appreciate that.
It was more like a knowledge. It was not marked that well, and it was intended for sharing, but it was a 400-gram candy bar. There we go. I mean, honestly, that is exactly what, if it's not well marked up or well made up, of course you're gonna go over the limit. And I think I remember that, now I'm trying to remember, I think the packs that I bought for the gummies, I mean, I think it was, how can I say, what is it called? A 5 gram, I think, per, like, how can I say, there were like 5 grams of CBD per gummies, and I think they go up to 20 grams per gummy. I think, if I remember. I'm trying to remember it. He flips the pages of a journal that rests in front of him. Must be his diary. A place to vent all his woes.
It was better than writing it down in here. That's just some advice from my old manager, though. Never vent to another person. They're walking gossip machines. He didn't even want me to keep notes in my phone. Just this diary.
Never had even a small one. Page had come up with him, but considering my blood pressure issues, both Baskery and Page implied I shouldn't try it. That's fair. Sounds like someone was overly cautious. But I guess it was for the best, given how in the spotlight he is. I choose not to speak it, letting him continue to talk about himself. Ah, jeez, that always literally hits me.
It didn't even matter.
Hey, Zephyr, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, and you did more Donkey Kong Bonanza. How was it? There we go. You still need to beat it? Oh, nice. I mean, like I said, I played this game, this visual novel before, but it went back when it was still a demo, so it was just like chapter 1. That's all it was, and I finally am starting chapter 2, literally, so really good so far. And for everybody that came in with Zephyr, thank you so much for keeping him company. My name is Ray, I'm a variety furry streamer, and I usually just playing around with RPGs and JRPGs. Right now, I am enjoying myself with a visual novel by Clays himself, called Komore. I decided to actually kind of make this sort of initiative, especially because Anthrofest was actually on Steam for quite a bit. I mean, it finished yesterday, but I decided to actually just, hey, might as well just keep myself on a regular chill day and just do it, you know? Hope you all have a nice chill time here, and yes, hope you feel very comfy with their Zephyr. Ugh. We were just a little bit discussing a few things about how CBD gummies tend to be, because, well, in a particular scenario, apparently Clay's got himself to a couple of gummies. He ate a little way too more, and let's just say, yes, it made him extremely hungry, but then he just passed out. Kind of like the sort of thing that would happen if you leave especially unmarked CBD gummies lying around somewhere. So that should be a very good, so you should never actually have too many, especially, you know, somewhere out there lying around. Which is making me actually very much, like I say, I'm going to actually appreciate more those CBD companies or stores that actually sell them, you know, in, how can I say, more like individually or more like very small packs, so that in that way people say, hey, you're not supposed to eat all of them, you're only supposed to eat, you know, what's in here only for and not repeat until a certain amount of time. All right, let me see, let's continue on.
But I guess I don't really matter either. When I'm gone, another idol will step right up. It's like a machine. It keeps going, despite you.
He looks off to the side, like he's sad and ashamed. Rather than apologizing, he's already back to talking about work. I can kind of understand. He's known little else for his entire life. He flips through the pages of his diary, directing my attention toward. Didn't mean to snoop, the motion just drew the attention of my eyes. I could see a sketch, a happy family standing next to a car. They all had names drawn beside them, but the page moves far too fast. All I could make out was one of their names started with a W. I quickly looked back up to Clays as he continues to talk.
When he died, I was emancipated. I wasn't old enough to sign my initial contracts, so he did it for me. Honestly, it was the closest thing I ever had to something normal. They kept bugging me, saying I had to sign new contracts of my own. I managed to negotiate this hiatus, so I could have some time off. Told them it was so I could grieve. I just wanted time away. A breath of fresh air can change almost anything, especially when you're locked inside all the time, like I was. This life is brand new for me, just like it is for you, Delta.
Places his hand on top of mine.
And that's why I feel like we have something special. Even if it's just a lingering feeling that'll slowly fade away. You may get to keep this life, but for me, it's just a glimpse.
Something inside me feels really weird. It Can't tell if he's trying to be romantic or just a good friend. But when he speaks now, I feel that anxiety, that hesitation. Like when he blew that kiss to the crowd and put on a smile. Something about this that feels like this could be an act too. Perhaps he's just trying to exit his comfort zone while he still can.
You know, you learn a thing or two in this industry. How to charm people, make them want you. At least on stage. Off of it, I'm oblivious. But I've been thinking about the Quantum Leap. It might be my first and last chance to take part. Never been to a proper New Year's Eve bash.
He blushes and looks from side to side. The hand still remains on mine, a soft, gentle grip.
Would you consider being my date for the evening? Or at the very least, spend a midnight with me? There should still be enough for the others.
Thoughts of potential night fly through my mind. 4 midnights and 4 of my new friends. Obviously, I don't think Kyron would be there. I remember Clay saying that he wasn't allowed to date. This probably isn't a serious offer, just some fun. You know, to make the most of the hiatus. I think for a moment before speaking. You know, I mean, I kind of like his personality. I mean, even if it wasn't like a real date, but I will pretty much do it as a date.
Maybe I'm not as oblivious as I thought then. I know this is sudden, but it's an experience I want to have. A date, a New Year's Eve party, perhaps even a kiss. Just a swig of something normal to help the rest go down. And for some reason, I think it's supposed to be with you. Never forget. Fish out of water, right? It seems only fitting.
Starts messing with his scarf, looking like he's zoned out.
I just hope that nothing gets in the way. When I think about Isaac and Chiron, I start to freak out. I mean, we wouldn't know we're in trouble until it's already too late. I even started to have some bad dreams about it. Embarrassing, I know, but good thing I have those gummies. A sound, dreamless sleep. Even suppresses my vision, too.
That's pretty peculiar. But it's also an ambiguous statement. In this moment, I'm confused if this vision is good or bad. Out of respect, I choose not to bring it up this time.
By the way, were you gonna order anything? I'm gonna keep it light since we're coming back here tomorrow. I ate too much junk food on the plane anyways. Gotta cut back.
I shake my head. I just came here to speak with him. But we're coming back with Chiron tomorrow for the first time. I'd order something special. It was a momentous occasion, after all.
Well, I'd hate to come and not order anything at all. Maybe I'll just grab a salad or something like that. Let's throw that all out the window for New Year's Eve. We can let loose and make it a real party. Sound good? Life's no fun without breaking the rules from time to time.
I nod. Sounds like a good idea to me. There's a night you shouldn't hold back. It's definitely New Year's Eve.
Maybe I'll even perform a song, if I get the courage. I heard Isaac say something about live music. Looks like it'll be a pretty big party.
For some reason, I thought it'd be just our little group. Especially since Clay's requested some privacy during his stay. But it might be more effective to blend in a crowd, to be honest. Especially if Argus ever found out what we did.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being suspicious.
Everybody, I have good news!
Oh, yeah?
What happened?
You know that promotion I've been aiming to get? I just scored an interview with the higher-ups at Argus!
No way!
See? I knew you'd get it.
What? That is the exact opposite of what you said last time.
Yeah, don't think we forgot about that one, Dante. Either way, I'm looking forward to the treat that you promised.
Treat?
Dante took some shots at Isaac last time he talked about this promotion. Something about not trusting Isaac with more responsibility.
Ouch.
Exactly. That's why Dante doesn't get a treat. This type of thing is only for Isaac's best friends.
Do I get one? I mean, I believe in Isaac.
You weren't even there when it happened.
I'll allow it, actually.
Hold on. What is the treat exactly? Or were you just trying to tease Dante?
You know, I haven't even thought about it. But this is a big promotion. It'll require a big celebration.
If you get it, you mean.
When I get it, you mean.
Hey, stop the bickering. Just hope that Isaac gets the job. It's not that hard. Everything will be better if he does. More money, more power.
Fine, okay. I hope you get the job, Isaac, and I'm sorry. Don't you think the timing of this is a little odd, though?
No? I've been working hard. Probably the hardest I've ever worked.
But immediately after that nonsense with Chiron, you step on their toes and they invite you to their HQ.
He's got a point, you know.
I think he's just being salty. He didn't believe in me then, and he doesn't now.
It's not like that, Isaac.
Why is this so hard for you then?
I don't know. Look, you know I care about you, Isaac. I'm just pointing out that the timing is a little odd.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Isaac looked into this already, remember? There hasn't been any heat on us. Not even a little.
It's barely been a week.
Your worries are founded, but you're killing the vibe. We should be happy for Isaac, not filling him with fright.
It's okay. I'm not scared, and I know we're gonna be fine. In fact, I can even use this interview to prove it.
How?
Let's see if I can explain this in a non-tech way. Back at work, I actually outrank the PCs we use. They hold me back. But at Argus HQ, I can take full advantage of my security clearance.
Really?
Yeah, but that shouldn't really be surprising. All the power is within Argus's headquarters. Retail outlets only get a fraction of that.
Then how do you know we're really safe? All the data on us could be at a higher level.
I can see enough at work to give me peace of mind, but I can take a look at Argus's HQ for your sake. Anything I can do to make you less worried.
Like how you gave Chiron social media and stuff. Are you sure you won't get in trouble for that?
Most people would, but remember who you're dealing with. I can cover my tracks better than the best in the business.
I underestimated you, Isaac. Snooping around in their own HQ? Always thought you'd be more timid in the end.
Nah, this is where I'm the most confident. Hopefully after this, you'll start to trust my abilities.
If it's truly just an interview, then I'll yield forever. But until then, I believe a tiny bit of paranoia is justified.
Fair. Actually, it's on Friday, so I can tell you all about it at the tavern. I'm pretty sure it'll be multiple interviews too.
Multiple interviews. I hope you get called back then. What position are you up for exactly?
It's actually a step above my current boss. He runs one store, but they want me overseeing multiple. I basically just sit in their HQ and monitor the district's sales numbers.
Promoted above your own boss?
Yeah, he's not interested in all that extra stuff. In fact, he personally recommended me for the promotion. So like I said, I'm pretty sure I earned this. It's not a trick.
I'm starting to believe, I'll say that much. Just give us an update on Friday, and I'll look forward to it. In fact, I can't wait to party with some peace of mind.
Yeah, talk about a night to remember.
Oh yes, a treat. And hello there, Sylvek. Thank you so much for sticking around, and most importantly, thank you so much for supporting my dear friend, Zephyr.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sleepy.
Alright, I'll hydrate right now before the next segment. Posture check.
Power Surge.
And thank you so much for the follow as well.
Hey, I have a suggestion for our slumber party.
What is it? Oh, by the way, I stocked up on those gummies. I have enough to share, but you should still pick up your own.
Now, somehow, I'm starting to wish I had some CBD gummies right now. After all this speak. Okay, these guys have definitely corrupted my mind. Thank you, Glace. Alright, take care, Sylvac. And yeah, I know it's getting late, so you have a really good night until then.
Way ahead of you, actually. Anyway, what's the suggestion, Dante?
Rebels and Revels.
What and what?
Only the hottest tabletop RPG in the world. I'm thinking we start a campaign and make it a weekly thing.
Not a bad idea. Let me guess, you'll be the GM?
Not a chance, man. Writing is my job. You think that's what I want to do in my off hours?
Fair. Is it hard to do?
I would say it could be.
Nah, not really. It's so easy, even Taylor could do it.
Well, now I'm gonna do it. Purely to spite you, of course.
Spite makes a good GM, actually. You want to put your players through some tough times.
Oh boy. Jindal, hold there.
I won't go easy on you.
I'm quaking in my boots, trust me. That is, if you're all down to do this.
Sure, I'm down.
Yeah, sounds good to me. What about Chiron?
What about him?
I'd hate to leave him out of this. It's a group thing, and I kinda made him part of our group.
I don't know if letting him into our home is a good idea yet. Your heart is in the right place, but yeah.
Hasn't he basically turned that jet into his home? I mean, he spends all his time hiding out in there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should host the game over there. That way we can involve him and stay under the radar.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. But remember, you're only here for a few months. There's no way we'd be allowed back in when you leave.
I guess that's fair. But I'd like to stay a part of your campaign. Maybe I can hop on a video or voice call to stay in touch.
That'd be awesome. And there's our solution for Chiron, too. We'll just get him here through a call.
This is actually starting to sound pretty fun. But hopefully one day you can let him inside your house. Even if we include him like that, he could still feel left out.
True, but like I said, it's best to not take that risk just yet. If anyone investigates his records, that'd be the first place they check. Best to avoid putting a target on us until we're absolutely certain.
Good idea. I'm still feeling a bit nervous about all of this. But a weekly campaign might be a nice escape.
Never a bad idea to get away from what bothers you. Those gummies might make it more interesting, too. I can already picture you. A GM under the influence.
I'll make it a journey to remember.
Oh, he's already cracking his knuckles.
Yep, this is how we die.
Yep, exactly.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels, Part 1.
The actions of one person can ripple and cascade. Oh, wait a minute. I know this setting. I recognize it immediately from the first time that I'm seeing this. This is definitely a setting from Winds of Change. I know it because I played the visual novel as well on stream. So yes, I know this place. And they're using it as their tabletop RPG. I sit in my chair, it got me slowly kicking in. There's a character sheet in front of me and a map of the table. Looks like there's some sort of fantasy village, settled in the forest. Everything's a bit foggy right now, but I'm super content and relaxed. Taylor, behind some sort of cardboard barrier, starts to speak. This is his time to shine. His first game is a GM. His first game is a GM.
Well, well, look where we are. The sheltered forest village of Valenorth. The war has ended, and the monarch returns home.
Of course, why would I be surprised if they're actually even using the terms from that game? Way to make that connection, place. Everybody looks at me, and I nod. I didn't know that I'd been the main character in this game, to be honest. Kinda feels nice, so I accept the role without hesitation.
You're here to visit your friend, the Elder of Valenorth. Disguised as monarch business, you really just want to see a friend. The crown weighs heavy upon you, and your bonds ease this burden. Elder.
Everybody looks at Clays. He's just a little shocked.
Me?
Elder? He's only 21.
Yes, you. The monarch appointed you as Elder because of your values. You wish to see Valenorth open up and unite with other nations.
Oh, nice, and they're all cosplaying in there.
Unity? That sounds good to me. Honestly, the world could use more of that.
Spoken like a true elder, but also a little off topic. The monarch's bodyguard steps forward, aiming to get back on track.
Taylor taps tablet, getting Kara's attention. And another Taylor already made up backstories for our characters. Signing up as just a sword user, I figured my story would be a clean slate. But a monarch? With a bodyguard? I get to use this.
Let's get this back on track, shall we? The war may be over, but that doesn't mean it's playtime.
Oh, immediately right on character.
As if to urge on small talk, another friend steps forward. Once a swindler, it seemed like he still craved gossip.
Kinda like his attire. Aaron looks over at Isaac, who simply shrugs.
A swindler? Come on, that's kind of mean. I thought you saw me as more than that.
In character, please.
Isaac clearly realized there's no way to address this in character. With a simple shrug, he continues on from Taylor's earlier prompt.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with some small talk, Chiron. A lot of people spill their greatest secrets in casual conversation.
What secrets could he possibly be keeping from us? Insubordination isn't exactly his style.
Gotta say, Chiron's character just looks so hot. Ohayo, Kazuki. Wouldn't mind seeing... Oh boy. But I don't think that you'd like... Honestly, I mean, well, my persona will probably be something that you would like to see me a little bit more revealing, regardless of my body type. I still would feel very embarrassed to show you my real body.
Yeah, I'm more interested in whatever the opposite of that is.
You mean obedience. I like that in a guy.
Is he trying to flirt even as a GM?
Did anybody hear something?
Other than us, I can't say I have.
Maybe it was a whisper from the spirit.
And he gets shut down again.
A spiritual and sheltered forest village? Isn't that a little derivative?
You're one to talk.
What does that mean?
Never mind. Either way, spirits don't work like that in this world. In fact, the end of the war marked the end of the spirit realm. Alestia was free to forge its own path, with no external influence.
No external influence? Funny for a GM to say.
In character, please.
Oh, how I hate those gods that look down upon us, cursing my existence to that of a lowly swindler.
For the record, I think being a swindler is pretty awesome.
Totally agree. I'm just some dumb mercenary. I fight henchmen, while you topple nations.
Oh, so you do think I'm awesome.
Yeah, and you totally look the part.
He sounds it too.
Pretty good reference, Taylor. I wonder if anyone will get it.
It's not like there's anyone watching us.
Oh, of course. So, why are we here again anyway? Didn't we have some monarch business to attend to?
Everybody exchanges glances and stares right at Taylor.
Oh, of course, the official business. What was that again?
To quote Dante, perfect emote. Jindo, perfect emote.
Are you serious?
I said, what was that again?
Taylor nudges the he towards Dante as if this were a cue. Dante holds up a piece of paper, a mock scroll.
And at that exact moment, the monarch's advisor bursts into the room, holding a scroll and struggling to catch his breath. It seems urgent.
I am not acting like I'm out of breath.
Immersion killer. Just go ahead and read the scroll. We need to get this show on the road.
I kind of recognize that attire that Dante is wearing. I'm gonna have to say, what was that? What was that guy? Shoot, I'm like drawing a blank right now. And I apologize if this sounds demeaning. But yeah, I recognize Dante's attire immediately.
Right. Sorry to disturb your small talk, Monarch, but I have a matter that might need your attention.
Might?
No, it definitely needs your attention, and I was talking to the Monarch, not you.
When you're in my village, you talk to me. Let's not start disrespecting my authority here.
Everybody looks at each other, shocked that Clay's put his foot down. Because he was getting into the role, that made things even better.
Oh, of course. Sorry, Elder.
Thank you, Dante. But now you have to prove that apology. A sorry means nothing if you keep slipping up.
He's right, you know. Should I get that in writing and make you sign it? Binding people to their word is kind of my thing. That's why I live my life by one rule. Never count on somebody who's unreliable. It's impossible to strike on the promise of a maybe.
All right, I get it. Well, if you don't find me reliable, then have this. It's a letter from the Thorns, back in Mazio.
It's actually pronounced Mazeo.
Really? That's not what I've heard.
Well, I guess everyone says it differently. Anyway, feel free to let them know what's happening.
Of course. Sorry about that, everybody. The voice from above seems to keep cutting me off.
Been happening more and more lately. But go ahead and lay it on us, Dante. Can't possibly be worse than the war.
Maybe not, but it could easily start another. The war definitely left a big power vacuum. We have to face that fact. Unfortunately, a power vacuum in Mazeo is a lot worse than anywhere else.
You said the Thorns, right?
Yeah, I figured you'd be familiar with them. They're using the confusion and chaos to make a move. It's pretty clear. They want to undermine our newfound leadership.
And let me guess, their main weapon is blackmail.
Of course. After you stopped swindling, they took charge. Or maybe they even started during the war, when you were busy. But the townspeople are in their hands. Not willingly, of course.
We should take care of this as soon as possible. A hostile Mazeo isn't exactly my idea of a good neighbor.
But how can we fight back?
Contrary to popular belief, paper does beat paper. We dig up dirt on them and ruin their credibility. Then the blackmail they have means nothing.
I don't think that's a good idea. We have to prove our leadership to those still on the fence. Subterfuge and shady stuff will only make us seem dubious.
I agree. Our goal was to lead the world into a better age. We can't resort to the same tactics our enemies did, or even the ones we used in order to win the war. Remember? We all promised. That kind of stuff would stop after we won. We're leading now, so we have to do it right.
Fine. Old habits die hard, I guess. It'll just be hard to win a battle where our enemy fights dirty. Remember, we were a little dirty during the war. It's how we won.
But this is just some gang of information brokers. They'll live up to their name, nothing more than thorns in our sides. They can't hold a candle to the triumvirate, right? The worst is over.
And if it isn't, then you'll always have my sword arm. In fact, I expect an ambush or two on our way back home. We should head to Mazeo while it's still bright outside.
I agree. I made good time on the run over, too. If we leave now, we'll make it before it gets too dark. And that's just when the Thorns are most likely to strike.
And with that, our merry gang is reunited once more. Fresh off the heels of one war, it seems they aimed to prevent another. They head out hoping to win this battle the right way and prove their mettle. Because even though the previous tyrannical leaders were dethroned, the people of Alestia hadn't fully embraced their new leaders. If things went awry, the new monarchy could very well be usurped. After a long and arduous journey, the group returns to Museo. A meeting is immediately called, with everyone making their way to the war room. Feeling no need to change things up, the new monarchy still used the old Rebel HQ.
So, do we want to go over all of this again?
Yeah. It looks like the Thorns want to run things around here. Apparently they've dug up dirt on all of us. A lot. If they spread it, the people could fear us.
Giving them a legitimate claim to leadership.
There's no way the people would side with the Thorns. Leaking secrets speaks more about them than us. It's a pitiful, destructive way to seize power.
Don't forget what my job used to be, Clace.
Oh, right, sorry. But you did that stuff out of necessity. It seems like they're just doing it for fun.
It seems like the tables have turned, actually. We dug up dirt on the Triumvirate and used it to take them down. I suppose it's not out of the question that someone would do the same to us. But on the other hand, what we did actually saved countless worlds. The Thorns just wanted to take advantage of something that could profit them. We acted in the name of greater good, and it seemed like they act for their coin purse.
Well, I think this one rests with Isaac. How could we fight back against this? It is your area of expertise, after all.
Well, we have to put the people first. Anything aggressive or manipulative is a no-go. The way we react now will decide how they see us.
Is aggression really a bad option? The Thorns could have dirt on every citizen in Alestia. If we take them out and seize their base, it'd keep everyone safe.
I think it's just killing that we need to avoid. We can attack them and take them in, but no vigilante stuff. Pure justice.
It would work. That is, if they truly are a threat. We can't just take them down to save our own hide. Isaac, you know more about this than anyone else. Is the information they have dangerous? Forget about whatever dirt they have on us. I'm talking about how they could harm our people.
Yeah, information brokering is a shady business. They probably have secrets that could topple nations, and a lot more that could tear apart the lives of innocents. But they would argue that revealing the truth is justice. I even told myself that when we fought against the Triumvirate. A means to an end. Everything is always a means to an end.
Hey, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Remember how you dig in mailboxes at the taverns? You know, to find out secrets you could sell.
I'm not proud of it, but yeah.
Well, that's not all you did, right? I imagine you bought information from people too. What if we posed as civilians looking to sell some info?
And catch them in the act?
Entrapment? Isn't that immoral?
Not necessarily entrapment, but a way to get into their base for recon. That way we could see what they're up to in every regard.
And crack down if we see anything worrying.
Well, this certainly seems morally gray, but I don't see anything that would reflect poorly on us. We'll only take them in if we see the potential of harming our people.
And if we don't?
Well, I know that we did a lot to take down the Triumvirate. We swindled nations and murdered our enemies to start the list. If the Thorns bring that to light, we'll have to accept the repercussions.
Is there really no other way?
Well, it really isn't right to try and cover up our actions. Especially if it means hiding the truth of things from our people. That's exactly what the Triumvirate did to us when it came to the spirits. They hid a truth that they knew would jeopardize their leadership. If we approach this from the same angle, then we're no better. We have to act in Alestia's best interest, not our own.
True.
It's what we've always done.
So, that's the plan then? Infiltrate their base and gather data?
Yeah. And we only take action if we believe our people are in danger. With what Isaac said, though, I'm almost certain that they are. We just need to prove it before cracking down on them.
Is this acceptable, Monarch?
For a moment, I forgot I was taking part in this game. In retrospect, it really did make me feel like I was a leader. Everyone talking about what to do before presenting me with their best option. It really was the best option. We really can't just attack and kill those who threaten our rule. But if the action of the Thorns threaten our people, that's different. I authorize the operation. We infiltrate their base and discern the full extent of their actions. I know Isaac says they're obviously a threat, but we need some evidence. We need to do this the right way in order to win the favor of our people. It's not an easy transition, waking up to new rulers of the world, after all. But we showed them, as we continued, that their lives were in our capable hands.
Experience pivotal fragment. Calm before the crime.
Many people walk all over you, simply leaves footprints for others to follow. I guess I should have taken that particular thing. Slowly made my way towards the Wayfarer, passing the town square. There's a large gathering of Zeros simply standing there. Some carry signs. The protest was in full swing. Their cause surely had some numbers behind it. That's how many people were on a colony, then those things must be huge. Not realizing, I make eye contact with a family of Zeros. I shake my head, slightly embarrassed at unintentional staring. They smile at me, and I chose to smile back. At least they weren't weirded out by what I just did. They hand their child an apple. After taking it, they start skipping around the town square. They're holding a doll on the other hand. It was a smile just as wide as them, but not as wide as the parents who watched their child enjoy the city. I guess they were fighting not only for themselves, but for the future of every Zero. After skipping and jumping around their town square, the child just stops and looks at me. I wave at them, and they wave back before returning to their parents. As they embrace each other, I take this as my signal to leave. But I leave with the rising hope that they'll get what they want. I round the corner and see the Wayfarer almost immediately. As soon as I do, I see my friends standing out of the entrance. Just like Taylor said at the Triple R, fashionably late as always. Isaac is now down, tinkering with what appears to be a drone. The gang watches him work. Can't help but feel concerned. Messing with the drone mere moments before we sneak in Chiron? This had to be related to everything going on. As soon as I reach my friends, I make noise like I'm clearing my throat. This instantly gets their attention, and hugs are exchanged.
Hey, Delta. I was just showing everybody what I've been up to. Figured I could start without you since I kind of talked about it at the diner.
That's true, he definitely gave me a crash course at the diner. Or in this case, crash may not be the wish word to use. I know he can control them and run on his code.
I wish he didn't have to do it out in the open, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Isaac looks pretty suspicious right now.
Definitely no need to correct that.
But the security on these things is top-notch. If he was doing something wrong, then alarms would be blaring. I've seen people look over and they don't seem to care.
Clays has it right. See this little blue light? If I didn't work for Argus, it'd be red. And not only that, but it'd call for help. We'd be surrounded by more drones and they'd record us. That's only until the Argus agents arrive to arrest us, of course.
What are you doing, though? You keep saying you'll explain.
Oh, I'm changing the patrol route on this drone. Gonna have it watch the area while we're inside. You know, just in case anything happens tonight.
Are you expecting anything to happen? Like, did something happen at your interview?
Other than me nailing it? Nope. Even got invited back for a second one.
Oh, really?
Yep. And you were all worried for nothing.
I wouldn't exactly call it nothing, but it's good to know we're safe.
I think he meant to say congratulations.
Right. Sorry.
Isaac stands up and grabs a piece of paper from his pocket. Without missing a beat, he hands it over to Dante.
This is just a piece of paper that says my words.
Yeah, you can go ahead and eat them now. Can't believe you doubted me, man.
That's one way. Okay, that's genius. I gotta say, that's just genius. Oh yeah, and thanks a lot, Kiwi, for coming in. I appreciate it. But damn, that was one way of putting it. Just a piece of paper with the words, my words in it. You can eat them right now. Honestly, perfect.
I can definitely believe it.
Seconded.
They look around at me and Clay for backup, and we just shrug. Isaac has stuck to his word and delivered him exactly what he promised. If I were Taylor or Dante, this would be a turning point of how I felt.
I'm just glad we're all safe.
I'm not.
Yeah, and I plan to keep it that way. I can check again during my follow-up interview. It's not scheduled yet since New Year's Eve is so close.
With a smirk, he lets go of the drone and stands up. It immediately flies off, sticking to whatever route he planned. It's impressive to see him do this. He really is a genius when it comes to tech.
Besides, they're super busy with the whole Cypher and Hermes thing. I'm surprised they even had time for an interview given the situation.
Yeah, I guess we picked the perfect time to do all this stuff.
You mean Isaac picked the perfect time. When you say it the other way, I feel like an accomplice.
Technically, you are. But before you can cut in with some snark, I have a question. What did you do at the interview, Isaac? To check if we're safe, I mean.
Oh, good question. This actually goes all the way back to our nightclub outing. You know, when Dante dropped those bottles on the street.
So much for never mentioning it again.
I should thank you for it, actually. It gave me the perfect opportunity.
Seriously?
Yep. Sure enough, a drone came by to clean it up. But since litter is illegal, it had to look up street cam footage. That's the first thing they do. Try to find out who's responsible. I knew that there'd be no data on Chiron, which is bad. It would immediately flag him as a zero and get us in trouble. I rushed to create his identity and even uploaded facial data.
Facial data?
Yeah. It scanned our faces and looked for a match in the database. Because I was fast enough, it was able to find Chiron's as well. So, we may be guilty of litter, but nothing more. I promise.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Well, that's actually what they call a convenient inconvenience.
Yeah, and it was easy to look into during my interview. When I was at their HQ, all I had to do was pull up the incident report. If we were in trouble, there'd be notation, or the case would be escalated.
And it wasn't?
Nope. It was marked closed by an Argus agent. Just something about drunk friends having a good time. All of our names are clear in the system. Trust me.
Iron scoffs and breaks the silence. I wonder why he was just standing there.
Now I know why you wanted all those photos of me after the nightclub. Too bad. Thought maybe you came back outside to ask me on a date.
Ooh.
He probably wants to.
Couldn't blame him.
Ooh. He knows how to play. He laughs and trying to signal it was a joke. At least I know what Isaac did when he went back outside that night.
And sorry for not being too talkative. All this city talk goes right above my head. At least I know what those flying things are now.
He must be talking about the drones. I guess these topics will be pretty intimidating for him. I can imagine the culture shock of entering the city walls.
Well, I don't think we'll need to talk about that stuff anymore. Taylor and Dante just wanted me to put their minds at ease. And I think I did?
Definitely made a lot of progress. Yeah.
I'm good to go. Feel a lot safer, too.
It's true. I could tell that the tension in the air was fading away. Helps to know that we're truly under the radar and without suspicion. Especially as the tension rise and Argus presence increases in the city.
I'm just as happy as them to leave this stuff behind. And if we're safe, maybe I can even come to New Year's Eve.
It's starting to look more and more hopeful. But let's focus on tonight. We still need to get you inside.
Back door, right?
Yeah, but it can't be all of us. Some of us should enter the front door at the same time. If anything, just to make sure that the door guy is occupied.
Everybody go layers with Isaac?
What?
Well, I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us here, but this was your idea, so you need to do the dirty work.
Yeah, we'll all go in the front. You two can sneak in the back, but we'll save a table, so don't worry.
Sorry, Isaac, but I feel the same way. I can't risk getting caught as much as you can.
All right, that's fair. I just imagined a bit more teamwork.
We're causing a distraction for you, Isaac. If they have to ID all of us, you'll have more time. Maybe you should be the one saving a table for us.
Isaac shrugs and nods, realizing Taylor's right. It was a team effort, and our entrance bought time for Isaac. I look over at Kyron, and I see a hint of worry remaining on his face.
What should we do if people start to suspect me? Or report me? You know, just thinking worst case scenario.
Run, most likely.
Maybe we should have some sort of code word? Something to tip each other off, but not make a scene?
Like a spy movie?
Like a spy movie.
Maybe we could say we're in the mood for vodka.
Bad idea. I already am.
How about karaoke? We can use that as the code word. I could even sing to cause a distraction.
Do they have karaoke in there?
Yeah, loaded with a ton of songs, too. Maybe you can sing one of your own, Clace.
If I need to, I will.
Perfect. If we need a distraction in the bar, Clace can get on stage. But what do we do? Just make our way back home? What if they send out agents or drones to catch us?
Run, most likely. But I doubt it'll ever come to that. The scan should work just fine. But I am prepared.
Isaac waved his phone in front of us with a smirk.
I can pull up a live map to help us avoid any drones. If we need to, we'll make it back home without a trace. Is that good? Can we go inside and party now?
Everybody looks at each other and nods. Seems like we have an entry plan and several exit plans. No matter what happened, we be prepared to take on the night. I'm a bit worried about the potential leaving Clace behind while he sings, but the more I think about it, the more I think he'd be okay. Argus wouldn't make a move on an idol while they're performing, would they? Just hope things went smoothly. It was good to be cautious up to a point. After a while, you're just overly paranoid. Thankfully, Isaac dealt a big blow to any paranoia. Even Dante seemed ready to party, which was saying something. And so we head inside, our bond feeling as strong as ever. I just hope it stayed that way. Okay, seems like I did everything so far.
View which journal entry?
What does this symbol mean anyway? I'm seeing it everywhere. The diamond? That might be interesting.
Experience culmination fragment. Wayfarers.
Let's do it. Thank you for choosing Argus. Our future, your way. That almost sounds very manipulative if you ask me. As soon as we enter the Wayfarer, we're asked to show our ID. Of course, we all oblige except for Isaac and Chiron. I can see their infiltration was already successful. The security guard gives a nod as we can scan our phones. A picture of our face and the name pops up, which he compares to us in person. Obviously, we pass, and a few moments later, we're officially in. It's an interesting sight, seeing Isaac and Chiron sitting at a table. Zero breaking bread with city folk. Is this how things were before Komore? Back then, before the system, everybody could have existed in unity. Of course, that's just wishful thinking. I know the truth. The world was on the brink of an all-out war before the visions came. I guess there will always be conflict and social divides no matter what. It's almost like we're fixated on our need to be different or superior. At least that's the way Argus thinks, making zeros grovel in the streets. I would never look down on Chiron, and even public opinion supports the zeros. Perhaps we're approaching unity for the first time in history. The sight before me only enforces that this peace is attainable.
Took your sweet time, I see.
We're not living in the fast lane like you.
Huh, should I slow down?
Nah, wouldn't be nearly as fun.
We all pull out a chair and sit down at the table.
So, you all want a round?
I'm down.
What do you recommend?
A screwdriver would be nice.
I don't know this drink.
It's like orange juice and vodka.
What's vodka?
It's like orange juice and happiness.
Sure, I'll take it.
Round of screwdrivers then?
I'm guessing they really want to get trashed down really fast. Like I said, I don't drink, so I would not know what they taste. He'll nod, implying that it's time for Chiron to go. If he ordered and got his ID successfully, would be in the clear. It feels like such a risky play, but I says confidence is contagious.
This better be a real drink. If you're pranking me, I'm gonna get you back.
Cross my heart.
Hope to die?
I wouldn't go that far.
We'll see.
He leaves the table and starts walking towards the bar.
He sure likes a joke about Argus killing us, huh?
Joking about serious stuff is a valid way to cope.
There's gotta be a better way.
Yeah, I said valid, not the best.
Speak for yourself, guys. I don't mind my life being used as a punchline.
That is the most Isaac thing you've ever said.
Oh!
Speaking of Argus, I have a question.
What's up?
Blaze is looking down at his diary, but keeping it turned away from us. I can see his eyes scanning the pages like he's catching up on notes.
Remember that incident report you mentioned? Are you sure you didn't notice anything weird about it?
Almost certainly.
Alright. Did you check out my profile?
No? I'd never snoop.
Yeah, snooping is bad. Wouldn't want you seeing all the mischief I get up to.
Ah!
You? Mischief?
It's quickly becoming my middle name.
We all look at each other for a moment thinking the exact same thing.
Wait, what is your name? I know it's definitely not Clace.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
What is it then?
Hey, don't pry like that, Dante. Unless you want to tell us your real name, too.
Hitting the brakes.
Thought so.
Guess Dante isn't his real name either. Oh well, I'll still call him his chosen name. I mean, you guys know me as Vray, so why not? I know you guys exactly how I see you online here, and that's our chosen names. I offered the same courtesy by calling me Delta, after all.
I guess I was just curious what you saw. Did it flag me as my real account or my burner account?
Burner, for sure.
Good to know.
He scribbles down some notes in his diary. So interesting how lost he seems to be on that thing. If I didn't know any better, I'd actually find it a little suspicious. Small silence ensued. I decided to ask him about it.
Oh, this? It's just for memories. You know, so I can look back one day.
Maybe we could take some pictures or videos?
Well, those can be spread all over the place. This is strictly private. For my eyes only.
Makes sense.
That's fair.
He's probably writing about how annoying we are.
Maybe how annoying you are.
You know, I wouldn't even complain.
Before this conversation continues, Chiron returns with a tray. He places down another table, and I get my first look at the screwdrivers. They were barely even orange. It's like a glass of vodka and a splash of juice.
I told you they don't mind pouring extra.
Yeah, guess I'm off the deep end here.
He grabs his glass and holds up with a smile.
Ready to get this started?
The screwdrivers are half empty by now. I can feel it in my head. Definitely don't think I'll be drinking as much as I did at the nightclub. Glasses are exchanged as stories of the good old days are told.
Didn't know you were that into cosplay, Dante.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's actually how I ended up meeting Isaac. He had a bit of a fanboy moment when he saw me.
Wait, what's cosplay?
Costume play. Like dressing up as others.
Interesting.
Strikes a pose like he's thinking.
So if we traded clothes, we'd be cosplaying each other?
Well, not really. We're not fictional characters.
You know, sometimes it feels like I am.
Huh?
You know, putting on an act while I perform and keeping that persona going during interviews.
Oh, makes sense to me.
So I could cosplay as Clays?
There's no way you could pull his stage outfit off.
I reckon I could pull it off in a couple different ways, actually.
Wow, you're all so smooth. I'm flattered. But we were talking about Isaac's fanboying.
No, we definitely weren't. That phase of my life is so over.
Oh, really?
I can attest to that one. He was pretty timid by the time he met me.
I never actually heard the story of how you two met, though I imagine it's a low point in the saga of our universe.
Probably the lowest, yeah. I was working and he basically broke in the front door. All he said was, "Help me!" But that's all I needed to hear.
You do seem to have a penchant for helping people in need.
Makes it easier to fall asleep at night. But yeah, a bunch of fans were chasing him down. So I let him hide in the back of my store and I drove him home.
How did you know he wasn't just some creep?
Well, he is.
Fair.
But I knew his intentions were pure. And even if they weren't, I've got a bat in my trunk.
Like you could take me in a fight.
I couldn't. Hence the bat. Actually, it's still in my trunk, even today. So, make sure to remember that next time you cross me.
Sheesh.
Do you always talk like this? I mean, it kind of seems like y'all hate each other.
Actually, hate is now a valid form of love.
Well, then I'm head over heels.
Don't worry, I hate you too.
Taylor blushes, and the subject is abruptly changed.
How'd you meet Delta then?
Oh, we've been friends online for a long time. We were chatting on and off throughout all these stories. As soon as they mentioned they wanted to move, I invited them over.
One big happy family, huh?
I'd say so.
Aren't you forgetting someone?
He tilts his head towards Clay's in an inconspicuous fashion.
Right. I actually met Clace through Taylor's stream. Figured I'd offer to house him while he took a break from work.
And then there's me.
I keep saying you bring a lot of stories to the table.
Trust me, you already have. We talk about you quite a bit in the group chat.
Good things, I hope.
Sure, let's go with that.
Am I allowed to join it, by the way? You've piqued my interest now.
That's a hard maybe. Let me think about it a little more.
All right, then think away.
He grabs his cup and chugs it the rest of his drink.
Hey, y'all down for a game?
What'd you have in mind?
Well, there's something we used to play back on the colony. It'd help us to get to know each other better.
Really? We played a game like that at the nightclub last week. I'm down for more, though. It's fun to learn all about you.
He grips his pen in his hand and speaks like he's ready to write more.
I'm game.
I'm so down.
Sounds good to me.
What are the rules?
It's pretty simple, but we can make it more interesting. How about I grab another round? Yeah, you know, for punishments.
Let me guess. We have to reveal private information about ourselves. And if we don't want to, then we risk getting blackout drunk.
Hey, you'll be spilling your guts either way.
Gross.
With a smirk, Karen goes off to order us another round. I assume Isaac loaded his account with some money to spend. Maybe I'll get the next round. I wouldn't want him to go broke so fast. It's actually pretty cool how I'm learning about life on the colony. Even the games to learn about your friends like we do. In fact, I'm willing to bet that the game Kyron wants to play is pretty similar. Finish the rest of my screwdriver and await his return. Every minute that passes, the more confident that we might be in the right. All the serials should be able to experience what we've given to Kyron. With a cipher Argus' hand, it needed to happen. A second screwdriver sits in front of me as Kyron looks at us with a smirk. Seems like we've been playing the question games again, but with some colony flair. Makes perfect sense, of course. Taking in the Zero meant learning about their culture. Seems like technology aside, their culture wasn't too different from our own. So no matter what was about to come in my way, I think I'd be prepared.
All right. Okay, this one's called Raise Your Hand. I'll explain the rules and take the first turn.
We all nod.
When it's your turn, you make a statement. Raise your hand if, and then finish the sentence. If the statement applies to you, you raise your hand.
Seems simple enough.
It's kinda like Never Have I Ever.
Hey, there's a bit more to it than that, though. You get to ask a follow-up question afterward, like why someone raised their hand, or even why they didn't.
Great. Can't wait to be put on the spot again.
This could actually be a bit more entertaining. No cards to play by, so we can go for the throat by default.
Oh.
Please don't.
Well, I think Chiron's stepping up to bat. How about we let him set the tone for all this?
I'm planning to keep it pretty simple, actually, at least at first, so I know you're telling the truth.
All right, but when do we drink?
I didn't think that far ahead. I just thought it'd make things more fun.
How about if we're caught lying? Or if we refuse to answer the follow-up question?
I'm down for that. I'll just be sipping, though. Gotta take it easy after the nightclub last week.
And to prepare for the quantum leap. New Year's Eve is always a big day for booze.
Good thing I helped you carry all those bottles home, huh?
Couldn't have done it without you, man.
He holds up his glass before taking a sip, like he's saying cheers. We'll do the same, and look over to Kyron. It's time for the game to begin.
Raise your hand if you think your visions are set in stone, like literally fate, impossible to change.
This one's pretty easy for me since I never had a vision. Almost everything I know tells me that they aren't set in stone. This is mirrored by the fact that nobody raises their hand. Guess he wasn't lying, he said he started with a simple one. But even lie detector says start with some easy questions to ground you. It was for peace of mind, so he knows that we're taking things seriously. He smirks, like this test was effective.
Kind of figured as much. I can tell you don't like being told what to do, whether it's Argus or even your own future.
Yep. We even made a pact to defy our visions. Didn't like the fact that we weren't a part of each other's.
A pact? Really?
Yep. Well, except for Delta, of course.
Karen looks at me a little confused. That is when I tell him exactly that I haven't had a vision.
Oh, really?
He laughs nervously and rubs the back of his head.
Well, I'm not sure how to take that, so either my condolences or congratulations.
I shrug. It doesn't really bother me, being the odd one out. But it makes me feel very left out when topics like this come up.
I think I'm gonna choose, Clace for my follow-up.
Me? Really?
Yeah. Why don't you think our visions are real? Surely you're still a pop star in your own.
I guess.
But...
Well, it was still my choice to pursue this life. It's not like anyone held a gun to my head and told me to sing.
Then why did you?
The comfort and security, I guess? It seemed a lot less risky than my other options. But at the end of the day, I still had those other options. So it was more like a blueprint that I chose to follow. Or maybe it was like following in someone else's footprints. I still have the power to turn around and forge my own path.
Do you really, though?
I think I've already said enough. Remember, it was one follow-up question?
That's fair. We'll agree with a simple nod.
Well then, who will go next?
I have a pretty good one, actually.
Go for it.
A smirk of fear written down his face that I can only describe as evil.
Raise your hand if you've slept with somebody at this table.
Oh my. Obviously, I don't raise my hand. To my surprise, Isaac Taylor and Clay's all raised theirs. All eyes are on Clay's despite the fact that multiple hands are raised.
Hey, Isaac and Taylor raised their hand too.
They live here. You've been here for like a week.
I hate this game.
He takes a big sip of his drink and then refuses to answer any follow-ups. Entire table bursts into laughter, obviously except for Clay's. I feel bad for him. All he did was being honest with the group.
Hey, I got a good one. Less embarrassing, at least.
Yes, please.
Isaac smiles and presently raises his hand.
Raise your hand if you think we're doing the right thing.
He tilts his head towards Chiron. A moment later, everybody raises their hand.
Unanimous, huh? Well, I'm kind of flattered.
Can't be surprised, though, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all in this together.
Whether we like it or not, I might add.
Yeah, but we're doing the right thing for sure. This time, the right thing just happens to go against Argus.
Right. Well, I guess it's time for my follow-up.
He looks directly at me and points his finger in a dramatic fashion.
Why do you think we're doing the right thing, Delta? It was a tie between you and Chiron, but he's kind of biased.
I think everybody deserves for a chance to start fresh just like me. Honestly, there's something that I think. Everybody nods and smiles at my answer.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I actually dig this game, Chiron. Good idea.
Don't mention it. Gotta repay you somehow, after all.
A moment later, Clay slaps his hand down on the table.
Oh, I got one. Raise your hand if you think I should sing karaoke.
A curious question. Nobody raises their hand. This was probably checking if anybody thought of us were under suspicion. What a clever way of checking in with the group while remaining under the radar.
Well, then I have a follow-up for Chiron. How'd it go when you ordered the screwdrivers?
Just as expected, actually. Scanned my phone, heard a beep, and I was good to go. Could have used a hand with a tray, but I understand.
Oh, gotta love the validation. Everyone here kept doubting me.
I was a little scared, to be honest, but you definitely know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm kind of a prodigy.
Yeah, slow down, Isaac. Anyway, who's next?
I wouldn't mind taking a turn.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know him that well, and even I agree.
Hey, I promise to play gentle. I have a good question, I promise.
Poor Taylor. He's just really the butt of this joke. Hey, MMX. Silas issued as if a challenge for him proves his words.
Raise your hand if you're jealous of somebody at this table.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. In addition, everybody raises their hand.
Kind of figured as much. We're built to want the stuff that other people have. But now, I gotta figure out who to put on the spot.
You all seem fine with answering, so there's no easy target.
Let's go with Clace. My curiosity is getting the better of me.
Again? Really?
To be fair, you didn't answer last time, so I think this is better. Less embarrassing, too.
That's fair. But honestly, my answer is all of you. I'm jealous of everybody at this table.
Even me?
Especially you. This whole idol thing can really take its toll. It's like living for somebody else instead of yourself. When my hiatus is over, I have to get back to work. But all of you get to keep on living this awesome life. They'd never let me walk the streets or go to a tavern.
Looks like we have more in common than I thought.
Hmm?
I mean, neither of us are fully in control of our lives. We're governed by circumstances outside of our control. With me, it's the system, and with you, it's the industry.
I'm honestly surprised they let him take a break. Time is money, and now they're losing plenty.
I'm sure they'll recover. Got a lot of song ideas floating around in my head, too. If anything, this hiatus is just a big rush of inspiration.
I could go for one of those.
Is the writing getting hard?
Always is.
Cheers to that one, man.
They get their cups together, and a small ring echoes.
I guess it's Delta's turn now?
That's true, everybody else has already gone. Sure what my prompt should be.
I'll call a stalling rule if I have to.
Different game, genius.
Yeah, take your time, Delta.
Raise your hand if you think I've been a positive addition. If you go on a date with me. If you're keeping a secret from the group. I would not go for that last one, honestly. I almost feel like it's too political. It will only make it... It's way too political. It will not be fair. The third one, nah. I think it was too scandalous. I'm stuck between the first two. Either if I've been a positive addition to the group, or if anybody would go on a date with me. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people, I feel like they would pretty much, everybody would answer that one. But for me, honestly, it's kind of like something that I would say, for my self-esteem, I would say I would go for the first one. Because, I mean, sometimes I actually feel like, I mean, when I join certain groups, it's like, you guys really feel okay with me? Kind of like that, so sometimes that, you know, enters my mind and it starts bothering me. But a date? I mean, me personally, I've never been in a date. And sometimes I usually feel like, I mean, if it was with a girl or with anyone in the female gender, I would say it's, you know, I kind of feel like, you know, when people have these, you know, gender assumptions, it almost feels like it's the guy who should ask the girl out to a date. But what happens if it is with another guy? It's like, who's the one? And is it really... couldn't just a girl, you know, or a girl, you know, that's a really good friend, you know, hey, let's go out, let's try to ask for a date, you know? But it's more like she would be the one asking, but not like, but, you know, out of respect, you know, not necessarily just like doing it just for, you know, just pure flirty and lewdness, stuff like that. Just a date. I'm stuck at the question, to be honest. But let me go with what I would say if it was me. I will go for the first one. Raise your hand if you think I've been a positive addition to the group. Honestly, with everything that I've been having in the past, it's like sometimes I actually wonder, do my friends really think I'm good? Everyone raises their hand. I thought as much. It's probably one of those must-lie situations anyway. Out of curiosity, I asked Dante for some elaboration.
Well, you've definitely made things more interesting. Living alone with Isaac was starting to get a little stale. No offense, of course, it's just good to switch things up.
I'm not gonna take any offense. Besides, I told Delta the same thing. We're all a bit inspired after the last week. And, just for the record, I feel the same way about Clace and Chiron. I could tell they were asking the same question in their heads. This group is not only bigger, but better than ever before.
Everybody smiles, even though Isaac kind of hijacked the conversation. I'm satisfied with my turn, so I nod, signaling that it's time to move on.
Anyway, what happens next? If I'm not mistaken, that's a full round.
How about we finish our drinks and take a break, Wouldn't mind stretching my legs and checking out the tavern.
Sounds good to me.
Regroup in 10?
I might go touch up my eyeliner. How about we just regroup when we're ready?
Fine by me.
We all stand up and go our separate ways. I look over at Chiron, and he's drawn to the dartboard. Do they have that kind of stuff in the colony, I wonder?
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Chiron 1.
Of course. I decided to approach Chiron while I have some time away from the group. And though Isaac is spraying everything, the man himself is still a mystery. Probably be more helpful to learn about him and life on the colonies.
Hey, Delta, watch this. I'm calling a bullseye.
Sure enough, moments later, he hits the center of the board.
Score.
He gives me a big smirk and turns to face me. I'd like to ask him about the colony life and if they had darts.
No, of course. If it doesn't rely on technology, we probably have it. City folk who move to the colonies always bring new ideas, too. I've actually seen a lot of people abandon Argus. The colonies are nothing if not welcoming.
walks forward to the dart he threw and pulls it out.
Wish I could say the same about the city. No matter where I go, I feel so many eyes on me, and I know they aren't just admiring my good looks.
Well, and I look at definitely admiring your good looks. I mean, I wish I could give him both of them. At least you don't have to worry about that in our group.
True, you do give me a certain sense of security. Of course, the private jet sure isn't hurting anything. I like watching the news, too. It's only a matter of time until I see that headline. Either Argus loses or steps up. I doubt they'll go down without a fight, though. But right now, their inaction borders on negligence. People are starving to death, right at their front door. And where I come from, you never turn down a neighbor in need. I feel like we could teach you city folk a lot about life. It's a bit harder when every day is a struggle.
Every day is a struggle? Ask him more. I asked him something that's been on my mind this entire time. People who abandon Argus, they seem to regret it?
If they do, they never really show it. I think they know what they're signing themselves up for. They're usually super happy at first, but then it starts to fade. I don't think that means they regret it or they're depressed. It's more like a honeymoon period where they appreciate the freedom. The city may be beautiful, but those walls are definitely suffocating. Once they can truly breathe, it's almost like they have a new lease on life. But, just like all things, it quickly becomes normal and turns into routine. Day in and day out, life on the colonies never changes. It's a cycle that's definitely absent in the city. As much as Argus controls you, it's still so chaotic. I never really know what's waiting for me around each corner. It's definitely not Argus agents, though, and that makes me happy. At first, I figured it was only a matter of time before we got kicked out, but seeing the public opinion slowly sway it's actually pretty shocking. We always thought your views aligned with Argus. Gotta say, I half expected that apple you gave me to be poisonous. It was a big risk, letting you and your friends know that I'm a zero. But it's a risk that paid off. Let's hope they continue to do that, yeah? Our lives aren't exactly risk-free. Yet.
I like how he threw me the word "yet" there. Definitely believes in the same goal as that we do. Harmony between societies. A true, genuine give and take.
Anyway, sorry for the rant. Now that I can talk, I guess I don't feel like stopping. On the streets, I was almost too scared to say a word.
Ask him what made him speak to us then.
Desperation, I suppose. Or at the very least, hunger was a good motivator. But after all this time, I can't help but feel guilty.
Guilty? How so?
Well, I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty resilient. I reckon I could last a lot longer without food than some of the others, so in my mind, sometimes, I wish you ran across somebody else.
Looks a little sad, but it's completely understandable.
And if one of my people do starve to death on the streets, I know that in my heart, I'll just wish it was me instead. So let's make sure that doesn't happen, alright?
Obviously, I'll agree, since our goals aren't the same. We all wanted the conflict in the streets to end without death. Just simply remained to see who acted first, Argus or Cypher. It was like a standoff in the Old West. Both ready to shoot, but living the moment where neither gun is smoking. We're just observers, wondering which one will be left standing.
I gotta say though, I feel like my life is complete these days. It's not like I never dreamed of living life in the city, you know? My vision just told me that it would be an impossible dream.
Right. In his vision, he's older, living in a colony.
When I first had that vision, I was absolutely devastated. It's like my future was taken away from me. At least the one I wanted. Made me feel like giving up. Like any attempt at fighting it would be worthless. It took me such a long time to accept what I saw. Spent so many years trying to prove it wrong and see the city. I remember the first time I got to see what was behind those walls. I'd go into the forest and try to find the tallest tree. When I got to the top, I'd peek over the walls. God, it was always so bright and lively. I almost cried. It was actually kind of pathetic. Just a simple reminder of what I'd never be able to have. I'd look at the people with a mixture of jealousy and hatred. They were kind of small since I was so high up, but I saw their faces. And they all seemed happy. I knew that a lot of struggles we faced on the colonies didn't exist for you. Because you weren't aware of that fact, you'd always take it for granted. It sucks so much to see people live your dream and not even appreciate it.
I can imagine that would be difficult.
One of my favorite things to do was watch planes take off, just soaring the skies between cities. What an amazing sight. Told myself that one day, I'd get to experience all of that for myself.
Funny thing, and I still remember way back then. I mean, I often went to the areas outside the air. I mean, this was like around the 90s, so just seeing the airplanes take off was like a way, like kind of like a good way of saying goodbye to someone else, Now, you just see them, Planes are just going out as normal.
Despite my vision saying otherwise, I kept pushing forward. So I hope you can understand what I mean when I say I feel complete. Living in the city, being on a plane, it's just all I ever really wanted. We always suffer for the choices of those that came before us. I never really got to know my parents, but I think that's for the best. I was stuck there because of them. They'd be an easy target for my hatred. And having an easy target for your hatred just stifles your own growth. And maybe that's why Argus and city folk are still so old-fashioned, clinging to this belief that the system makes you superior.
Never felt like the system or city life may be superior.
And that's why I'm certain I've chosen the right group. I mean, this might sound weird, but there was something different about you. Well, not just you, but the rest of the gang too. I felt like I could approach you. It was the first time I ever got friendly vibes from someone in the city, so when I picked up on them, I had to take action almost immediately. Even if I get caught, at least you help me check a few things off my list. No matter how short or long this lasts, I still got to live in the city. And not only that, but I got to be inside a plane too. It's all thanks to you, Delta. Can't deny it. I guess I'm just glad that I didn't have an easy target for my hatred. It allowed me to grow and meet people who I can love and appreciate. A real, true group of friends. I don't think I'll ever forget you or the rest of them.
We're happy to have you. Let's hope for a happy ending too.
Yeah, the happiest one we can snag. I feel like we can achieve it if we really try. Didn't you and your friends make a pact to beat fate?
We definitely did. They weren't a fan of their visions. I suppose that unites us with a common cause. Living life the way we want it. Seizing our own future.
Living life the way we want. Yeah, that's perfect. No mysterious corporations governing our daily way of life. Just us and our friends. Maybe one day, even lovers.
Lovers? I can't help but wonder if he's referring to someone in our group.
Anyway, thanks for the chat, Delta. You want to head back to the group and keep this night going? It's still pretty early. Maybe we can all raise our hands again.
Why not, since this seems to be a pretty good stopping point. Now I know him more. Things seem completely different. There's no longer a sliver of doubt that we're doing anything wrong. Aren't just like us, and he should be able to live the life he wants. Whatever that was in the city or the colony, it should be his choice to make. Still some questions for Chiron, but nothing immediately pressing. It was more like, how do you get in the city? Him or a friend must have had ties to Cypher and Hermes, but from what he said, doubt it's him. Must be someone else. We sit back at our table and the group quickly assembles. But the man who felt like an outsider now feels like a true friend. We were in for a night that'd be just as memorable as the nightclub.
Nothing like a nice little breather. I take it you're all good to keep going?
I could go all night long.
Yeah, I can bet he could.
Yeah, bring it on.
Got a nice game of darts in, actually. Maybe we could go head-to-head sometime?
Oh, I'm really good at that.
You are?
Yep.
Never would have guessed.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, you just have a certain aura.
Like an aura of bad aim?
Sure, you're right on track.
You should have seen me on Taylor's stream then. If you want to talk about bad aim, talk to him.
Hey, don't throw me under the bus like that. I was just going easy on you, since you're new.
There's no way you were going easy. I could see the panic in your eyes when I came for you.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to admit that you're better. He says the same thing no matter who he loses to.
Oh, come on, man.
Sorry, Taylor, but the truth is the truth. At least your viewers tune in for you, though. Your personality is the winner, not your skills.
Well, I can't exactly be mad after a compliment like that. You're right, though. We all have our own strengths.
And weaknesses,
True.
Definitely got my fair share of those.
says the self-proclaimed prodigy.
Just that pride at play, I guess. But I know I'm good at what I do.
And you have living proof of that now.
He points at himself in a display of pride.
Well, Isaac didn't do all of that by himself. He had a little help from you-know-who.
Yeah, he basically stole the joke and got all the credit. As much as you thank Isaac, you should thank Hermes too.
Well, then if I ever meet this Hermes, I'll give them my regards.
Let's just hope that it's not behind bars.
It couldn't be that bad. A prison cell or city walls, it doesn't even matter. You're all stuck in here, forced to live life the way they say.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it also happens to be an awesome, luxurious life, so even a prison cell would ease a lot of my struggles. In fact, it might even be a welcome change.
They can't do that though, right? You gotta be in the system to have a criminal record. With no digital logs, you're almost like a ghost.
For me, they probably can. At least now.
He holds up his phone.
Right? But all your friends?
Not sure. Seems like new territory for Argus, too. That's probably why they haven't actually responded yet. New situations call for new rules and protocols, right?
Sounds about right.
It's really weird, isn't it? We're like right on the verge of history. Almost feels like the world is standing still.
Yeah, especially for me. Remember, those are my people out there.
You must be feeling a little hopeful, though.
Kind of finding it hard to feel that way. Especially when the news keeps doing what it does. Fishing for sympathy views, showing all my people starving.
I can imagine it's tough, yeah. But there's one major takeaway here, and it's something important for the whole world.
What are you on about?
It's something we've always wondered, but we never knew. But with everything going on now, I'm almost certain of it.
And what is that?
Argus isn't invincible. If they were, we wouldn't even be here right now. The cracks are starting to show, and we can all see it.
I guess you're right. Didn't expect to get this far, at least.
And even if we lose, it's not really the end. There's always someone who's willing to stand up. Whatever we can leave behind will be invaluable to them.
Just like Cypher left the blueprint for you to follow.
Exactly. We should come up with some sort of failsafe. You know, a set of files to leak if we end up getting caught.
What happened to all that confidence?
Oh, it's still there. This is purely worst-case scenario.
We're talking about this stuff out in the open. It's not like this place was packed or people were listening in. It's so clear that the bartender was out of an earshot, so it's no big deal. Although it's a smart plan for the worst, it was still a little unsettling. We could leave behind something useful though. Then it was a good idea. Sometimes ideals pass down from generation to generations before becoming the norm. As much as I'd like to come out of this unscathed, there's always a chance that we may have to pass the torch. Everything Isaac has said, though, I think he's uniquely qualified for the task, and that he's garnered the most trust that I have for him. Man who can make the impossible happen is the greatest threat of them all, especially against those who in their arrogance see themselves at the top.
This is all certainly cheerful and uplifting, but remember, we were talking about darts. Yeah, starting to think you're just too scared to challenge me.
Oh, I certainly am. I wasn't trying to hide it, though.
Yeah, I think Clace is the one that challenged you. And from what I experienced, he does know how to aim.
Right. Sorry for getting sidetracked. You still down to face him, Clace?
Oh, I don't think so.
Huh? Everything good?
He looks around clearly nervous. And in hand, he was scribbling in his diary.
Well, remember when I asked if I should sing karaoke?
Yeah, but none of us think we're in any danger.
I'm starting to think that we might be.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Well, when I asked, I noticed a few people staring our way. It's been a while, but they haven't stopped. It's creeping me out. Especially now that we're talking about matters at hand.
Aren't you famous or something? I mean, even I catch myself staring from time to time.
Well, this is a bit different. One or two people usually turns into a crowd. Especially as they tell their friends and post on social media. But that hasn't happened here. They just keep staring. I think that's enough for me to point it out. Have you noticed?
Can't say I have.
Don't have eyes on the back of my head either. This is on you and Chiron, man.
True, only Clace and Chiron could see over there. Even in my seat, I don't have the right angle to take a look.
Yeah, I noticed, but I'm used to people checking me out. That fact aside, there are people looking our way.
What do we do?
We can still hang out at home.
Doesn't matter to me. Especially with all that alcohol we took from the club. If we can stay safe and save money, that's a win-win.
So I have to sing then?
I mean, it was your idea.
I think it'll help us out no matter what. If they are fans, then they'll appreciate the show. And if they're Argus, then it'll distract them while we slip out.
Wait a minute. If it is Argus, then what happens to me?
Hey, it was your plan. Didn't you think it through?
Thinking things through isn't really my strong suit. But don't worry, I'll sing and then meet you back at home. I guess my main priority was your safety instead of my own.
Sure about this then?
Absolutely. It was the plan after all. I can't just back out because there's some uncertainty.
He
I
smiles.
learned that one from you, Isaac. If you gave up, we wouldn't even be here right now. When things get difficult, you just try even harder.
Yeah, been doing that a lot lately. But thanks for the distraction, Clace. I'll find us a route home that's drone-free.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
Not if Argus is watching us, no. The first thing they do when we left is check the streets. Those drones can scan our faces, remember? We'd stand no chance.
That's fair. So, the party continues at home.
Sure looks like it. Hate to cut things short, but I think we need to.
Hey, Clace, can you promise me something?
What's up?
Please sing us a song at the Quantum Leap. I'd love to stay and watch you now, but yeah.
Sure thing, Dante. I'd love to. You're expecting a big crowd, right?
Yeah, and it's private property. If anyone seems suspicious, we'll kick them out.
Sounds good to me.
He stops to think for a moment, then scoffs.
On hiatus, and I still end up performing. Somehow I knew this would end up happening. You're all free to go, though. Your savior is here.
I guess he really is acting as our savior. He's the only one who can cause a natural distraction after all. I do worry what might happen if those people were agents of Argus. Never do something to an idol performing in public, would they? It definitely seemed like this is the best possible distraction for us to use. Night of safety in our own home definitely beats a night spent under prying eyes. Ironic when Argus already watches us almost all the time. There's something about those specific four walls that make them feel safer. So, if we should be anywhere right now, it should be within those walls. Clace approaches the karaoke stage and chats with the operator. Moments later, he steps on stage. We start to make our way out. It looks like for some reason, we've been leaving through the back door. I assume it has to do with Chiron, or the position of those Argus drones.
Hey, well, I wrote this one a couple years ago. It seemed to do pretty well, so I hope you enjoy.
Advance this text box to start the song, and advance the next one to end it.
Okay. Bulletproof heart.
Afraid, I've lived my life being afraid to break these chains, chaining me to what's been safe. shame. I cannot take the shame. Sick of all these games. So what do you say? The bullets don't make it fun when you're reloading the words like guns. Yeah, my veins, they pound like drums. My ears, they ring and hum. I've got a bulletproof heart. I've got a bulletproof heart. But it ain't enough for you. Will I ever be enough for you? I've got a bulletproof heart. I'm gonna make it start. Open up for you. I don't wanna be bulletproof anymore. Pretend like the pain is going to end. Let's settle this like friends. I'm breaking. Yeah, the teardrops fall like rain. The way they're landing on my brain. It's driving me insane. I cannot play this game. I've got a bulletproof
You know, it kinda, warps my mind knowing that, the voice actor for Clace in here, has like a much soft-spoken and higher-pitched tone voice, and then when I'm hearing it in the music, it's kind of like much lower tone, more masculine. It kind of breaks my mind. Let's continue on. I want to hear the rest of this. As soon as we exit the tavern, we start following Isaac. He has his head buried in his phone, trying to find us a safer route home. The drone coverage must be extensive. Surely a feat to dodge them.
Hold on. We should be safe in this alley for a few minutes. I'll calculate the rest of the route and send Clace a screenshot. At least then he'll know how to get home without being seen.
We all agree, though, right? That wasn't Argus, just some fans.
Can't say for sure. Even then, we need to err on the side of caution. I can take a deeper look at my follow-up interview.
You're still planning to go to that?
Of course. I have no reason not to.
Well, we're currently running in fright from Argus. The last thing I'd want to do is walk into their HQ.
I guess that's what separates us then. No need to panic unless I'm given one. I just want Clace to feel safe while he's here.
This is the only downside I've noticed about city life. You're all terrified of Argus, while the Zeros take a stand.
Hey, us city folk are taking a stand too.
Yeah, behind the mask of Cypher. Whoever this Hermes is, they're kind of a coward.
Hey, that's not nice. If it weren't for Hermes, you wouldn't have that phone. It was their blueprint that I used to beat the system. Whatever Hermes is planning, I'm sure it'll work. You're living proof that Argus isn't invincible. Knowing that can make all the difference.
Yeah, and their inaction only makes them look scared. But it's still smart to be cautious, especially right now.
And remember, this conflict is going to end in a week or two. Argus only has a few possible moves, and most play into Cypher's hands. The only one that doesn't is forceful removal. But I doubt they'll resort to that.
What makes you so certain?
If Argus wanted to rule with an iron fist, they'd already be doing it. Giving us a score and letting us control it. There's some trust there. It might not be ideal, but it could be 1,000,000 times worse than it is.
That's a pretty big assumption to make, Taylor. Like they treat their enemies the same way they treat their subjects?
They might not have a choice.
You think so?
Well, Argus has so many eyes on them right now. I'm guessing they don't like the taste of their own medicine. They'll probably take the option that society wants the most.
And public opinion is with the Zeros.
Exactly.
You know, he's not wrong. In fact, he'd know more about that than anyone. When you're on a platform, you need to please others, even more than yourself. As easy as it would be to kick your friends out, it's not the play. Their next move, or lack of one, will affect how we see them. For once, they have to factor in other people's feelings.
Yeah, I count on my viewers to hold me accountable. If I ever slip up, I want to hear about it so I can correct it, and ideally stop myself from slipping up in the future.
Awfully responsible, Taylor. Never would have expected that from you.
Whoa! Clay's? We're a little bit startled. I've been noticing Clay's return.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
Oh, I started to follow your route and heard you talking. Things went fine, by the way. No one followed me.
So they were just fans then?
I'm not sure. I got out of there before I got the chance to tell. The owner actually recognized me and helped me sneak out. Of course, not before giving me a few shots in the house.
Ah, damn. I was kind of hoping we'd find out for sure. Sometimes not knowing things is just way worse.
Like I said, I can take a deeper look at my follow-up interview. But remember, I already looked earlier today. We're clean. I doubt anything changed in a matter of hours, Taylor.
Fair.
So, are we ready to continue?
I think so. Clace, you good?
Those shots went straight to my head, but yeah, I couldn't turn down free drinks. Not from the owner.
I'm gonna say something controversial here, but I think we should let Chiron come back home with us.
Really?
Yeah. If Argus is after us, that means they're after him too. We can't just let him go off on his own. It feels wrong. Even if the chance is minimal, we shouldn't take it.
I don't know about that, Isaac.
If he's caught, then we're the next people they'd come for. We need to stick together like we always planned. Remember? If we go down together.
If you say so. But that pride is going to be the death of you.
Trust me, I'm counting down the days. But, looks like you got lucky, Chiron. You finally get to come over.
Under the most auspicious circumstances, too. We just better hope that Argus doesn't come knocking. I'm not quite close enough to take a bullet for any of you.
Don't worry, I'm pretty quick on my feet. You might have to worry about Taylor, though.
Hey, I'm nimble.
Blaze looks really nervous and is tugging at his scarf.
Any chance we could talk about dying a little less?
Seconded.
Thirded.
Fine. The rest of the route is pretty simple, actually. Just follow me and we'll be home in no time.
We start to follow Isaac and my mind is racing. Everything makes sense, but it's also scary and risky. Bringing Chiron home so early on wasn't part of the plan. But he was right. We couldn't just give him that phone and then ditch him. Especially because things were going differently than we anticipated. He was one of us now. We had to take care of him and treat him as such. Even if that meant making a dangerous move. Our fear could be self-fulfilling prophecy that tips Argus off. But I'd never forget myself if we left Chiron and something bad happened to him. This is our responsibility now. That's what I repeat to myself as we make our way home with the abundance of caution. The only thing that could save us is the resolution of the protests that rage on. It's like a coin was in the air and slowly falling down. We just have to hope that it lands on the right side. Not just for us, but for the sake of everybody. As soon as we arrive home, we head to the kitchen. As suspected, there's no beep or announcement when Isaac unlocks the door. I assume that he's put his mods back in place after Dante last removed them. It's weird how far removed we are from that initial conflict. Back then, those mods seemed to be a major cause of quarrels in the house. But things certainly changed over the last week or so for everybody. When I stop to think about it, though, it's still the same central conflict. It all boils down to how much we're okay with Argus being in control. Still an issue that boils down to society clashing with the system. At least now, with the people on the streets, things are changing. For the first time, public opinion is moving in favor of the Zeros. It's like seeing these people and their plight change their minds. I've said it before, but it's a lot easier to fight and discriminate against a concept. That's what the Zeros were to most of us until a couple of weeks ago. A concept. Something intangible. A convenient target for judgment and hatred. Thankfully, me and the group were level-headed and incapable of that hate. Especially not towards a group of people who just think differently than us. I wish people in power were as impartial as we are. Though I guess calling us impartial is kinda stretching the truth. Our allegiance is clearly with the Zeros, and against our world powers. I guess it was better to say that we sided with justice and equality for all.
Well, I think we can strike all worry from the record.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. I just feel like bringing Chiron home was the ultimate test. Talking outside or in a cafe just doesn't seem as wrong. But now we're definitely abetting him. So there's that. If they were watching us, they'd be waiting for a slip-up, something they could pounce on and use to take us down. But we seem to be fine. There's definitely been no pouncing tonight.
Looking to change that?
Silence.
Leave it to Taylor to make anything thirsty. But, speaking of thirst, you all down for another beer?
That's the one in the can, right?
Usually. I guess it depends on your preference. We could pour it out on the sidewalk if you'd rather use your fingers.
Dante, come on.
Oh, bad joke?
Actually, it was pretty good. Something tells me I'll never live that one down.
Yeah, you probably won't. Hold on. I'll go grab the drinks.
I'm fine with that one if that's okay. I think I had a few too many at the Wayfarer.
Generous proprietor, huh?
That's one way to put it. He said he'd hook me up if I ever came back too, but I don't think I'll get the chance. Work wouldn't allow it.
Dante returns with the beers and places them in front of us. Except for Clay's, who's already seemed intoxicated enough.
Is work really that restricting?
I'm probably downplaying it, to be honest. They basically have to approve my every action. This hiatus is killing them. I can almost feel it. But I promised them more albums and tours in exchange, so that's what sold them. They'd never let me do this for the fun of it. Everything I do usually comes down to, is this making the label money?
Or costing them money, in this case.
Yeah, I had to cancel a lot of interviews to make this happen. That's why we had the nightclub to ourselves as well. It was going to be used for an autograph session.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. How much money did that cost the label?
No idea, but I'd guess a lot. It's not even a good way to meet fans either. Most people just want the signed photo so they can sell it.
Yikes.
People pay money for your signature? You have it so much easier than the rest of us.
How can you tell what their intentions are, though? I feel like I should ask for the benefit of my own signings.
Oh, I just have to ask them who I'm signing the photo for. If they don't want it personalized, they're likely looking to sell it. At least, that's what they taught me when I was in PR training.
PR training? Like talking to the media? Way too intense. I could never handle that.
How do you cope?
There's a few moments that make it all worthwhile. And for everything else, there's vodka.
Everybody laughs at the joke, and the rest of us raise our beer in the air.
Ready to give it a shot, Chiron?
If I had to answer based on the smell, I'd say no, but I'm not about to back down from a challenge.
Huh.
And there's the toast for the night. Here's to not backing down from a challenge.
Yeah, we stick it out to the very end.
Tugged our beer cans together and each took a swig. I didn't drink that much tonight, so I'm perfectly sober. I had to take it easy since Quantum League was coming up.
Okay, this one is actually disgusting.
That's how I felt with beer when I first tasted it.
Seriously?
I kinda like it.
Might as well go outside and bite a pine tree.
It is not that bad.
It's an acquired taste. I'll give you that much.
Well, here I go acquiring.
Takes another large swig and coughs soon after. Isaac leans forward like he's about to say something important.
You want to see something cool? I've been getting the backyard ready for the party.
I still think we should have hosted it at my place. More room, and I got that pool in the back.
Also, it was your idea.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But you want everyone to know where you live? I figured I was doing you a favor by hosting it here.
Fair.
Besides, I think you'll like what you see. Sharing a beer while the sun sets is a lot better than staying inside, too.
Can't argue with that. Go on then, Isaac. Show us the way.
We make our way to the backyard, and I'm stunned by its beauty. It may not have a pool or to be as fancy as Taylor's house, but it had character. My opinion, character win over fancy tech any day. This is actually my first time in the backyard, and it's clear that Isaac cared for it. And if this was where we'd be rigging in the new year, then I'm definitely excited. A bit uncertain about having a huge crowd over is a good idea, but I trust Isaac. Perhaps it would even work out to our benefit and let us blend in. If Argus did come after us, a crowded party would be the worst place to attack. Something told me that if they wanted to deal with us, they'd do it so in private.
So, you like it? I've been working on it all week. Had a few coworkers help me out too.
It looks awesome. Definitely gives me some colony vibes. Everything else in the city is way too bright and high-tech.
You should see Taylor's house sometime.
Guessing it's the opposite of this? If that's the case, I think I'll pass. The jet is already fancy enough.
And to think, I was about to ask you over for a date.
How about we do it at my place instead? We can set the windows to a more romantic view. Maybe the sunset, or even a city skyline.
How about the stars? I've always found them pretty romantic. Especially in the dead of night, too.
Ow.
I'll have to pass on that one. Stars mean something different on the colonies. Definitely not conducive to romance.
We all take a seat in the gazebo type thing and start sipping our beers.
Wait, what? Stars are different for you?
The meaning of them, yeah. It's just a silly superstition anyway.
I know about that, actually. Seen a lot of people talk about it online.
Anyone care to elaborate?
That's nothing special, but sure. In the city, when someone dies, you say they return to the earth. But on the colonies, it's the opposite. We say they return to the stars.
Okay, that sounds so much cooler. Can't believe I've never heard it before.
I'm surprised Isaac has, honestly. There isn't much mingling between our two worlds.
I'm just a jack of all trades, I guess. Pick up a lot of random facts in retail. Like I always say, people love to talk.
I can attest to that. Even at my work, sometimes we get a lot of people that just enjoy talking, and sometimes just a bunch of nonsense. But sometimes you pick up one thing or another.
Do you ever do it then? You know, gaze up and remember?
Oh yeah, all the time. At the very least, it's still a pretty sight.
So you're saying all our friends and family are out there somewhere?
Yeah, we're cosmic beings, and this body is just a simple stop. Once it expires, we keep on sailing that vast sea of stars. So even if we feel alone, we never truly are. Get it?
It's definitely gotten. Makes our views seem super depressing, though.
Yeah, return to the earth, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, trampling all over everyone that came before you. Nah, I'd rather look up and know they're out there somewhere.
That actually sounds much better.
Do you think they're watching us? You know, to see what we've become?
Maybe, but I wouldn't be offended if they aren't. I imagine that limitless opportunities open up when we die. Looking back at Earth is probably the last thing on their mind.
I guess it depends on the person.
True.
Probably. Anyway, Taylor, remember how you said the dead of night? At least you know how it got that name. A simple superstition.
Well, I'm sorry for suggesting something like that. In the city, we just look at the stars and see infinite potential. The chance to make a wish, especially with someone we love.
Kinda sounds like the two go hand in hand.
Hmm?
Making a wish under the watchful eyes of our lost loved ones? And if we're in love, then sharing that wish with a partner? Makes total sense why we'd see it as romantic.
Speak for yourself, Dante. I don't want my dead ancestors watching me make out. It's enough having the eyes of Argus on me all the time.
I don't think they're literally watching. I think it's more like a spiritual connection that's still in place. When all of us are gone, we'll still be connected by the stars.
Almost like a constellation of our own. It's pretty cool, actually. Kinda looking forward to it.
Looking forward to dying?
More like looking forward to absolute freedom. Plus, an author dying has never really hurt their career. I'll be touching more minds and hearts than I ever could while I'm alive.
As morbid as it is, you have a point. I imagine I'll blow up a bit after dying too.
What about you, Clace? Ever thought about that stuff?
Not really.
Really? Never thought about the legacy you'd leave behind?
I guess I'm just too busy to think about that kind of stuff. But trust me, this hiatus has my mind going to a lot of new places.
And you like what you've been experiencing?
Yeah, for sure.
I know, we're all done sipping our beers. Aaron has stopped objecting to the taste. Must have acquired it. Or maybe he's just intoxicated enough that the taste doesn't matter.
Is it okay if I go and get some sleep? We'll be back out here partying in a few days anyway, right?
Oh, of course. Don't feel pressured to stay awake. I can tell it's been a busy night for you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I sang like that. Reminds me of how tiring being on tour is.
Picked a pretty good song too. I heard some of it on the way out.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Still can't believe you sang your own song. Isn't that a little self-serving?
It's definitely not like that, Isaac, I promise. Besides, I serviced myself enough last night anyways.
What?
What?
Clay stands up and wobbles like booze hit him all at once. I jump up and wrap my arm around him. He seemed pretty embarrassed.
Delta, just the person I wanted to see. Mind taking me back to my room for a little chat?
Looks like he's already pretty intoxicated. I nod.
Whoa, I'm kinda jealous.
Guess you'll be raising your hand next time too then, Delta.
Oh, it's not like that, I promise. We've just both made big moves, you know? It helps to talk with someone in a similar situation.
I was only joking anyway. Sorry if you're having a hard time.
It's okay, Taylor. I know you well enough by now. Anyway, guess we'll see you all tomorrow?
Everyone looks at each other and then Dante grins.
Raise your hand if you want to go pass out.
Already? Really? The night was just getting started.
I think it's a good time to cut things short, actually. That walk home really took it out of me.
Yeah, and the anxiety certainly didn't help, but this was supposed to be a low-energy night anyway. Gotta conserve some of our power for New Year's Eve.
Boring.
It's 4 days away, man. We can go back inside to hang out, but I'm all done partying. Wouldn't want to have too much fun without Clace and Delta anyway.
Fair.
Era raises their hand if agreeing with Dante's earlier prompt. Empty beer cans are thrown into the recycling bin before we re-enter the house. As we all split up, however, I stick up with Clace and take him to his room. My curiosity has piqued. I wonder what he wants to talk about. As we make our way to his room, the chatter and laughs fade into silence. It's replaced by the vibration in my pockets. Must be the group chat. Right now, I have more important things to take care of. As soon as we enter the room, Clace makes sure to shut the door behind us. A few moments later, he turns around to face me. Looks completely sober.
Sorry, I wasn't even really that drunk. I just needed to get away from everything, you know?
I'm not sure I know, so I shrug.
Don't you find it all a little suffocating, Delta? I mean, this fresh start could just put you behind bars. And my little hiatus, instead of inspiring me, could end my career.
It's a little scary, but I know we'll face it together. We'll face everything together.
Normally I'd agree, but it's not like we're fighting an easy battle. Argus could be waiting for us around every street corner.
Takes out his phone and unlocks it.
Did you know that Cypher isn't the first group to oppose Argus? I've actually been looking into the history of all this. You know, the fight to make Zeros more equal.
Cypher isn't the first organization to try? Oh, they've definitely gotten farther than any other group, that's for sure.
It seems that way, but there's just no way to confirm it. Any information about the groups before Cypher is impossible to find. I can only see that the heads of those groups were apprehended and never seen again.
What?
There's not a single mention of them after they were taken in. But that's not normal. It's like a scrub job, and a thorough one at that. I recognize the pattern because I've seen it happen in the idol business. I think we're climbing the wrong tree, Delta, and every moment that passes, we get too high to jump back down. It's more than I bargained for, and I just don't know what to do.
You should trust Isaac. He'd never put us in danger like that.
Are you sure about that, though? Or I mean, maybe he doesn't know about the danger. We may be smaller scale than Cypher, but we're rebelling all the same. If this doesn't end in favor of the Zeros, we'll be in trouble. I think Isaac is operating under the hope that Cypher will win, but after looking into the history of these organizations, I'm skeptical. It's very likely that Argus already knows who the leader of Cypher is, and I bet they'll disappear without a trace too. But Argus won't back down. Any investigation, however small, has a chance of being traced back to us.
You shouldn't feel bad. We're fighting for what's right.
But it's against all odds, and that's what worries me. Being a martyr is admirable and all, but not if the people forget you. They could take us out and then scrub our identities from existence. In the backyard, they were talking about legacies to leave behind. But we're up against Argus. They can snap a finger and we're just gone. No legacy, no martyrdom. We just messed with the wrong group and paid for it.
There's no sign that we're in any danger, not at all.
Well, the anxiety of not knowing is really killing me. I'm just not sure if I'm supposed to be part of this group. If we're all caught, then my career would be over and I'd disappear.
I don't think Argus is coming after us, please.
You don't know how many times I've wanted the turn in Isaac. How many times I've written the text and had my finger over send. It's not easy, living like every day could be your last. It's terrifying.
Please.
But there's a reason I haven't done it yet. There's a reason I've stuck by your side and everyone else's. I think my instinct to turn and run is just one the label forced on me. Like I said, if we were caught, then my career would probably be over. It says a lot that I care more about my career than I do about myself. They taught me to put that first, since it's the real moneymaker. I'm always scared to do things because of how they'd affect my image. Even if they're things I want, and things I know would make me happy. That's why I haven't turned in Isaac. It's what the label would want. But it's not what I want. And I struggle with that every single day. Especially since this hiatus has let me taste independence. Whether we're caught or I go back to work, I'll lose it either way.
Your career wouldn't end if we were caught.
I find that hard to believe. There's not much love in the world for those who defy our leaders. Especially for those who build a platform and use it for subterfuge.
Remember, public opinion is with the Zeros, not Argus.
I guess you're right.
If Cypher wins, you could be seen as a hero or as a pioneer.
A hero?
Yeah, if Argus loses, then we won't be the bad
I
guys.
guess I just find it hard to believe that we'll come out on top. But you're right. If the tables turn, we'll be on the other side. I'm only just scared because they haven't moved yet.
They will soon. Remember what Hermes demanded?
Yeah, a revolution by giving out phones to all the Zeros. They're giving Argus the chance to do it first, but I don't think they will. I'd hate it so much if Zeros dying of starvation was the catalyst for change. Because then, how do you decide how many lives are enough? At what point would Cypher realize it's time to take action? That both sides see any lives as expendable is just awful. But it's the world we live in.
With a contrasting smirk, it gives me a playful munch.
If this all goes our way, I definitely wouldn't mind being called a hero. And it's good that we're close. Every hero needs a good sidekick, right?
I can tell that I've given him enough affirmation. His thought moved aside, and I'm met with optimism. That's a trait that was definitely lacking before we started talking.
So, can I trust in you then? If I'm ever in trouble, you'll come to my rescue?
I figured it'd be the hero that rescues his sidekick, actually.
I guess it could go both ways. Then we're more like a team.
He looks happy, but also contemplative.
Every good team needs a name, though.
Clearly having a hard time thinking of a name, so I decided to step up. Given their interactions thus far, I have a pretty good idea for our team name. Remember, Lost and Clueless.
Lost and clueless, huh?
He smiles and gives my hand a firm shake.
Seems to describe a lot of us these days. But I'm starting to see the light on the other side. Maybe Isaac is right. Maybe we will be fine. And even if we aren't, at least I've got my sidekick. Gotta say, I always liked the idea of my own knight in shining armor. Thanks for the chat, Delta. I knew you'd be the right choice.
Fresh out of water, right?
But getting used to it more and more. If I ever need someone to talk to again, I'll let you know. That diary isn't exactly the best at giving me advice in return.
In a way it does, and I can tell that because sometimes what I'm doing is that I'm keeping like a mini journal for myself. Yeah, I put my frustrations and vent into it. But the thing is, while it's okay that you're actually, putting it all in there, but it doesn't talk back. It doesn't give you any advice. It doesn't actually, helps you calm down either. Or give you like a cheer or anything. It's just there. That's all it is. Nod and smile, sensing that the conversation has reached its natural end. With a quick goodnight, he jumps into bed. I take as my cue to leave. And on the way out of his room, something catches my attention. His diary is resting on a desk that's placed against one of the walls. Around it are whirring amounts of empty booze and pill bottles. I immediately avert my gaze, as I feel like it's none of my business. And then I immediately look back, a little shocked and worried. It was clear that this was taking a toll on me, and I hated to see that. I can't start doubting him. I believe in him and his words. We're a team now, after all. He never turned us in just to save himself. At least that's what I choose to tell myself. As I leave him to his own. An effort to cleanse my mind, I check my phone as soon as I leave the room. Looks like it's business as usual. I don't think anybody knows how Clay truly feels. Right now, my main concern is that Dante left his wallet at the Wayfarer. He certainly seems forgetful, doesn't he? Now that I know more about him, though, I offered to pick it up in the morning. It was a keepsake, and it clearly had meaning to him, despite seeming otherwise. He thanks me, and I return to my room. Like the last time, I plug my phone and stare up at the ceiling. The fatigue doesn't take me. It's replaced with a new wave of worry. Worry what might happen to my friends. But I realize we're all on the same team. We're in this together. I cling to that feeling of togetherness. And I hold it deep into a sleepless night. A lost memento. A newfound fear. This place again. Sitting in the chair, balancing my leg up and down in a state of anxiety. My restless night, I definitely hate to add more those to the pile. But a lot of stuff is happening. Stuff I can't even talk about.
Well then, you definitely seem nervous. Is everything all right, Delta? What's bothering you?
I didn't get any sleep last night, that's all.
I see. Bad dreams, perhaps? Those can easily get the better of us.
I'm not choosing to go along with the narrative he creates.
Just remember that they aren't real. Easier said than done, but it's a good starting point.
Well, not that I can't say that, yeah, a really bad dream I mean, I do remember actually having an extremely bad dream. Not exactly like a night terror or a nightmare per se, but it was like a really bad dream. Like everything was just going wrong. It made me uncomfortable and I just woke up. After that, I didn't want it to go back to sleep no matter how tired I was. It was like it was kind of like, how can I say? Well, I guess if you remember the anime Re:Zero, kind of like where Subaru, kind of dies in certain occasion and just literally, how can I say, wakes up the next episode and the events are fresh in his mind. Kind of like that. It's almost as if you already experienced something terrible that ends up in your death. And worse, it's not even a good death. It's a horrible one. And then you just go back and wake up and all of a sudden you're there again. Just sometime in the past, just sometime way back in the past, kinda. He scribbles down notes in my file. I wonder what he's saying about me in there. I'm sure he's trained to discern when his patients are lying.
You know, specters of the imagination can easily be our greatest foes. Not quite real enough for others to take notice, yet real enough to be all-consuming. Try not to let this get to your head, Delta. You've made remarkable progress since we first met.
He continues to scribble his notes. I appreciate the validation.
A lot of people have a hard time adjusting to a new life. It's not exactly easy to leave everything behind, so I commend your resolve.
I suppose he sees this as an off day for me. Maybe it is.
This reminds me of an interesting thought exercise. Have you ever noticed how we remember dreams backwards? That final moment upon waking is the one that sticks with us the most. Then we piece it together bit by bit, retracing our steps the other way.
That does make sense, yeah.
Fragments of lingering memories scattered about, complete yet not quite whole. That is how people describe the feeling of Komore. Their visions may be one moment, but they still carry memories. How old you are in your vision is almost as important as the vision itself.
Interesting.
Imagine if your consciousness was thrust forward 30 years. You'd be a completely different person. The way you think and act. Kind of like how your bad dream affects the way you feel right now. But then, imagine that on repeat, almost every single day. You may never experience Komore, but this could help you understand it. And understanding it might help you relate with your friends a little bit more.
He gives me a wide smile, like he's super satisfied with his words. Thought of being lost in time scares me. Makes me worry for my friends. Being forced into the future. Being forced to carry years of false memories. It would really mess your sense of the past, present, and future.
I suppose this is where I tell you that you might be cleared as a patient soon. So if there's any final advice I can give you, I feel obligated to do so.
Really? I'm actually kind of surprised.
The mental health of my patients is my greatest concern. Unfortunately, there are others who could benefit more from my time.
I can understand that. I'm suddenly filled with sadness. This was an invaluable resource I should be able to make use of. It's awful how I can't tell him what I'm really feeling, what I've really been doing. Hurts that I might need more help he no longer feels willing to offer. But the parting gift of useful advice during our final sessions is appreciated. It's what I saw him as in the first place, after all. A mentor figure.
The offboarding process is quite simple. I just need 2 more sessions to determine if my decision is final. A lack of issues to talk about is a pretty good sign in your favor, though.
An apparent lack more, I like it. I noticed that I've stopped bouncing my leg up and down. It's like my body's at ease knowing that I might be cleared soon. If that happened, he'd never be able to figure out what I've been up to. However, my mind is far from the opposite. It's interesting how our body can clash in such a way. Feeling ease but unease at the same time. Is there a word for that?
Moving along, did you see the latest August keynote? A little odd that they didn't talk about the protests. Although this nostalgia technology seems quite interesting. Even if it might be decades away, it's still a nice concept. From a purely therapeutic perspective, of course.
Sounds vaguely familiar, yet I can't remember why. Didn't Argus mention nostalgia during their anniversary report as well? I asked him to elaborate, but he's cut off before it can speak. His phone rings.
Excuse me for a moment.
He takes out his phone out of his pocket and accepts a call.
Yes? What is it?
He looks around the room and speaks. Almost like he's frightened by who's he talking to.
No, it's all going well.
He gulps.
Of course. I'll make sure that it gets taken care of. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Like I said, it's all going well.
He locks eyes with me for some reason. I'm terrified. I'm used to seeing him calm and collected, but this is unsettling. But he doesn't look away. It's almost like he's judging me.
The 5th, you said? Very well.
He breaks eye contact. I feel like I can breathe again. It's clear that this conversation is over as he nods once more.
Yes. Our future. Your way.
He hangs up and smiles at me, a nervous smile.
Delta.
I gulp.
Do you mind if we pick this up tomorrow? I can pencil in another session. Something has come up.
I feel like I don't have a say in the matter, so I nod.
Thank you for being accommodating. I'll make sure that tomorrow goes a little better. Let's hope you get a good night's sleep, too.
Without another word, he looks down on his phone and starts tapping away. I take that as a sign to leave, and make my way towards the exit. And shake this feeling, this awful paranoia. But I promised I'd pick up Dante's wallet at the Wayfarer. I had to follow through. I wouldn't want to let him down. But returning to the scene of the crime, it's scary. Oh well, here goes nothing. Enter the Wayfarer, passing the outdated security scan with ease. Good to know that it is not updated yet, in case we ever decide to come back here. It also gives me a sense of comfort that nobody was tipped off last night. We're in the clear. After approaching the bar, the proprietor walks towards me. My heart begins to race. For some reason I felt like I was about to get caught, like our actions would catch up to us. However, with a friendly smile and a brief conversation, they hand back Dante's wallet. Of course, not without a comment about how outdated such an item is. Odd thing for someone to say when they pride themselves in their outdated aesthetic. I laughed to myself, realizing that everything was fine. I was probably just being scared after what Clays told me. About the previous rebel groups. Of course, I make my way towards the exit. Everything changes. Out of the corner of my eye, I see somebody standing there, staring. Turn to face them, but much to my surprise, I see nobody. Huh? Heart sinks to my stomach, but I'm relieved that I was seeing things. That is, until I close my eyes and shake my head. Should have granted me clarity. What the? Didn't this happen before? But instead, I see them again. I lock up in fright and start to tremble. I know exactly what they are. They're an agent of Argus. We lock eyes, they give me a sinister smile. This exact moment makes like our link is undeniable. I want to look away, but I'm almost physically incapable. Feels like a chase could begin at any moment with any sudden movement. Like some sort of prey. Suppose we are. What we've been up to lately. Is this when it comes to an end? A moment later, their sinister smile turns to something more warm and friendly. They tilt their head behind them as if signaling to look. It's the back door. Very same that we used to sneak Chiron in last night. Must know. Then they hold out their hand, and the sight before me almost makes my heart stop. Resting in their palm is a single glistening apple. Are they mocking me? The back door? The apple? Symbols of our treason. My treason. There's no way. And then someone bumps into me and I stumble back. They apologize and move on. When I turn to look at the back door again, the agent is nowhere to be seen. A wave of relief crashes down upon me, but worry still lingers. Maybe safe now, but the moment changed everything. Perhaps it was meant to be portend, a warning not to continue. Perhaps the stress was getting to me. It was simply my imagination. Either way, I take up my phone and text everybody. Meet me in the plane immediately, all of you. Could it be that they have the ability to, I don't know, like hijack your memories? With all my heart, with what I saw, the Wayfarer wasn't real, but at the same time, with everything going on, it was too important to ignore. Instead of anxiety, I hide in the plane and wait for my friends to arrive. Thankfully, there was plenty of snacks and drinks on the plane. A bit stale, like Kyra mentioned, but satisfying nonetheless. If we ever needed to truly hide, this would be our best bet. Shake this feeling though. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Was I bottling everything up for so long that it's finally escaping? No, it couldn't be. I'll talk with my friends, and they'll put my mind at ease.
Hey, Delta! Sorry to keep you waiting. Figured I'd round everyone up and drive here together.
Can't believe he convinced me to get in that death trap.
It's not a death trap, it's homey.
If your idea of a home is a torture chamber, sure. Can't believe people used to drive around in things like that.
Like I keep saying, you'll thank me for having it one day.
That day is not today.
Anyway, what's up? That text was kind of worrisome.
For good reason. I saw an Argus agent.
You mean just minding their own business, right?
I say nothing. Shake my head.
What happened exactly?
I saw them at the Wayfarer when I pick up Dante's wallet.
Oh, I'll take that back, by the way.
I nod and toss Tom his wallet, catches it with ease. They were standing by the back door, staring at me.
That doesn't mean they were after us, though. Maybe they realized someone snuck in there and upped the security.
They stared directly at me and held up an apple.
That is problematic.
That doesn't make sense. It's too perfect?
Remember what I said last week? Argus cracks down immediately. They wouldn't let us wander.
Yeah, they don't seem like the type to play mind games like this. If they were on our trail, we'd already be locked up.
Don't they have bigger fish to fry? You know, like with Hermes and Cypher? Kind of figured we were small time compared to that.
Feel like they don't believe me. Is it worth the risk to just disregard this?
Oh, we're not disregarding it. It just feels like we're missing a piece of the puzzle.
Maybe they think we're caught up with Hermes? They could be gathering intel before they act.
You mean during the con next week?
If they want to abide by his timeline, yeah. I really hope we're not caught in the crosshairs here.
Call me paranoid, but I just knew something would happen. Everything was going way too smoothly.
They were probably onto us from the start.
Are we gonna get in trouble?
You might, but I don't know about me. Feel like I'll just get kicked out and go back to my normal life.
You instill us with so much hope.
Just part of the job. But you can't say I didn't warn you about this. Remember, I told you about my vision. Still on the colony.
What about Isaac's, though?
Has he actually told you what it is?
What do you mean?
Did he tell you what it is? Or did you just take his word for it?
I don't like what you're implying.
Just speaking my mind, that's all. Don't really have a stake in all this business. I'm only here to enjoy life in the city for as long as I can.
I won't even consider it an option.
What are we considering exactly?
Clay seems a bit lost in his diary, scribbling notes once more.
That Isaac lied about his vision and lured us into a dangerous situation. Or that he could be lying about any number of things he said.
It could be Clay's too.
Huh?
Always staring at us, taking notes.
I'm not taking notes.
What are you writing in there then?
It's my diary.
And you won't mind if I take a look.
Iron walks over Clay's like he's on a mission. Almost immediately, however, Isaac blocks his path.
Chiron, stop. That's not how things work around here. In the city, we trust our friends until they give us a reason not to.
None of you see any reason.
I don't really see one.
I don't think we're being deceived, Chiron. If we get in trouble, it's just because we slipped up.
Iron scoffs.
You trust too easily. It's a recipe for disaster, but I'm the odd one out, so I'll take your word for it.
Good. Just calm down, everybody.
You notice that Cleese looks terrified, clutching his diary to his chest.
Everything is gonna be fine. I promise. Delta, what you saw is alarming, but it's not a death sentence.
How so?
We're still safe. We can keep it that way. From this point on, we don't leave each other's sides.
Ooh, does that mean we get to sleep together too?
Taylor,
Sorry.
if Argus is watching us, then we can't split up anymore. In fact, letting Delta go get your wallet was probably too risky.
He looks at Dante. Simply nods.
Works for me.
What about my streams?
We'll just chill in your living room or something.
And Delta's counselor sessions?
We can wait outside. I said we wouldn't split up. We'll all still be close by.
I like the sound of that, actually. Makes me feel a lot more safe.
Then I get to come to the Quantum Leap?
I suppose you do.
Seems like a win-win to me. Maybe hook me up with that group chat too?
Well, it seems like we don't really have a choice.
It's all happening so suddenly. Seeing that agent was sudden too. Sticking as close together as possible makes sense, at least in my head. We could all be on the lookout too. We'd be a bit safer. Reminds me of those dumb characters in horror movies that always split up. It's a lot easier for the enemy to take us down one by one. Referring to my life of horror? Fantastic. So when I think of us, I also don't think that one of us is a traitor or lying in a way. Sticking together would eliminate the possibility of shady activity. We all kept tabs on one another. It'd be a lot harder to do anything malicious.
But we need some ground rules, just in case this agent thing is actually real.
Actually real? What do you mean?
I mean, I hate to say it, but we didn't see anything. We just have Delta's word to go off of.
Are you saying Delta's lying?
No, perhaps they're just mistaken. I've been on edge a lot lately too, you know. Definitely thought I saw some stuff in the corner of my eye.
I did consider it could all be in my head.
That's fair.
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be cautious. If anything, this can just push us toward a better overall plan.
What did you have in mind?
Well, bathroom breaks, separate beds, and stuff like that. We can still give each other alone time, just in different rooms. The security in all of our houses is good enough to make that happen.
True. If anyone comes near my house, I'll know about it.
Mine too. So those should be our safe spaces.
And this plane?
Could be risky. In our homes, at least we're in control. I have no idea what's going on beneath the surface here.
If they could hear us in this plane, things would have ended a while ago. Remember, this is where you told us your grand plan.
Maybe that's what tipped them off.
And remember who suggested that we come here?
He tilts his head towards Clace.
Chiron, you need to stop pointing fingers. We're all in this together, and we'll keep each other safe. Besides, I know Argus will give in to Cypher's demands.
You sound so certain it's almost coming off as cocky.
That may be, but I really believe it. And we can't get in trouble if this all goes our way. Like I said, we'd just be ahead of the curve.
Then we just need to buy time until Hermes' deadline.
I suppose so. It's what we would have done anyway.
Then what's the next step?
We should go to my place. Like I said, the security is top-notch. You know how much I value my privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want those wild fans to come knocking.
We can talk more about it there. This was all so haphazard, but I think it's a good start.
We look at each other and nod. Even in this new situation, it feels like we're back to square one. We just have to hope that this ends in the favor of the Zeros, and by extension, us. Because of that, if what we did is no longer bad, then we'd be in the clear, I think. But I remember some early discussions that Argus may already have decided in secret. If that's the case, and they're also watching us, things could already be over. Part 3. Hard to find, easy to lose.
Welcome to the third fragment map. This one functions exactly the same as the previous two. With that said, please continue enjoying your experience.
I don't like how everybody else is grayed out. Although now I get the chance to go with Chiron. Alright, this sounds like a good time for me to stop. Let's see. Alright. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming in. Really appreciate it. I know it's gonna be a bit of a time before we can actually continue on. But hopefully things should go pretty well until Sunday. And well, Monday, it's actually a holiday where I am, so things should probably be good by then. Let's see, who might be someone good for me to send you guys over? Actually, considering what I've been going to... maybe I should just give the Big Banui a good raid for this time. Anyways, hope everybody can actually enjoy yourself for the rest of the evening. For me, it's all gonna be nice and good, and then just gonna stretch out and just call it a night after this. I still got work in the morning. I definitely am starting to get intrigued by the story from Komore, because now it seems like it's going into a very darker territory. But well, it will have to continue, so until then, be seeing you!